Arc 7, Chapter 67, Hidden Behind the Molar. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln, proofread by Alpha Didra Eternitishak, I3 Lay Dragon MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Nejamize, Ice Art Sources, Funibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. At first, when Old Man Null heard Subaru's request, his mouth, with several missing teeth, distorted in a grandiose manner. From what he'd heard, Old Man Null was a healer on the island in name only, as he had never done anything like treating others. Hence he was acting as an imitation doctor. Old Man Null had been at the island before Gustav had taken over as island chief and governor. In a period during which the island had been much harsher and deadly, he had happened to obtain the role of a healer. It had all started when he did nothing more but to apply a dirty cloth on an open wound of a gladiator who had lost their arm. With that as the genesis of him treating people, the number of times he was being called upon increased, and before long, he was excused from having to stand in the gladiatorial arena as a gladiator, being ordered to work as a healer in the healing room. From there on out, he spent a long time as a healer, and befitting his position, came across plenty of bloody scenes. Thanks to that, he became able to at least do stuff like stitching up wounds or mixing simple drugs. With the belief he would live peacefully as a healer until he died, he gave a smile with his yellow teeth. Subaru also felt guilty for having caused Old Man Null's face to have distorted in such a grandiose manner. However, if Subaru were to try and actualize the things that he wished to do upon the island, the things that he had to do, then no matter what, that was an indispensable thing. That was why Subaru had made a request to Old Man Null, who was doing a praiseworthy job of saving people. Subaru, can you prepare a poison that can instantly kill a person just by biting or licking it? He felt terrible for Old Man Null. But this was necessary. It would be a bigger problem for Subaru to pass out in the middle of a fight or survive some half-assed way. There had to be a way for him to start over. And once he obtained the means to do so, Subaru would be absolutely perfect. Subaru. Well, it'd help if my legs were a little longer. Such complaints were the opinion of those who came across a situation in battle where a single big step was not enough. Of course, that one step was forcefully solved by rushing 2 steps ahead, even faster, to the next opportunity. By repeating trial and error to find the best action, he could grasp the desired future. That was why, Gustav, that is enough. You have done well to survive Sparka. By my jurisdiction as the official, I accept you all as members of the Gladiator Island. The resounding declaration conveyed in a baritone commended the end of a fierce battle waged in the gladiatorial arena. In the middle of the gladiatorial arena was the corpse of a gladiator beast, lying on its back with 2 swords, one large and one small, pierced into its body. Its 2 wings and long tail had been severed, leaving it in a pitiful state. But the way it had utilized its wings to move, and its attacks used its sharp tail had truly been troublesome. Since conquering those 2 problems had been absolutely necessary to damage its body, he just wished to put it out there that they had not hurt it needlessly. And Subaru, Gustav-san, seriously. Breathing heavily, his shoulders heaving, Subaru looked up at Gustav standing at the seats positioned closest to the arena. The governor of the island, with his 4 burly arms crossed, had overseen the Sparka's conclusion. He seemed like an obstinate, inflexible man, but Subaru had not expected even his declaration of its terminus to be the same word for word. It was hard to imagine that he had coincidentally used the same words for both this battle and for Subaru's groups, which made it seem that Gustav's declaration was probably the same every time. Anyway, we did it, we did it, we did it, we survived, we survived. We're alive. Ah, you were at. He. I can't believe it. I thought it was the end of the world. Maybe we died and went to Ard Lagna. Around the corpse of the gladiator beast were 5 people, each one with their own way of being stunned and rejoicing at their victory. They were Orson, Hitz, Nadri, Quanson, and Cardley. All of them lizard men, but no 2 were of the same ethnicity, and the formula for victory had been understanding everyone's unique characteristics and how they worked together. As had been the case with Whites et al., victory would not have been achievable were any of them not present. Of course, it would have been impossible without Subaru, but they won. With a snap, Subaru pointed his finger towards Gustav at the seats closest to the arena. Gustav's stern face remained unchanging even with Subaru's provocative attitude, only reacting by squinting his eyes. Without saying a word, Gustav turned his back and walked away from the seats, returning to the island. Cleaning up the corpse and dealing with the surviving gladiators was left to the guards, his subordinates. Schwartz, Subaru. Oh, as Subaru watched Gustav walk away, someone running toward him called out his name. It was Hein, having jumped down from the stands and made a run for Subaru. He seemed to have the scales of his entire body standing on end, and grabbing Subaru's shoulder with his large, webbed fingers, he voiced, Hein, what the hell were you thinking? No, how did you end up back in a sparker in the first place? Subaru. Punishment, yeah, punishment. Hein, it was punishment. Subaru, yeah. The other gladiators told me that if you disobey Gustavsen or the guards, the administration of the island, you'll be warned at first and punished thereafter. Malicious offenders are subject to the curse. After speaking to several gladiators, he had made sure by corroborating it. Everyone seemed to know Gustav's desire to not waste gladiators and have their numbers reduced as much as possible, and there was a common understanding of the rules laid out. Punishment, in other words, forced participation in a sparker performed by an unrelated unit. Subaru. Sparker is a rite of passage for people who are going to become new gladiators, and those who have already become gladiators don't participate. They have their own units, so there's no reason for them to do it. In addition, the unit assembled for Sparker would be determined at random, composed of a selection of people who entered Gladiator Island at the time of the Sparker. In other words, choosing people one was compatible with, choosing people one liked, were both impossible. Being paired with people whose capabilities, strong suits, or even identity were unknown, and being forced to work with them to defeat the gladiator beast in order to complete it, was quite the daunting task. A dangerous death match in which participation held no merit, but where the possibility of death was all too great. It was unanimous among the gladiators' statements. Sparker had been their toughest death match on the gladiator island. Subaru. Well, now it seems that because of Sesai, there's the perception that the death matches done with him are the worst. Hein, I get why you joined that Sparker. But Subaru, Hein, in the first place, why did you have to be punished? You know, it's strange that you could join the Sparker immediately after all that talk up there. It's like. There, Hein took a pause in his angered speech, letting his gaze wander. Subaru shrugged his little shoulders at Hein's hesitance to speak the words remaining from that sentence. He sort of understood what Hein wanted to say. Subaru. It's like I was trying to help Orson and the others. Hein, HK. Subaru, you're not wrong. If I weren't present, all of them would have been killed. In fact, even with Subaru, the situation of the battle was terrible. Because to be as one with them, who were no better suited for fighting than Hein, he had to start by becoming their ally, considering they were united as fellow lizard men. It was rather helpful, though, recalling seeing Chaos Flame. Subaru. From what I got, you were all trying to get to Chaos Flame. Hein. Wah, Subaru. You should really talk about that kind of stuff. After all, you guys got to see each other again. As he said this, Subaru put his hand atop Hein's hand on his shoulder. Hein stared into Subaru's black eyes with his slit-pupiled eyes wide open. Staring back at him, Subaru cocked his chin towards the 5 lizard men. The 5, who had been basking in the joy of their survival, gradually regained composure enough to look around them. Then one of them, Cardley, noticed Hein's presence. And then, Cardley, Hein, it's Hein. He's alive, he's alive. Cardley's voice rang out with a jovial look on his face, and then the other four looked at Hien. They all expressed their delight at Hien's presence, reacting positively to him. Witnessing Hien's face contort seeing his fellow lizardmen's reactions, Subaru spoke. Subaru, this is the chance I risked my life for. Savor it, bro. Slapping his hunched back, Subaru sent Hien off in the direction of his comrades. Hien hesitated a few times, but then moved forward with faltering steps, and Hien, Eschwartz. Subaru, yeah, Hien, thanks. With that said, Hien walked up to the 5 lizard men awaiting him. Orson and the others held no animosity or malice toward Hien because Subaru already knew why the 5 had been captured and brought to the Gladiator Island. There would be no reason for them to be at odds with each other, provided they were able to talk it over proper. Schwartz-sama, Subaru, whoa. As he watched Hien's reunion with his friends, he was startled by a voice from behind. Having hopped into the air, so surprised that he broke out into a coughing fit, Subaru, Subaru, T, that was close, I almost died. Don't scare me like that. That is what I ought to say. Why are you doing that so suddenly? Do you want to die? Subaru, no, I don't want to die. Tanza scolded Subaru, who turned around with his hand over his mouth, chastising him harshly. The little girl's vehement protests had Subaru shaking his head helplessly. Tanza, however, looked not at all convinced by this excuse. Tanza, I was very surprised to see you join their Sparker out of the blue, and knowing it was the result of you defying Governor Gustav, I cannot help but think you were throwing away your life because you felt it unneeded. Subaru, that would be a misunderstanding. I don't think there's many people who understand the value of life better than I do, you know. That's why I saved Hien's friends, too. Tanza, I am speaking about your own life. I am glad that you were able to save them, because it turned out well in the end. But from my point of view, there were many times when you were in a dangerous spot. This is simply a miracle. Subaru, a miracle, huh? Dropping the tone of her voice, Tanza chided Subaru's recklessness from a pragmatic point of view. Just as she had stated, and it was probably true that there had been a number of harrowing moments as she watched. Subaru could understand why Tanza wished to call it a miracle. But it had not been one. Subaru, miracles come from God, but this one's my doing. Ergo, it had been no miracle. It was proof that Natsuki Subaru had kicked away such a shitty fate. Tanza, you acted so recklessly just to help Hien-sama's companions, or is this just retaliation for your tit-for-tat with Segmund-sama? Subaru, no, it's true that I was angry at Sesai, but I'd have to be really crazy to risk my life for that. You know, I had a good reason for saving Hien's friends. Tanza, Subaru, those eyes are awfully filled with suspicion. It was amazing how steep a drop there had been in the persuasiveness of Subaru's explanation. With his shoulders slumped under Tanza's distrustful gaze, as if she were looking at a criminal caught red-handed, Subaru muttered weakly, it's true. Tanza let out a small exhale at Subaru's pathetic state. Tanza, then what is your goal, Schwartz-sama? Subaru, it's... As Tanza changed her attitude and moved on from the topic, Subaru turned around once more to answer her question. Hien and his 5 companions were talking together. Subaru could hear a subtle rise in the pitch of Hien's voice as he spoke. That was why, Subaru, maybe we should wait a little longer before we talk about it. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, Subaru, those eyes are awfully filled with suspicion. Exasperated by such a lack of trust in himself coming from her, Subaru surreptitiously stuck his finger in his mouth. Then he double-checked the position of the package hooked to a molar. Subaru. What laid there was the last resort that Subaru had requested Old Man Null to concoct. He had seized this loop by overcoming a desperate challenge, and he absolutely did not want to accidentally ruin it with an inadvertent mistake. He had to be very careful not to die from careless mistakes. Thinking this, Subaru stuffed the wrapped drug behind his molar. According to what Orson's group said, it seems Chaos Flame's been destroyed. Tanza. At the bitter-faced Hien's report, Tanza lowered her round eyebrows, her eyes cast downwards. Even thought she had imagined the worst situation possible that did not ease the shock of being told that it had actually come to pass. Even if someone knew they would trip and fall, it would hurt all the same once they fell down. After Sparker was over, Orson and the others, having survived without a hitch and been welcomed as gladiators, were then led by the guards to show them around the island's facilities and common rooms. Although they were comrades, they and Hien were from different units, so they could not be together. So Hyein had sheeply made his entrance in Subaru and Tanza's room, who were in the same unit as him. And that was how he had shared the stories Subaru had wanted to know. Hyein, you wanted these kind of stories from the outside, right? You can't get any information from outside if you stay on this island after all. Subaru, it's half and half. No, let's make it about 7-3. The side with the sevens, the one where Hyein's and Orson's group are. Hyein, what are you saying, you creepy kid? Hyein spoke as if he meant it, but with his arms crossed, he turned away. Subaru was glad to see that Hyein had got his feelings in order and had thought on what Subaru's purpose in joining that sparker had been. Hyein's expression seemed to brighten up somewhat, surely because he had been able to hear the important topics from Orson and the rest. That was Hyein. Those idiots were caught trying to get me back from the slave traders. There's really no salve in them. Subaru, God and fate are both heartless. That's why I helped them, or should I say we. Hyein, heh, what do you mean? In reality, you're the only one who participated in the sparker. Subaru, Hyein, you got down on your knees with snot running down your nose and requested earnestly, I beg of you to help me, please, Schwartz-sama. Hyein, don't talk nonsense. A hand stretched out and grabbed his head and shook him about and about. Then, letting go of the now dizzy Subaru, the sniffling Hyein noticed Tanza's state. Hyein called out to the girl with a pipsqueak as she remained with her eyes cast down after hearing the story about Chaos Flame. Hyein, are you feeling down about Chaos Flame? Why, Tanza? Chaos Flame is my hometown. When the city was near collapse, Hyein, I see that's it, huh? Hyein's eyes swayed from side to side, puzzled by the unexpected reply. His character of being vulnerable to accidents had slipped out, but he immediately shouted, But, Hyein, it certainly seems that the town was destroyed, but story is, the people who lived there didn't get wiped out. Everyone from that town went to a different place. It ain't easy to explain, but, Tanza, it is hard to explain. Hyein, nah, I just dunno how much of it I should believe. With that preamble, Hyein hesitated about what words to say next. But the interests of Tanza and Subaru were directed towards the follow-up to his story. Having sensed that, Hyein breathed a heavy sigh and then, Hyein, apparently there's a big rebellion going on outside. The lot from Chaos Flame are said to be joining that rebellion. Well, story goes that the head of the demon city raised rebellions every so often, and the city was also obliterated as a result of her foolishness. Eek. Tanza, Yorna-sama is not foolish. Hyein, I'm sorry. I ain't really getting why, but I'm sorry. Hyein, apologizing quickly, squeaked out a frightened voice at Tanza's sharp gaze. Once again, Hyein was incurring the wrath of someone else with his unnecessary bravado, but behind him, Subaru found some points of relief in what he had just said. Of course, that was assuming he believed everything in what Hyein had relayed from his conversation with Orson's group. Subaru, Chaos Flame may be done for, but Yorna-san and the townspeople are fine. If there's talk of rebellion, it looks like Abel and the others are safe and sound. The battle to retake the imperial capital would not be able to proceed with Abel gone. In other words, Abel was still alive. He hoped that Medium, Tarita, and even Al were also safe. Hopefully Louis was also safe by Yorna's side. Subaru, as I thought, there's no time to waste. Upon obtaining even a partial idea of the situation outside, Subaru's desire to go outside grew stronger. Naturally, he was worried about everybody in Chaos Flame, but also the people in Garrel, whom Yorna and Abel's group would try to converge with about Rem. He had a feeling that, if she were to find out he'd been shrunken, assuredly, she would get angry with him again. Subaru, even though I really wanted to show Rem my reliable aspects. Personally, he thought that he was now in better shape, his head clearer, but Subaru could not justify the fact that his outward appearance lacked persuasive power. The fact that Tanza was constantly shifting her eyes to him in suspicion was probably not unrelated to his small body. In any case, Subaru, I got it. Thanks, Hyein, you helped me out. Hyein, the ones who got helped out were my well, whatever, as long as you get it. Hyein gave Subaru an awkward reply, the latter having thanked him. Giving a small chuckle at the way he was answered, Subaru was thinking he should follow up on Tanza's side. Schwartz, the governor's calling for you. Outside the common room, the voice of a guard of the Gladiator Island, clad in a black uniform, called out. Hearing that summon, Heine's expression stiffened, and Tanza's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the guard, Tanza. Governor Gustav is calling for Schwarzsama. Why, God, I haven't heard. There's also no reason to converse. Obey quietly, or else, Subaru. It's all right. I'd go with you obediently even if you weren't being so hostile. By the way, would you punish me in case I didn't comply? God, Subaru, kidding, kidding. Faced with Subaru's talkativeness, who had one eye closed, the guard, who was in the prime of his life, contorted his lips. It was obvious that he was not very fond of Subaru. Of course he wasn't. This guard happened to have been present when Subaru had been talking with Gustav before the sparker. This was because he was also someone who had seen the trigger for Subaru to participate in Sparker, or in other words, he had been present when Subaru had become subject to punishment. From his point of view, Subaru's true nature would seem like a mystery. Because he was ready to join a Sparker of his own volition, he was surely a kid who was out of his mind. Subaru, well, I'm heading out for a bit. Tanza, please be a good girl and wait for me. Tanza. Though it is you, Schwarzsama, do take care to moderate your mischief. Subaru, yeah, I can't argue with that. At Tanza's stifled tone of voice, Subaru's wry smile grew deeper and deeper. With that, obeying the guard who silently urged him to hurry up, Subaru left the room. Just then, Hein called out towards Subaru's back with a Schwartz. Hein, well, Subaru, what's up? Hein, no, take care of yourself. It'll be us who'll be in trouble if the number of people in our unit decreases, even if you're how you are after all. Subaru's face became puzzled at those disingenuous words of concern. Then he immediately spit out and nodded back at Hein. Subaru, yep, I know. Well, see you later. With a wave of his hand, Subaru temporarily parted from Tanza and Hein. Then, while following the back of the guard walking in front of him, Subaru, was Gustavsen angry. God. The governor is not one to get emotional, unlike me. Upon the implication that he should not provoke him with any unnecessary words, Subaru ducked his head in dejection. And thus, the two of them saw Subaru off as he was taken away by the guards. Whites, hey, what did that Schwartz kid do, Idra? Just now, what the guards took him away for, was it for something other than the sparker? With those words, Whites and Idra showed up in the room where Tanza and Hein had stayed behind. They too had watched Subaru Sparker from the spectators' seats. Naturally, there were many things they had wanted to ask Subaru, the perpetrator of such recklessness. Although, while they had not been as cornered as Hein had been, it was not like their tempers would have been as short as to make them jump down from the spectator seats. But Whites, Tanza, are you aware of what's going on? Tanza, I am both somewhat aware and unaware. It is complicated. It seems that Schwarzsama is hiding things from me as well. White. He's a suspicious guy, though he has some skills in his own way, after Tanza spoke, whose eyes were turned down. Whites and Idra exchanged glances and heaved a sigh. Listening to the conversation of those three, Hein remained silently still. Although he was a lizardman, making it difficult to discern his expression, his eyes, swaying from side to side, made it obvious that he was worrying about something. As a result, the three called out to him with Hein and Hein-sama respectively, and Idra, what's with that face? Hein, no, you guys are also aware that Schwartz kid got mixed up in the Sparker on purpose, right? Idra, that's what it seems everybody thought upon seeing that situation. Idra answered the faltering Hein's words, and Tanza and Whites both nodded their heads in agreement. This seemed to be the common understanding of all the gladiators who had witnessed the battle in the gladiatorial arena. Then, from anyone's perspective, the Sparker held during the present day would not have been a success without Subaru's active participation. Whites, for me, I dunno what his intentions were in doing that, but, Hein, I ain't got any idea either. But, Whites, but what? Hein, I ain't exactly sure why he did that, but why he was able to do that, maybe. You might get it. As he continued with that, the three aside from Hein also seemed to understand. The question was not why Subaru had joined the Sparker, but how Subaru had joined the Sparker and been able to survive. Tanza aside, that question was one not unrelated to Whites and Idra. Therefore, as he was met with a look of intense interest, Hein gulped down his spit. And then, Hein, something I heard, from those people who just came from outside, is that there seems to be a rumor going round that the illegitimate son of the Emperor's out there somewhere. So here's the thing, everyone. Hein, the rumors bout a brat with black hair and black eyes. Arc 7, Chapter 68, Guidance of the Sword Wolf. Machine translated by Archbishop Punibaba Brusev, Kiln proofread by Alpha Didra Eternitishak Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Paper Archbishop #500 Art Sources. Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Gustav, wait for a moment, Schwartz. Now, let me look over this until I get to a good place to leave off. Having said this, Gustav did not even take a fleeting glance towards Subaru, whom he had summoned to the room. His gaze remained cast towards the desk, upon the letter in his hands. Led by the guard, Subaru had been brought to the highest stratum of Jinnenhive. Behind a door that looked luxurious, Subaru was greeted by a simple, plain room. Contained inside the spacious room was nothing except a desk to be used for work, a bookshelf to be used for work, and a toolbox to be used for work. Since the room was too spacious for someone to know what to do with it, it was possible that there had been more things filling it originally. The room to be used by the governor, which had been stripped of everything unnecessary for his work, had a very tidy look to it. Displaying Gustav's no-playing-around nature pretty well, it was conversely reassuring. Subaru, you tell me to wait until you find a good place to stop, but there aren't any chairs. Subaru was at a loss when Gustav had ordered him to wait in the room, but having been told to wait, he had no other options. With nothing to do for the moment, Subaru looked around the room until his eyes encountered a person who gave off a feeling of being out of place. Subaru had found them, or rather, found them casually waving towards himself, the other person a sodden look on his face. Hey, Basu, you sure worked hard. You got some business with Gustav-san. Subaru suppressed a sigh and walked up to the fake Cecilus, the one who'd spoken to him in such an easy-going tone. Wondering what he could say, the relationship between Subaru and the fake Cecilus had become a bit more complicated again. To an extent, Subaru's participation in Sparker had been the result of the fake Cecilus's incitement. Although Subaru did think he would have joined the Sparker even if there had been no dispute, Subaru, Cecil, I still really wanted to get back at you, there's no doubt in that. Cecilus, my, getting back at me sure's quite the ambitious goal. Is that why you joined Sparker? If so, then sorry. Subaru, you're sorry. Cecilus, no, you see, I didn't go to see the Sparker that was going on earlier. Subaru's jaw dropped due to the fake Cecilus's answer, the latter sticking out his tongue in a quite indifferent manner. However, a surge of anger for screaming, "You bastard," arose immediately. Subaru himself had become quite determined to prove him wrong, and Subaru himself had also rushed in for the sake of having Cecilus take back what he had said, by having him see it with his own eyes. Subaru, why, you bastard. Cecilus, no, don't be angry. Akyak, I do understand your feelings of wanting to be angry, but it happens to be the case that I have my reasons too. Subaru, then how about you let me hear them? They better be good or else, Cecilus. I mean, I knew the outcome even without seeing it, you know. Basu would. We finished it quickly with a perfect showdown. Then there'd be no reason for me to go, since my life wasn't on the line after all. Subaru. Since he displayed no reaction to any amount of hounding, Subaru backed away from the fake Cecilus and his unchanging mannerisms. Being honest with himself, Subaru was aware that for everything he had done, it was only natural for Hein to call him a creepy little brat, Subaru. For someone on the outside, it'd be pretty fitting to also call Cecai a creepy little brat. Cecilus, it may be that the people who achieve supremacy will always be incomprehensible to others, you know. In this case, both Basu and I fall into that category. Subaru, well, you really seem to think highly of me. Cecilus, yes, by now I'm pretty much convinced. So rest assured and continue to pull off unconventional, off-the-mark, daring and misguided acts. Subaru, I don't want to be off the mark or misguided though. Subaru's lips twisted in protest at the fake Cecilus, who was half-mindedly spouting a bunch of words along that sort. Then, at the tail end of their back and forth, there was the heavy sound of a slam on the desk. Upon looking, the one to have made that noise had been Gustav, having finished reading the letter. Gustav rested his chin on two of his crossed arms, placing the remaining two arms atop the desk. Subaru was impressed that with 4 arms, he could do nifty things like these. Subaru, I wonder, if you were to put all 4 hands together, would it be too big to put your chin on? Cecilus, well, that's a good question. Gustavsen's got an adequately large face, so it may be that, surprisingly, stacking 4 hands on top of each other would make it the perfect size. Could you put them on top of each other for a minute? Gustav, do you too lack the consideration to be quiet? Common sense would dictate that, if you're waiting for someone to read a letter, silence would be valued. Subaru and Cecilus, but you didn't say anything. Their quibble had been a childish one devoid of logic, yet regardless, Subaru's and the fake Cecilus's excuses overlapped. Because of that, Subaru's feelings towards Gustav had become those of guilt. Sharing the same view as the fake Cecilus meant that Subaru had behaved in an absurd fashion. Subaru, Gustav-san, I'm sorry. I'm at fault here. Cecilus, aren't those thoughts of yours sorta just thoughts of seeking acceptance? Be that as it may, since you've admitted your fault, I'm going to blame everything here on Basu. Gustav, Schwartz is, in my appraisal as the official, humbler for having uttered an apology. In addition, I, in my capacity, do not recall granting Segment permission to enter this room. Subaru, oh, is that so? Well then, why are you here, Ceci? Cecilus, naturally, that's because my plans are to be where I want to be, when I want to be there. No one on this island can put shackles on my freedom, so I think that's a reasonable way to go about it. Nonchalantly, the fake Cecilus uttered about how he conformed to nobody. Subaru looked to Gustav with trepidation, but the chief of the island was still conflicted, his eyes closed and his brow furrowed. It seemed that the fake Cecilus's remarks were no lie, but of course, Gustav was not willing to overlook the situation, is how his position seemed to be. But Subaru, no one can stop Ceci-ha. Cecilus, yes, that's right. It's so-called special treatment, namely, towards the leading actor of this world. Subaru, I don't really get what that means, but, although expressed in a peculiar way, it was not hard to understand what the false Cecilus had been trying to say. Only were the fake Cecilus to not be mistaken in his statements, another major inconsistency would arise. Such a contradiction was something that Subaru could not ignore. Subaru, so Gustavsen, I was told you wanted to see me, but is it okay if Ceci stays here and listens to us? Gustav, Segment, Cecilus, please don't bother. Nobody'd be able to drive me out. Don't worry, if what you talk about's related to me, it'll reach my ears, and if it's not about me, I'll forget about it quickly. My ability to forget's amazing. It's even possible that I'm forgetting a lot of important things at this very moment. Subaru, that's not amazing at all. Both Subaru and Gustav had given up because of the fake Cecilus's insolence, the latter puffing his chest out. Finally, without the room's occupants changing, Subaru headed towards Gustav, just in front of him. The fake Cecilus watched on with his hands folded behind his head and his back against the wall. It was an inspection by a terribly strange actor. Subaru, forget about Cec in the back, you called me Gustav. Of course, it is a warning of punishment for your case of misconduct. Subaru, aren't you being roundabout on that? A low voice interrupted his statement, and Subaru frowned as he muttered. As per the rules of the Gladiator Island, after the warning came the punishment, and supposedly after that lay a death at the hands of the curse rule. Regardless of the final conclusion, for a warning to come after the punishment was the incorrect order of things. As Subaru pointed this out, Gustav's expression did not even twitch. Gustav, Schwartz, you made a statement before me, the official, that threatened to disturb the order of the Gladiator Island. You ignored the warning, and consequently reached the stage to be administered punishment. Are you not aware of this? Subaru, yeah, I am. Gustav, then you must vow to never speak of it again before me, as the official. Never speak that you are planning to escape this island, or that you possess any other plan to oppose the will of His Excellency the Emperor. His expression remained unchanging and unmoving. The look in his eyes and the tonality of his pupils also did not change. His tone of voice had a quietness akin to a giant boulder, yet it produced an overwhelming air of intimidation. If he were a bit more emotional, such as being angry or annoyed, then it would be easier for Subaru to understand. However, neither anger nor annoyance resided within Gustav. Subaru, an absurdly strong sense of duty. Gustav, Subaru, Gustav-san, do you owe His Excellency the Emperor a debt of gratitude? Gustav, are you attempting to sidestep the question? Subaru, nothing of the sort. He did not intend to sidestep it, nor was he in a position to. Gustav did not seem like he was willing to let Subaru leave without getting a firm pledge from him. Therefore, Subaru's question came from suspicion and interest towards the genuine Gustav, since he roughly understood the position of the person Gustav called His Excellency, the Emperor. Gustav, I have no personal connection with His Excellency, the Emperor. As governor, I have been entrusted with the management of this island. To endeavor, in my capacity, in the professional duties of my position, that is only natural, is it not? Subaru, you're saying that being overly serious is just your personality. Gustav, it is somewhat dishonest to describe the performance of one's natural duties as being serious, though, is it not? Subaru ducked his head, not having intended to make fun of him, but it had been taken as a slanderous remark. Nevertheless, Gustav's answer was not what Subaru desired. Whether this was Gustav's true intention or a front to hide it, he did not know. It was something that was impossible to know about Gustav without learning more about him. Subaru. In Gustavsen's case, I don't think I'd be able to gain his trust, even if I tried 5 or 10 times. Subaru's successes to date had been due to what he believed to be a kind of suspension bridge effect, created by the extreme conditions in which he had been placed. In the midst of Sparka, where lives were on the line, Subaru's words, spoken with an air of knowledge, seemed to pull everyone's attention away from their own situation. Getting to know them was the biggest reason why Natsuki Subaru had been able to surmount the Sparka. However, this method was quite difficult to pull off outside of Sparka. Gustav, Schwartz, what is with that face? Subaru, no, I was wondering how I should melt Gustavsen's frozen heart. Gustav, there is no such correlation between hot and ice. I ask you to refrain from speaking in the same manner as Segmund, for the sake of not increasing the seeds of headache burdening me in my capacity. Subaru's frivolous comments were answered seriously, and there was a hint of a laugh from the fake Cecilus in the back. Subaru and Gustav exchanged glances as they cooperated to ignore it. Then they returned to the question that had not been answered once more. Gustav, you must once again pledge, Schwartz, that above your activities as a gladiator of this island, you shall obey me in my capacity as the governor. You shall refrain from doing anything that goes against the will of His Excellency the Emperor. Subaru. Closing his eyes, Subaru repeated Gustav's statement in his head. Upon making a proud declaration that he would leave the island, Subaru had been given a warning by Gustav, and when he still did not correct it, Gustav had sent him to Sparka with the goal of punishing him. If what the gladiators had stated was correct, the warning would be followed by a punishment, and if that had no effect, then the penalty of the curse rule would ensue. Then there was something Subaru had to make sure of no matter what. It was the confirmation that was absolutely necessary for Subaru and the others to get off the Gladiator Island. Gustav, Schwartz, your answer, Subaru. Definitely no, Gustav. In response to the low, insistent question, Subaru proudly raised his voice, his chest puffed out. Gustav's brow furrowed at the answer as he went silent. After seeing this quietude, Subaru immediately understood that the true meaning of his words had not been conveyed in the way he had just said them, and so rephrasing them was necessary. Subaru, no means I refuse. I'm sorry, but I can't accept what you say, Gustav-san. I've already decided that I'm going to get out of here, no matter how stupid it may be. Breaking down the words that may not have been conveyed, Subaru so declared once more. That he would escape from Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, spoken to none other than the island's governor himself, Gustav Morello, with complete confidence. Gustav. Subaru's answer was not what Gustav had sought, of course. He let the astounding sternness of his face simmer, without changing his expression or the intensity of his eyes. Simmering like magma waiting to erupt, Gustav, Schwartz Cecilis, ah ha 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 ha. A moment later, a high-pitched laugh coercively disturbed the magma about to erupt. The one laughing hysterically was the fake Cecilus, at the back of the room, nonchalantly eavesdropping on their conversation. The fake Cecilus, as he laughed hysterically, wiped away tears from his eyes with his fingers. Cecilus, definitely no, he says. I don't know what no means, but I personally really like it because it gives me a strong sense of rebellion. Woo, Basu, you just don't know fear, do you? Well, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. Subaru, I see. Well, I think of Cesai as a creepy little brat. Cecilus, ah ha ha. The fake Cecilus never stopped laughing as he slapped and stomped his feet on the spot. Despite the fake Cecilus's uproarious laughter pouring cold water on them, Subaru's words of rejection to Gustav had not wore away. Gustav, Schwartz, as the official, I have warned you and punished you for not recanting your comments. Furthermore, I have given you another chance to rectify your attitude, yet you still possess no intention of doing so. Subaru. Yeah, I don't hate you or anything, Gustav-san. It's the Empire I hate. Gustav. In my capacity, I do not possess the right to twist your subjective opinion about liking or disliking individuals. Implication was, Gustav had stated he did not care if he was disliked, but it was true that Subaru did not dislike Gustav. Subaru did not know him well enough to decide whether he liked or disliked him. To make a decision about someone based on first impressions would be such a ridiculous decision. Subaru, that is, unless they kiss the hand of a girl I like, of course. Gustav, Subaru, I was talking to myself about someone completely unrelated to this. Subaru glanced at Gustav, regretting the words that came out of his mouth so suddenly. From Gustav's point of view, Subaru must have been the most troublesome child to deal with. Even though he had sent Subaru to Sparker under the guise of punishment, Subaru had not shown any repentance. Gustav had certainly realized that Subaru had not taken it as punishment. And if that were to happen, Subaru, will you actually reprimand me, aside from warning and punishing me? Gustav-san. Gustav, if you do not recant your opinion at worst, I, in my capacity, am compelled to do so in accordance with the power vested in me as the official. Subaru, I see, then why don't you do it? Gustav. Tilting his head, Subaru replied to Gustav as if it were nothing. Hearing Subaru's words, Gustav's expression shifted slightly. It was not the action of wrinkling his brow, nor of rubbing it, but rather his cheeks stiffened. It was not that he was pondering it over, but it was rather the reaction of one who had been hit in a sore spot. Subaru, you can use it to punish me, the curse rule that's been put on all the gladiators on the island. I'm a cheeky brat who doesn't do as he is told at all, and Gustav-san's the governor here, so making an example out of me should be perfectly acceptable. You can do it. But, Gustav, Subaru, Gustav-san, you won't do it. No, I don't think you can do it. There was no rebuttal from Gustav, who was thrust into silence. Subaru probed for what the silence meant as he continued with his thoughts. The curse rule was the main reason why the gladiators of the island were afraid and restricted in their actions. The gladiators, having been inscribed with the curse mark, could be deprived of their life at the will of the governor, Gustav. Subaru suspected that Gustav was unable to utilize that deterrent. Subaru, I asked Old Man Null, the geezer gladiator who's been living here for a long time. He said that, before Gustavsen's arrival, the Gladiator Island was a lawless place, and more people died from injuries or illnesses. But things have changed a lot since Gustavsen arrived. Fewer people die. Gustav, it is the natural duty of the chief. To begin with, a gladiator should use their life for the island's shows, and they should avoid losing their lives due to other factors as much as possible. Other than shows, the same is true for daily death matches. Opportunities are provided to maintain tension and competence, but it is equally important to avoid dying in situations other than the real thing. Subaru. Yeah, Gustafsson wants to prevent the unnecessary loss of gladiators as much as possible. I felt that too, from the days I've spent here. Surprisingly, you've got good employee welfare. Cecilus. Employee welfare. More words I don't know that get my heart racing. 1. The fake Cecilus got caught on something in Subaru's questioning, but Subaru was not going to play dictionary. Even for Subaru, this was a moment most important. Subaru. I think the reason deaths are allowed in Sparka is to maintain the quality of the gladiators, and maybe to keep the other gladiators on their toes. Gustav. Subaru. I said it earlier, but once you become a gladiator, the rules here are much more lenient. But it's not desirable for gladiators to learn to slack off in their lives here. Therefore, they have to participate in Sparka. That makes them more nervous, but also reassured. Gustav, reassured how? Subaru. It's relieving that we managed to become gladiators. That's how we're reassured. To Gustav's question, Subaru answered while clearly looking him in the eye. When Subaru had thought about the purpose behind Gustav's actions, that was the feeling that seemed correct in more than one way. There was, of course, the possibility of having missed the point, but there was not much to lose by asking. There would only be something to lose when being laughed at, or when being flatly denied. Gustav. But Gustav chose neither. He instead remained silent. Subaru. Gustavsen wants to prevent the gladiators' deaths as much as possible. On the other hand, he doesn't want gladiators to get carried away or become insubordinate. That's why sparkers are used. When I think about it that way, it just feels right. Gustav sounds like a reasonable theory, but it is not reasonable evidence as to why I, as the official, am not activating the curse rule. It is merely your wishful thinking. Subaru, there's one more basis for this. Someone who's rebellious and gets carried away, says. Cecilis, what about me? Subaru stuck up a thumb and pointed towards his back, prompting the fake Cecilis to widen his eyes at Subaru. When Gustav's eyes glanced in that direction, Subaru nodded broadly. The fake Cecilis was a cut above the rest of the gladiators in his unruly behavior, including him having openly participated in the discussion between Subaru and Gustav. Naturally, some sort of warning and punishment should have been given to the fake Cecilis, but that bore no effect on him at all, in a way different from Subaru. If that was the case, it would not be surprising if the fake Cecilis would be punished before Subaru, and yet Cecai's safe. Although it's possible that Cecai's Gustavsen's personal favorite, but that doesn't seem to be the case considering you, Gustavsen. Gustav, quite discerning. As the official, I do not hold any favor towards Segmund. I am firm in not letting any likes or dislikes reflect in my duties. Cecilis, hey, are you telling me that people don't like me? Good grief, sorry for taking center stage everywhere I go. Subaru, your mental strength is too much. The fake Cecilis was quite unconcerned in spite of the rather direct accusation. It would be difficult to grow to have his kind of personality without having been that bold. Regardless, the continued existence of the fake Cecilis was a fairly strong basis for Subaru's theory. In other words, Subaru, Cec, isn't being punished either. I'm as much or more of an eyesore to Gustavsen as Cec is. On top of that, what do you make of my refusal to do what you just said? Gustav, Subaru, do you intend to punish me with the curse rule? Gustavsen, what will you do? Gustav's eyes narrowed subtly in response to Subaru's question. Gustav, the man of the multi-arm tribe, his forearms atop the desk, had his chin planted on two of them and the other two resting on the desk as if hugging it, while Subaru waited for his answer. With those statements of his, Subaru's intentions had certainly been conveyed to Gustav, telling him to do it, provoking him that was not what Subaru was doing. Rather, he was trying to confirm that there was no such thing as a curse rule that held the gladiator's lives in its hands. Gustav was intimidating with his stern appearance and oppressive demeanor, but he believed him to be very careful in his management of the island. Whatever his intentions in following the instructions of the emperor were, and despite his appearance, Gustav had managed to govern the gladiators of the island not by violence, but with rules. If one were to overcome Sparka and become a gladiator, because of their newfound situation, the gladiators would soften up and not become unruly. And if he were to keep them on their toes by holding Sparkas regularly, making them think that participating in another Sparka was not within their wishes, then he would not have anyone wanting to fall prey to the curse rule that laid ahead of punishment. With that two-sided safety net, the non-existent curse rules chain, so to speak, kept the gladiators' feet tied to the ground. This was Subaru's understanding of the true form of the curse rule system that enveloped the gladiator island. And whether this was correct or not would be revealed by Gustav's subsequent actions. If he were provoked and the existence of the curse questioned, all the rules that Gustav had laid down would be circumvented. To prevent this, Subaru would definitely have to be punished by the curse rule. Gustav. Subaru continued to stare at Gustav, attempting to discern the answer. Faced with Subaru's gaze, Gustav remained silent for a while, and then, "Gustav, I shall punish you. Schwartz, I shall send you to the next Sparker." And so, as if giving in, Gustav did not dispossess Subaru of his life. Cecilis, that did give off the feeling of a complete victory for sure, but how are you feeling, Basu? As soon as they left Gustav's office, the fake Cecilis right next to him inquired that of him. Seeing that carefree attitude, Subaru let out a big sigh. "Subaru, what are you saying? Are you my enemy, Ceci, or my ally?" "Cecilis, gosh, that's an odd question. I'm the one who went to the trouble of pulling you and the dear girl out of the lake, remember? Considering that you and your companion might have died had I not been there, doesn't it make my position obvious?" "Subaru, yeah, sure. Well, are you my enemy or my ally?" "Cecilis, which of the two do you think is more interesting?" Subaru asked once more, paying no attention to his long, useless monologue, to which the fake Cecilis answered with a question. It was a flippant question, making Subaru feel annoyed for a moment, but it possessed a wholly different tenor in comparison from his stare-down against Gustav. The exchange with Gustav had been a critical turning point that could make a big difference going forward. But the question of the fake Cecilis was, "Subaru, it doesn't matter which one I say, Cecil decide according to his mood at the time." "Cecilis, spot on. By the way, I'll say I'm leaning toward your side at this point. For now, my intuition's whispering to me that it'd be more interesting to watch Basu's bizarre activities. However, even I can't trust my mood, so do be plenty cautious. Subaru, I'd like you to at least have a good grip on your own steering wheel, rather than simply being a moody person. The fake Cecilis was a very dangerous moody person. He thought it was amazing how the protagonists of various games and manga chose their party members so well, like they were accompanied by battle freaks and berserkers. When he thought about it, he had always struggled to select party members ever since he had come to the Empire. Because of that, Subaru felt sorry for himself. "Subaru, my Emilis and Beatramin deficiencies about to reach lethal levels." "Cecilis, ho-ho, again with the unfamiliar words." Are these also local words from Basu's hometown? "Subaru, more like terms I coined, the dream substances that make up half of my being. Like a medicine half made of kindness, to say that half of Subaru's being was made of affection for his loved ones would be no exaggeration. It was an exaggeration, but he would stand by it. That was why the dialogue with Gustav earlier had been so significant. "Subaru, it's annoying that Cece was right, but it certainly got the desired response." Cecilis, joining in the next punishment. Or Subaru. Naturally, I'm talking about not being killed by the curse rule. As for Sparka, well, yeah. Subaru, against the wishes of His Excellency the Emperor, had publicly declared his intention to escape the island. Seeing that Gustav had not punished him with its utilization, the invocation of the curse rule was a virtual impossibility now. Gustav was unable to do such thing. And because of that confirmation, he was given the punishment of participating in the next Sparker. Cecilis. In any case, it's not a harsh blow for Basu, since he was planning to participate in Sparker anyways. Subaru. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that I was planning to do it anyway. I wouldn't want to participate in a scary event like Sparker if I didn't have to. Cecilis. I see, got it. It's a stark phrase to liven things up, right? Subaru, it's not though. Subaru brushed the back of his molar with his tongue as he replied to the fake Cecilis's unjust suspicion. Should he attend another Sparker as he had this day, he would still have to rely on the drug. It was a depressing thought, but unavoidable. In any case, Subaru. Another plan in my mind's moved forward. I don't know how much longer my relationship with Cecil last, but don't get in my way. Cecilis, I'll keep those words in mind as they were spoken after all kinds of struggles. Now, what in the world are you going to do, Basu? Subaru. During this talk of theirs, Subaru and the fake Cecilis were descending to the living quarters where gladiators were gathered. Subaru's eyes widened at the sound of the fake Cecilis's strange remark, and he turned his head to look in the direction he was looking. Schwartz-sama. The one to call out to Subaru, while standing at the end of the group that occupied the table in the middle of the hall, was Tanza. In the hall where Subaru and the fake Cecilis had arrived, in the area for meals, the largest number of gladiators he had ever seen was present. And in their center were the members of Subaru's unit. It seemed strange that the antisocial whites, the socially anxious Idra, and the reserved Tanza would be there. That Hien, loud and full of false bravado as he was not so strange, though. But what surprised Subaru more than the unexpectedness of such a lineup was the fact that Subaru. Ooh, what's wrong with everyone? Everything got quiet all of a sudden. Scratching his cheek, Subaru so asked of the people in the hall, wearing a forced smile. For some reason, as soon as Subaru and the fake Cecilis entered the room, everyone went quiet and stared intently as if they were scrutinizing them. Everyone, keeping silent, they steadily observed Subaru and Cecilis. No, they observed Subaru. That was the first thing that made him uncomfortable. He could understand the reason for their reaction if they had seen the fake Cecilis and sank into silence. Because the fake Cecilis was a creepy brat, feared and hated by the gladiators. However, it was not the fake Cecilis they were looking at, but Subaru. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, we have been awaiting your return. Then Tanza slowly approached Subaru, still puzzled over their reaction. Her polite words made Subaru's skin crawl as he responded, "Oh, yeah." Even though Tanza's polite way of speaking was normal for her, for some reason there was a pervading feeling of tension. Or rather, it was not Subaru and Tanza who were brimming with tension, but the atmosphere of the entire hall. The room was ill at ease, and that sense unconsciously made him choke up. "Subaru, you said you were waiting for me to come back." "Oh, you were wondering why Gustafsson called me, right? Sorry to worry you. It went fine and, Tanza, no, that is inconsequential. Subaru, inconsequential. Tanza. More importantly, Subaru was surprised to be cut off so quickly, but was silenced by Tanza, who quickly approached him. He recoiled with an oof at how forceful she had been, only to be caught from behind by the fake Cecilis. Taking a look, Subaru saw that the fake Cecilis, who seemed as cheery as ever, had blocked his escape route, his face one that conveyed that his head was empty of thoughts. It pissed Subaru off. "Tanza, Schwartz-sama, I have a question I would like to ask you. Would you please answer?" Subaru, "Oh, ow, yes, sure. If it's something I can answer." Tanza, Schwartz-sama, "About your father." Subaru, "About my dad." Tanza posed him a question with a meek look on her face, and Subaru frowned, not understanding what she meant. Tanza had come to Subaru with such momentum, putting on such important airs, querying him about his father. What was more, it seemed that the question was not being raised by Tanza, and only Tanza. Subaru. The heat in the gazes of the gladiators staring at Subaru was growing stronger. Hien, Whites, Idra, and naturally the other gladiators too, were all holding their breath, seemingly paying undue attention to what Subaru would reply with to Tanza's question. None of it made any sense to him at all. "However, Subaru, just so you know, if I tell you about my dad, it'll be a long story, okay? Tanza, please try to be brief." "Subaru, you asked and then you put a condition on it." "Ha, come on already." Scratching his head in a rough way, Subaru sullenly grumbled, "Ugh, Tilda." But that sort of attitude did nothing to divert Tanza and the others' interest. Subaru did not understand why the topic of telling them about his father was brought up, but Subaru, my dad's my idol. He's super cool, loads of people love him, and he's always at the center of everyone's attention. What can I say? He's got charisma, like he was born with the disposition of a natural leader. He's amazing. Tanza, always at the center of a great number of people, Subaru. He's got a lot of people depending on him, and his work seems tough too, but he always has time for me and he teaches me a lot of things. I respect him a whole lot. He's super cool. Tanza. As he spoke, the face of his father, the face of his mother, the face of those who loved him came to mind. Subaru felt a sudden surge of warmth behind his eyes and clutched at his chest. Now that he was in this other world, it was both joyful and very painful to remember the two of them. But as painful as it was, his cherished parents were the pillars that supported Subaru's core to this day. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, that is, Subaru. Yeah. Tanza hesitated for a moment before saying her next words, perhaps taking what she had been in Subaru's expression into consideration. But having said all this, Subaru would not be offended no matter what Tanza asked him. Thinking this, Subaru waited for Tanza's next words, and after waiting for a while, Tanza said, "Tanza, your father's name, what is it?" "Subaru." Subaru tried to answer Tanza's question, but hesitated. With a sentimental feeling, Subaru tried to answer Natsuki Kenishi as usual, but this would have been a bit complicated. Since Subaru was known as Natsuki Schwartz on the Gladiator Island, The combination of his family name and his first name was reversed. On the other hand, telling them another name, such as Kenichi Schwartz, would have added to the complications with little benefit. So Subaru wavered for a moment and then said, "Subaru, sorry, I can't tell you my dad's name. Tanza, HK. Subaru, Tanza." The moment Subaru replied, Tanza's expression stiffened in plain sight. Her eyes were wide and wavering, and her round cheeks were tense and tight. And though he was surprised by Tanza's reaction in front of him, that was not the only one, White's. "Seems it's no joke, apparently. Idra, is it possible?" "Well, no, but it was that conduct that led us here." "Hein, SC, I told you. How about that? Am I still crazy?" "Well, oi." The gladiators in the hall, with the members of Subaru's unit at the helm, began to make a commotion all at once. Their mutual exchanges of glances and their noisy chatter brought great puzzlement to Subaru. What could be the reason as to why everyone was so surprised? Subaru, guys. Everyone. The commotion receded as soon as Subaru called out to them. Subaru felt a pang of loneliness there, and then, "Whites, Schwartz, whoever you are, we're not gonna think any different of you." And so, Whites was the first to speak to the anxious-looking Subaru. White's darned scary-looking tattoos on his face and all over his body, but the words he said were out of concern for Subaru and were probably meant to reassure him. "Idra, I agree. I mean, I have come to a point of understanding. I'm more than ready to cooperate with you, Schwartz." "Hein, yeah, that's right. What's the matter with you bastards? He ain't any different. He's a gladiator just like us. He's my bro." Following White's words, Idra thumped his own chest, and Hein, running up to him, put his arm around Subaru's shoulders and turned back to the gladiators as he spoke. Idra sighed. Hein's behavior had even Subaru bewildered, but, "Right, great kid, that Schwartz. I knew you weren't some run-of-the-mill guy. That's the only way to explain it. Yes, the guidance of the sword wolf we serve. Thank you for this day's charities and fortune." Triggered by the words of the three members of his unit, the silent gladiators erupted in cheers. The voices echoing through the hall were so loud that they sounded as if they might shake the entire gladiator island, and Subaru's amazement intensified as they went round and round. But before he could fully process the surprise, Subaru was being vigorously pushed by Hein. "Hein, hey, we haven't even finished celebrating today's sparker yet. You're the one who made the big splash this time, so make some noise, bro." "Whites, Hein, you're totally self-interested. Hein, it's all good, ain't it? Come on, open up a seat for bro. Bring meat and drink." Pushed by Hein, wearing a big, undignified smile, Subaru was crammed into the middle of the large crowd of gladiators. Orson and his teammates, with whom he had fought together in today's Sparka, having returned from the healing room, were present, raising a modest toast and welcoming Subaru's arrival. "Orson, thank you so much for today, Schwartz. It was good you were with us." "Subaru." Subaru choked on the words in his throat as he was greeted by teary-eyed lizard men. There was a mountain of things he wanted to say and questions he had, but the words exchanged at this moment were more than enough to reward Subaru for taking on that Sparker. "Subaru, thanks for saving me too." And so, for the first time in 3 days, he shared with them the bone-in meat that was brought out, one after another. "Cecilis, miss, aren't you going to make a racket with them?" "Tanza, my position is complicated." Whilst looking over the crowd of people noisily clamoring together, Tanza mixed in a sigh with her reply to the boy who was talking to her. A boy who looked exactly like a person she knew, with the exception of his height and the length of his limbs. She was hesitant to express her feelings to him, unknowing of how much he knew about the situation. Naturally, that was regarding the black-haired boy's surprising identity which Hein had brought about, but also about the complex feelings Tanza had when facing that person. "Tanza, Yorna-sama." As she joined her hands together with her kimono, Tanza thought of her beloved master. And then, with the wish Yorna harbored, the personage not unrelated to that wish, and the boy seemingly not unrelated to that person, it all kept being churned around and around, chaotically. Only if there was something she wanted say clearly, "Tanza, I have no other way but to rely on Schwartz-sama." Was it really okay for her to believe that? Those doubts had been removed, at least that much was true, even if she did not know how far they could go together after all that. "Cecilis, I see your expression truly is a complicated one of being at a loss. there's indeed a sorrow afloat, isn't there? Tanza, Cecilis, oh dear, Basu sure is a guilty guy too, isn't he? Well, well, however. She glimpsed the boy beside her, bereft of any regard to her feelings, smiling brightly out of the corner of his mouth. But that smile appeared to be more ominous than any smile the boy had shown until now. Tanza felt a faint shudder as she listened to the boy's next words. Those were, Cecilis, if things don't start moving soon, my patience is probably going to run out. Just kidding. Translation notes. 1. The word Subaru employs is a modern word, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Hence why Cecilis doesn't know it and mispronounces it. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Arc 7, Chapter 69, Arriving from the Imperial Capital. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 3, Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln, proofread by Alpha Didra I3 Laid Dragon MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Paper Mask Book Art Sources Punaibaba Iwa Tamashi. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. It was hard to decide which should be considered the main event between the second Sparker and the subsequent grand banquet, but 3 days had passed since both had occurred. During that time, nothing of note happened on the Gladiator Island. What had also been an anticlimax to Subaru was that there had been no third Sparker to welcome new Gladiator candidates from the outside, and none of the usual death matches were organized. The usual death matches were a preparation for the shows, a kind of practice match, so the gladiators did not lose their strength. However, even though they were just practice matches, there was still an invariance in that it was quite possible for those who lost their focus to end up as corpses, and there were also dangerous people who were capable of producing corpses regardless of whether or not they lost their focus. And different from the Sparker, even if he received a punishment in relation to those death matches, since it seemed difficult for Subaru to interfere, it would be a great help. Hein, the guards are getting awfully on edge. Well, guess they're just scared of you, bro, and us as well, ain't that right? Those were Hein's words, who had been interpreting the atmosphere of Gladiator Island for the past few days as feeling good. It seemed as though this lizardman was very happy that his friends had been saved during that second Sparker, and since then, his friendliness towards Subaru had risen to a different league. It had been Subaru who had called him a bro first, but he was treated like a bro by him as well. Subaru. Well, I don't feel bad in the slightest. Despite being stunned by his self-centered personality, Subaru warmly welcomed Hein's attitude. It would be more comfortable for everyone to get along peacefully, rather than have everyone on edge. The softening of Hein's attitude had been very striking, but there had been a change in White's and Idra's attitudes as well. White's had substantial trust in him, and Idra displayed some vague respect. That was how they had been treating Subaru, and that change in attitude was spreading to the gladiators on the island in a positive way. So then, yo, Schwartz, you got a good look in your eyes today. You're overflowing with fighting spirit. The guards really deplore you. At this rate, they'll lose all their gladiator beasts. The number of people who talked to Subaru in such a cheerful and friendly manner had increased tremendously. His impression concerning this had been the same it had been as towards Hein, so Subaru gave it a warm welcome. With the people he could talk to being as many as possible, it was easier for Subaru to gather the information he needed. For now, the present situation was such that Subaru could forget about Gustav's curse rule, since the information that Subaru wanted the most was Subaru, the control tower for the drawbridge. The soul means connecting the island to the outside. How could he operate the drawbridge and enter the control tower? Right now, that information was what Subaru desired most. Subaru. The control tower itself's in plain view of everyone, but it seems like you can't get inside. The control tower itself stood proudly on the island side, in the vicinity of the drawbridge. There weren't any guards posted at all, but the entrance was secured with a very impressive lock, and it was impossible to open the large metal door without obtaining the key. Over the last few days, they had been trying to locate the key, but since Gustav apparently operated the drawbridge himself, it was very likely that the key was on his person. Subaru, we'd stand little chance squaring up against Gustav-san. As a matter of fact, Gustav's strength was quite unknown even to Subaru. In appearance, he was equipped with 4 arms after all. Besides, he had been entrusted with the management of the Gladiator Island, and given his position, that of ruling over the rough-and-tumble gladiators, there was no way he was weak. Of course, if they fought one time, he could assess if Gustav was strong or weak, but Subaru. I don't want to aggravate Gustav-san in the first place. From his standpoint, Subaru and Gustav had a confrontational relationship as a gladiator and chief, but Subaru personally did not dislike Gustav. In fact, in the Empire, where many people were rather difficult to talk to, he had never once raised his voice to Subaru. So his impression of Gustav was that he was a valuable person whom he could have a proper talk with. At least, it was much better than the fake Cecilus, who hovered on the border between friend and foe. So the ideal course of action would be to sneak in and steal the key from Gustav. Subaru. However, I don't want to be hanging around Gustav-san's side like Cecil. Now that the curse rule was no longer binding him, it seemed that Gustav, who was faithful to his duties, was no longer a danger to Subaru in a sense. Even so, Subaru was not as brazen as to be careless enough to go around openly looking for or asking about the whereabouts of the key. The worst-case scenario for Subaru was that Gustav would find Subaru a nuisance, lock him up somewhere on the island, and prevent him from doing anything. If that came to pass, Subaru would have to fall back on the last resort behind his molar. So then, Subaru will just have to keep investigating little by little. Scratching his head, Subaru grumbled as his lips pursed at the challenges that lay ahead. In order to get information about the drawbridge, Subaru was investigating the people in control, in other words, the guards watching over the gladiators. The guards who followed Gustav at the top were fewer in number than the gladiators on the island, but their presence gave the impression that they were strong imperial soldiers, with little room for weakness or vulnerability. Gustav's guidance and instructions seemed to be so thorough that even if the child Subaru attempted to talk to them, the guards would become more alert, rather than relax their guard. Perhaps this was due to the precedent set by the fake Cecilus, a child even less lovable than Subaru. Either way, it was very difficult to get information from the guards. Whether Gustav had also conveyed information on what Subaru was up to or not, wherever he was, their stern gazes would be directed at him, so perhaps he had made a bit of a mistake. Although he had been trying to get to the bottom of the curse rule, it had caused Gustav to become alarmed. Subaru, if I had been punished for a different reason than that, no use in saying it. While reflection was important, nothing of value came forth from regret. Regret was only what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, Subaru had no time to feel sorry for his own stupidity. No minute or second should be wasted. If one guard gave him the cold shoulder, he would only have to tackle tens, hundreds of others. Subaru. Right, a great man once said that picking up girls is all about the amount, even though I'm not picking up girls. With his fists clenched, Subaru referenced the words of the pros in different disciplines to help him regain his bearings. And with that, walking about the island briskly to make the guards in some other area hate him. You're a restless guy, Schwartz. Subaru. What whites? Speaking in a low voice to Subaru as he walked around looking for the guards, was Whites. Seeing Whites sitting on the ground, leaned against a wall, Subaru tilted his head. Their location was near the passageway connecting to the gladiatorial arena. However, the gladiatorial arena was not accessible outside of Sparka or on the occasion of a death match, so an iron gate was lowered in the corridor. In other words, this day was filled with nothing but dead ends. Subaru, what are you doing in a place like this? Hide and seek. Whites. I dunno what that is, but probably not. I came to see what's going on in the basement for a tad. Subaru, basement. Oh, over there. Whites jerked his chin, and Subaru turned to glance in that direction. Right next to the passageway to the gladiatorial arena, there was a door connecting to the basement of the island. As per his knowledge, the island floated atop a lake, so the basement did not lead anywhere. Rather, it was more or less connected to the outside world, however, Subaru. It's just a direct connection to the lake, so its purpose is to dump the bodies, they said. Whites, gladiators and gladiator beasts that die in the death matches, they're lumped together. If we'd lost, we would have been fish food in the same way, Subaru. That gives me the shudders. By fish food, he was talking about the aquatic witch beasts that inhabited the lake. Rather savage ones were loose there, seemingly. The most common causes of death on Gladiator Island were death matches, but the second most common cause of death was falling prey to the witch beasts, whether by accident or by trying to escape. Subaru, too, would become no more than fodder for those witch beasts were he unable to utilize the drawbridge. Whites, have you heard the story of the gladiator who escaped from the island in the past? Subaru, huh? Oh yeah, I heard. I heard it was because of what happened with that person. The previous chief was fired, and Gustafsson was chosen as the new chief. Whites, those poor conditions have improved, but now the position of gladiators becomes stable. What do you think? Subaru, what do I think? Whites, should we resign ourselves to the position of gladiator, to the position of being ruled over? Subaru. Whites's words made Subaru check to see if anyone was nearby on reflex. Whites's statement just now had been quite out of line for a gladiator of the Gladiator Island. If a guard with poor character were to hear it, it would be enough of an excuse to give him a warning. Regardless, Whites would probably be looked upon more harshly than other gladiators because he was in the same unit as Subaru. Subaru. Ooh, Whites, I think you shouldn't be too careless about what you say. It's fine with me, but I wonder what other people might think about it. At that, Subaru tried to correct Whites's thinking. If it were only Subaru getting caught up in the next sparker, there would be ways to deal with the situation. However, if Whites were to be added to the mix, the level of difficulty would rise dramatically. But in response to Subaru's thoughts, Schwartz, Whites continued, Whites, why do you think I went to the basement? It's so I can help you, Subaru. Whites, you intend on getting out of here, and I'm also going with you. I'm not gonna stay here as a gladiator. I owe you a debt, too. While saying that, Whites slowly rose to his feet. Then, on his tattoo-covered face, he directed earnest eyes towards Subaru. Being gazed at intently by those eyes, Subaru gulped and stiffened up. The atmosphere was not one to be making jokes about or to deceive someone. Subaru, Whites, Whites. I know who you are, Subaru, huh? Whites. But that ain't the point. Don't get me confused with Hein and his sweet talking. I ain't interested in the crown you wear. I just want to lend you my strength. Remember that. The hairs on Subaru's body stood on end upon those words of White's, saying that he knew his true identity. But what White said after that made Subaru's whole body go numb. Even if Subaru was a nobody, Whites had stated he would pay his debt and lend him his strength. That is extremely Subaru, reassuring Whites. Whites, HM. When Subaru gave a thumbs up and laughed, Whites looked away and sniffed his nose. Subaru took this not at all honest reaction in good humor, as it was typical of Whites. The reason why Whites had come to explore the underground had been to find a way to operate the drawbridge to help out Subaru, who was searching for a way to escape outside. In the end, there was nothing of that sort here, and as expected, there was no way to leave aside from the drawbridge, and so it seemed the conclusion was for them to return to their original method. Then, something happened at the moment Subaru reached that conclusion. Subaru, HK, this shaking. Whites, is it the drawbridge? As a tremor seemed to shake from below the earth, and a low sound shakily resounded, Subaru and Whites exchanged glances, having reached the same conclusion. There were only two possible options for a big mechanism that could shake the entire Gladiator Island, those being the gladiatorial arena and the drawbridge. And since the passage leading to the gladiatorial arena was already closed off in Subaru and Whites's vicinity, the drawbridge was the only natural candidate. Subaru, another new group of people. For people to arrive meant that the next sparker would also begin. Whites looked at Subaru, who muttered to himself while experiencing a thirst in his mouth. Receiving White's gaze, Subaru displayed a smile, as if to reassure him that there was nothing to worry about. Subaru, let's go take a look. Whether his smile had bore any effect or not, and how White's felt, it was impossible to tell, as the latter turned his back on him. But following behind a Whites who spoke scant words, him and Subaru ascended from the lower stratum of the island to the middle stratum, and then to the high ground overlooking the drawbridge. Subaru, it'd be nice to see the entrance to the tower open and close if possible, though. Schwartz-sama, over here. Subaru, Tanza. A young girl's voice called out to Subaru as he wiped the sweat from his chin, short of breath as he rushed up the stairs. Tanza, who had reached the high ground earlier, waved her hand, and Subaru and Whites joined her. While Tanza was taking notice of Whites, Tanza, it seems you were with White-sama. Subaru, we happened to meet downstairs and had an embarrassing conversation. What about you, Tanza? Tanza, I was examining the tower. As expected, it seems that the key is in Gustav-sama's possession. Subaru, ugh, I knew it. Tanza also knew that it was necessary to operate the drawbridge in order to escape the island. Since they also both knew about the curse rule, the two children were conspiring to get off the island together. However, right then was when White suddenly interjected. White, if you want to take the key away, should we fight with numbers? Subaru, that plan is awfully short-sighted. Most likely, you'll get hit by the curse rule if you try something so reckless. Tanza, huh? White's, that's right. White's short-sighted suggestion was dissuaded by Subaru using the curse rule as a pretext. Hearing this, Tanza's eyes widened, so Subaru put a finger to her mouth to quiet her. The truth that there was actually no curse rule was something he had yet to confide in anyone other than Tanza. Of course, the fake Cecilus who happened to be present in that place also knew, but on the other hand, the fake Cecilus had no friends to talk to about it with, so there were no concerns about the information spreading. However, Subaru believed that this was a truth that would be very frightening to spread. Subaru, part of the reason why the gladiators are so behaved is because of the curse rule. There were no major complaints about their treatment, since there was a curse rule which, if disobeyed, would cost them their lives. That was the reason the gladiators in Jinnenhive were ruled so obediently by Gustav. If it turned out that there was no curse rule, people who thought similarly to Whites would emerge. Should that happen, an all-out war would begin between the gladiator side and the administration side. In terms of numbers, despite the casualties, the gladiator side would perhaps win, however. Subaru, every guard's got a witch beast with a broken horn, so they can deal a ton of damage. Not only were the Gladiator Island's guards themselves strong, but the fact that they were accompanied by witch beasts was also a troublesome aspect of the guards. Since all the gladiator beasts used in Sparka were witch beasts kept by the guards, there were still many more like the lion and rat, which Subaru and the others had found difficult to defeat. That was why they would be in trouble if Whites were to become impatient at this juncture. Tanza, it seems to me, however, that it is not very practical to wait until Schwartz-sama has defeated all the gladiator beasts in Sparka. Subaru, that's just as reckless as it sounds. First of all, if the gladiator beasts were replenished, my spirit would be broken. I'm not planning that kind of strategy. Tanza, if that is the case, Subaru, I've been considering a lot of things, so don't worry. You don't have to believe me, but please trust my feelings that there are people I definitely want to see. Understanding that the secret was to be kept from Whites, Tanza kept silent after Subaru said that. She slightly cast her eyes down, then continued. Those that you wish to see, Tanza, are they your family? Subaru, well, they're people as important to me as family, and there's even a girl I like. Subaru replied to the slightly delayed question with a tilt of his head. Having heard that, Tanza's lips still moved as if she wanted to say something. Although, before she could say anything, Whites pointed to the drawbridge below, saying, Look. From their side and the side over yonder, from both ends the drawbridge was activated, and the new residents of the Gladiator Island would be coming this way. Subaru, what kind of people will these new arrivals be? Surely they aren't White's or Idra's acquaintances this time. Whites, anyone who knows my face, I'd be fine with them all dying. Subaru, please don't say such scary and lonely things. Just as he tried to say that, he saw a carriage coming across the drawbridge, clearly. The carriage was pulled by an armored black galewind horse, but there was something a little different about it from the one 3 days earlier, the difference being in how docile the people riding in the carriage were. Last time, Hein's friends, Orson and the others, seemed to be riding obediently in the carriage, but the people this time were not like that. Someone was standing on the roof of the carriage. On the roof of the swaying carriage with brown skin was a slender-bodied woman. Subaru, HK. As soon as Subaru saw that face and the distinctive features of her appearance, he stifled a scream in the back of his throat and hurriedly crouched down in place. Hiding behind the railing, he made his body smaller. His heart was beating at a tremendous rate, and the sound of blood pumping through his head was explosive. Tanza, Sama. Is there something wrong being like that all of a sudden, Subaru? Tha, Tanza, Tha, Subaru. That woman is bad news. Next to Subaru as he crouched, Tanza, having similarly crouched down, widened her eyes. But Subaru could not afford to be concerned about Tanza's surprise. Whites, woman, that woman. Hearing Subaru's mutterings, Whites, leaning against the railing, looked toward the drawbridge. Even Whites' eyes seemed to see the person on the roof of the incoming carriage. Whites did not seem to know who the woman was, but Subaru was aware of her identity. And being aware of that, he thought it was the worst possible time for her to be there. That carriage, or at least the woman on the roof, was not a candidate for the next Sparker. After all, the identity of that woman was Subaru. The name doesn't come to mind quickly, but she's a divine general. Because she was an overwhelmingly strong woman, donning silver hair and an eye patch, someone who had gone on a rampage in Garrel before. The visitors this time aren't gladiators, but apparently messengers from the imperial capital. That had been Idra's report, which he had heard leak from a guard. Subaru and his comrades had been watching the arrival of the carriages from a vantage point, but the shock brought on by the woman on the roof by that transcendent enemy was too great. That woman noticed me and looked this way. Next to Subaru, who had immediately crouched down, Whites, watching the carriage finish crossing the drawbridge in his stead, had his voice tremble upon witnessing something unbelievable. Their impression was that they were 100 meters away, but to feel a gaze, even from there, was monstrous. Subaru was right to squat, since she had looked in Whites' direction per his own words. Of course, even if she were to look at Subaru now, she would probably not recognize him. Tanza, half-dog person, divine general. In all likelihood, she is General First Class Arakia, I am certain. You also know her, Tanza. Tanza. She is one of the people who previously targeted Yorna Sama of Chaos Flame. I did not see it with my own eyes, but I heard that she covered an entire city block in flames. Wire just mackin', a tasteless joke. Right. Hein tried to laugh off the seriousness in Tanza's voice, but there was no one present who could laugh it off. Subaru, in particular, had received a considerable impact. Subaru, guys who are just plain strong, are usually the most troublesome for me. Subaru had a chance to win if there was an opening to be taken advantage of, or if the opponent could be managed with a little ingenuity. However, when it came to opponents with simply too big of a gap in ability, he would be out of strategies. They were strong, after all. Cheap tricks did not work on strong opponents. It was the privilege of a strong person to trample upon all his preparations. Tanza, Schwarzsama, please do not be too pessimistic. Since she is a messenger from the imperial capital, it should not mean that there will be anything happening involving us. To declare them as an enemy now is Subaru. Too premature, huh? Yes, that makes sense. That totally tracks, but Tanza, Subaru. I can't help but think of the worst-case scenario, you get me? Hugging his thin arms, Subaru answered that to Tanza, who had encouraged him. He appreciated Tanza's sentiment, and he was sure that she did not want to make enemies of the 9 divine generals herself. To put it mildly, Arakia was as strong, if not stronger, than Yorna. Being trapped on an island like this, Subaru felt that he could not fight against such an opponent at the top level of strength. Hein, B, but why are you so worried, bro, if that party came from the imperial capital? Hydra, Hein, don't you get it? Right now the Empire's split in two. Hein, damn it, so that's it. Besides Subaru, who was deep in thought, Hein and Hydra were also discussing with serious expressions. Subaru did not quite understand the flow of their conversation, but he did not have time to worry about it. In fact, it was more likely that Subaru was overthinking it. Subaru, at the moment, I don't think that Tanza or I are that woman's. Tanza, General First Class Arakia. Subaru, Arakia's objective. Even if Subaru and his comrades were somewhat conspicuous on the island, it was unlikely that they were well known outside it. And even if they were, it would be him in this form. It would be unreasonable for that to be considered a problem. Even if Albert would want to do something about Abel, he could not think of any reason for Albert to care about Subaru or Tanza. Tanza, so, for what purpose did a messenger come from the imperial capital to the island? Whites, thinking about it, perhaps for the island's show. Tanza, show, that is the original purpose of the Gladiator Island. Whites and Tanza came up with a possible reason for Arakia's visit. The island's shows, the original role of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, was to make a spectacle of death matches between gladiators for spectators who hailed from other places. It was an event in poor taste, but Subaru had heard that it helped to curb the fearsome desires of the people of the Empire. Hein, if we have a show, or are they gonna make us fight again? But with the rebellion happening and all the panic everywhere, why'd they do it at a time like this? Idra. There's also the idea that it'd be precisely because times are like that. The purpose is to enforce the thought that the people of the Empire must be strong in a situation where the Empire's shaking. White, His Excellency the Emperor's thoughts, ha, with Hein's voice cracking, Idra's persuasive thoughts, and White's grave mutterings. The eyes of each one of them turned towards Subaru. It was as if they were expecting Subaru to know the answer, but Subaru did not have the answer either. Subaru had no choice but to shake his head. Subaru, I think both Hein's and Idra's ideas are possible. But but Subaru, I wonder if the Emperor really cares about this place. Subaru already knew that the Emperor, who was giving orders in the imperial capital, was a fake. Real and fake were both in Chaos Flame, and since there was a rebellion going on, it was unlikely that Abel had returned without Subaru's knowledge. So, as designation was that they were from the imperial capital, it had to be the fake Emperor's idea. It was hard to believe that Vincent, the fake Emperor who could devise a plan virtually as good as Abel's, would waste his time and energy on useless things. Subaru, there has to be a reason for this, absolutely. What reason would they, and not the Abel who was supposed to be the real emperor, possess, to send a divine general to this lake island stranded from the entire world? Tanza, General First Class Arakia, she did not barge in with a large group of people, did she? Subaru, yeah, Tanza. I only saw it from a distance too, but it was a single carriage that came. There were at most 5 or 6 people. The only one that stood out was the General First Class. Subaru, is that so? Eyes downcast, Tanza stumbled over the same thing as Subaru, not knowing what the other party was up to. One could say that they were overthinking things and that they should just keep their heads down and wait for the storm to pass. That could also be a way to see it. Whites, how about, if you think about it the other way round, hide in the carriage that the messenger rode in and leave the island? Subaru, the hiding in the carriage bit, I believe that was already done back in Chaos Flame. Tanza, I would be fine with the same method, as long as it works more than once. White's suggestion was taken seriously by Subaru and Tanza. But Hein, who was listening to the 3 of them, said in a loud voice, wait, wait, wait. The grey-scaled lizardman made them turn to him with his loud voice, and Hein, are you seriously thinking about leaving the island? Are you nuts? You're gonna die. Whites, if you stay here, you'll eventually die fighting something, idiot, Hein. But not today or tomorrow. Schwartz, bro, I need you. Subaru, I don't intend to stay here forever either. I mean, I don't want to stay forever. Hein quivered as his big mouth, lined with tiny fangs, gasped at Subaru's plan. Perhaps from Hein's point of view, he would be more comfortable living on the island than out there. It was not an overstatement to say that, once someone got over Sparker and became a gladiator, their life was safe outside of death matches. It was understandable that one might be tempted to think like that. Hein, Pipsqueak, Idra, damn ya, Tanza, like Schwartzsama, I have my own reasons for not wanting to remain here any longer. Idra, I would get out if I could, is what I think. Hein's words, who seemed to believe himself in an unfavorable position, received these responses from Tanza and Idra. Despite the differences between positive and reluctant responses, neither of them had positive feelings about the Gladiator Island, although it was hard for Hein to believe. Hein, there's a limit to how reckless you can be with your life. Subaru, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Hein, but I want you to think about it too. Should you stay here forever? Hein looked at Subaru and the others, his eyes similar to as if he were looking at something terrifying. But Hein would know this, were he to think long and hard about it. The peace of mind and safety that they could get here was only a stepping stone, reached only after sacrificing many things. Hein, even if you leave, what are you gonna do about the curse rule? After giving up with his knee-jerk denial, that had been Hein's next move. The unseen chains that bound the gladiators of the Gladiator Island, the main reason why the gladiators still remained there, was something that Whites, too, had mentioned. That they had already been neutralized was something he did not want to say until the very end. But as he remained cautious of that, Hein continued to doubt Subaru and everyone else's sanity. So Subaru thought to at least make him slacken his caution a little bit. Subaru, I'll do something about the curse rule, too. In fact, I've got a hint on how to do it. Hein, HK, about the curse rule. Subaru, yeah. Subaru nodded with a confident look on his face, indicating that it was not a good idea to waste any more time here. The answer surprised not only Hein, but also Whites and Idra. Only Tanza, who was already aware that there was no curse rule, quietly observed the scene without saying anything. Subaru could not speak the truth, but his chest puffing out here would aid in dispelling Hein and the others' fears. Ergo, Subaru could not show a lack of confidence, even if Arakia's objectives as an emissary remained unknown. Subaru, surely I'll find a way to get off this island, so when that time comes I'll need your strength, was what he had wanted to say at that time, but Subaru did not say those words. To be more accurate, it no longer made sense to continue them. Hein, HK. There was the sound of a snatched breath escaping, and Hein collapsed, his eyes bloodshot. Subaru, trembling, slitted pupil eyes bleeding, Hein's large body toppled sideways. Without any forewarning, Subaru was unable to react quickly to such a sudden and unexpected event, and was unable to support Hein as he collapsed. Subaru, H. Ian. With a heavy thud, Hein's body fell limp to the floor of the common room. After collapsing, Hein was motionless. All he did was spasm, his limbs twitching. It was like a cicada, he thought, like cicadas in the middle of summer, overturned on the road. Hein was dying, moving like a cicada. Hein was not the only one. Subaru. Ah! There was a sound, light in comparison to the sound of Hein falling, and Subaru turned around, stunned. The three who had been talking to Subaru, Idra, Whites, and Tanza, all lay on the floor, convulsing and trembling in the same way. Subaru, Tanza. He did not understand a thing, not a single one, rendering him unable to react. Crouching right next to the collapsed Tanza, he turned her slumped body over. Tears of blood streamed from Tanza's eyes while she lay limp, her head slumped over. Blood was running from her eyes, nose and ears too, dripping onto the floor with a trickle. Subaru, eek! And Subaru's throat squealed, causing him to drop Tanza's body. He rushed to check on the other three. All of them had stopped moving, bleeding from their eyes and noses. Subaru, WH. Why? A questioning voice started making a tremendous sound in his head. Wiwiwi, Subaru's head was whirling. The ringing in his ears was immensely loud, as his mind was filled with questions as to why and how the scene before him made no sense. The feeling of his head splitting open was about to engulf Subaru. Subaru, Enno. Holding his own head, Subaru looked up. A sharp, intense pain struck his head, and blood trickled from Subaru's nose. The ringing in his ears did not stop, and there was also a sensation of blood seeping out. The sequence of events was different. Subaru suffered from the same pain as Tanza and the others had, although slower. He wondered what the meaning of it was. Subaru, this doesn't make sense. Propping himself up with his hands to the floor and against the wall, Subaru managed to stand up. He got up and went out into the hallway to see what was going on. Inside the room, Tanza and the others were already beyond hope. And it was not just Tanza and the others that were beyond hope. Many, many more were. Subaru. The adjacent common room, the passageways here and there, the main hall, the drawbridge area, everyone in them had been beyond hope. With limping feet, flickering eyes, and the contents of his head feeling as if they were melting out of his ears, Subaru, his clothes covered in blood, looked around the island. Everyone was dead. Absolutely everybody was dead. They were all dead, bleeding from the eyes, nose, and ears. They were all dead. Dead. Subaru, why? So suddenly the gladiators, the guards, and everyone else had died without any exception. Everyone, and so suddenly. Subaru, why? Everyone was gone. Suddenly, unexpectedly. Unable to believe it, and unable to accept it, he had no choice but to totter and ask. To whom, if one may wonder, then to the sky. If not to the sky, then to the water. Subaru WH. Hey! Suddenly, someone answered Subaru's voice, which no one should have been able to answer. Suddenly, without warning, Subaru had been left behind on an island where everyone had died abruptly. He himself was bleeding from both his nose and ears, making him worried, scared. So, at the sound of someone who might give him an answer, Subaru turned around and then, "Hey you, what are you doing in a place like this?" There stood a man that caused Subaru to freeze instantly, right after making him feel saved. As you can see, I'd thought every guy on the island had died, but while saying that, the man with the black bandana cracked the joints in his neck. With his bright orange hair collected in a bandana decorated with lines of red, the slender silhouette wore the appearance of an imperial soldier. At first glance, the impression his face gave off was that he was friendly. However, that was a terrible misunderstanding. Do not be deceived. Both his gentle-looking face and his voice that sounded as if he wanted to be good friends were complete fabrications. The name of the man who fabricated such things was Subaru, Todd. Subaru, who was supposedly having an increasingly, albeit minutely so, harder time opening the drawer of his memories, had stored that name in a place so important that he could easily retrieve it. Then, if one were to ask why that name was important, Todd, hey you, why do you know my name? Because, upon being called out with only that single word, his attitude did a complete 180. That was why the man closing the distance between them was a dangerous person. Taking long strides, the man Todd was lumbering in Subaru's direction. Even if he tried to hurriedly run away from Todd, his body, having become worn out on its own, would not permit him to do so. His back had been immediately caught up to, and Subaru's body was violently forced against the wall. Subaru, ouch. Todd, I sure don't recognize you. I never forget a face once I've seen it, but this is really a face I don't know. No. His face being forced against the wall of the building, there was a rough sensation on his cheek. While Subaru writhed from the relentless pain, Todd's nose drew close to his hair. Just like that, Todd sniffed his nose and got a whiff of Subaru's hair. Todd, hey kid, you smell like a scary guy I know. Subaru trembled as he was spoken to in a low voice, regarding just who Todd was talking about. It was just as if it were a combination technique, one that mixed the feeling that the one being referred to was himself, along with the unpleasant feelings that arose when facing Todd. If possible, his face was a face he had wished to never encounter again, so then just why was it like this? Why was he on the island? Subaru. Why is Todd, a man who should have fled from Garrel in this place? Come to think of it, as of his escape, Todd had taken the captured Arakia along with him. He should have realized it. If Arakia was here, then Todd was possibly present as well. Something like that was absurd. Just because they had escaped together did not mean something like being together in the next location was guaranteed. Why? How? I don't like it. It's scary. Why is Todd here? Subaru, why has everyone, Todd, been killed? Hey, I can't answer that sort of thing. From my point of view, you surviving was a miscalculation. Well, if I leave it as is, then it'll just be a matter of time, but Subaru, gulp. Todd, time and chance and whatnot, I dislike leaving it all up to stuff like that, you see. As Todd's voice whispered close to his ear, something cold was gently pressed against his neck. It was the blade of the large knife that Todd had drawn from his waist. A knife that seemed as if it could be used to flay the skin off a large animal, extreme to the point he thought if it was given even a slightly firm tug, then not only would Subaru's neck be cut, but his entire head would probably come right off. And it seemed that even if his opponent was a child, Todd would certainly not hesitate. Only Subaru. There was an highly unlikely scenario. One in which Todd would not kill Subaru, no. One in which he would not kill him here and possibly put it off for later. A possibility that he would try to inquire Subaru about something. If that were to happen, then things would become irreversible. Things would become irreversible, a hopeless possibility. That was why he would sooner Todd wait. Subaru, HK. His head was aching, his nosebleed would not cease. in the midst of the sensation of his consciousness wavering due to his loss of blood, to somehow make use of his last resort, Subaru fumbled his tongue around at his molars. The subsequent instant, Todd thrust his fingers into Subaru's mouth. Subaru. Ah! Having the inside of his mouth invaded against his will with violence, Subaru squirmed with all his might. His stomach was going to regurgitate its contents. However, not worried about anything, Todd continued to move his fingers around. Then, together with the regurgitated meal, he dragged that out. Todd, what's this? No way is this poison. Subaru, Todd, oi, just what kind of brat are you? To go out of your way to prepare poison in your mouth, that's for committing suicide when you're down on your knees, isn't it? There's gotta be something wrong with you for you to treat your life like this. While wiping his dirty fingers on Subaru's clothes, Todd brazenly said that, though it did not feel like he was making fun of him. He was seriously unable to believe Subaru's thoughts. That was the feeling his attitude gave off. It was just as if to say that suicide was a foolish thought. Todd, I guess that's about right. It's not like I particularly care if you suffer. Feel free to use it. Subaru, is that, Todd? Ah, if you'll die, then even suicide's fine. Then I'll also complete this without dirtying my knife. With that evidence, Todd shrugged his shoulders and put the wrapped drug back into Subaru's mouth, carefully placing it on one of his molars in a position so that if he bit down with force the package would tear. Then the contents would leak out and Subaru's life would be snuffed out. That he understood. Todd, I'm fine with either, as long as you die. Grabbing his shoulders, he spun Subaru around to face him. With Todd's form right before his eyes, Subaru's back was pressed against the wall. One way or another, he wanted to retaliate against Todd with a retort, but his body was rapidly losing strength, and he went numb. Slowly, the same death that Tanzer and the others had experienced was eating into Subaru. Why that came so slowly, he did not understand, however. Todd, running out of time, suicide or knife. Subaru, Todd, choose. The destination ahead remaining unchanged, Todd raised 3 fingers as he pressed Subaru for an answer. Extremely silently, Subaru abhorred Todd. Tanzer, Hein, White's Idra had all died. Orson and the others, Old Man Null, even the guards, everyone had died. For what reason was Todd alive? For what reason was Subaru also going to die? Subaru, HK. While experiencing these thoughts tearing away at his chest so terribly, Subaru bit down hard on his molars. The package tore and the drug contained inside leaked out. Gradually, that flowed into the crevices of his tongue and teeth. It flowed in and then. Subaru, Buer. A large quantity of blood filled his mouth, and resolutely he spit it out towards Todd who stood before him. To take him down along with himself, his intentions were not anything like that. Feeling vengeful, he thought to soil his clothes. However, Todd's perception was excellent. The instant Subaru readied himself, he flew to the side. Because of that, the blood did not hit him. So having merely spat blood out, Subaru collapsed. He collapsed, and then. Subaru, ooh. As his whole body was quaking in fear, the poison circulated with incredible vigor. From his nose and from his ears, blood poured out with more vigor than ever before. His eyes swelled up, bulging to the extent it seemed like they would explode. And in unison, both the flesh and bones of his body started to groan. No, it only sounded like they were groaning. His whole body was screaming. Subaru, gi. The heat was akin to blood burning. The heat was akin to being plunged into a boiling pot. His whole body was boiling, just as if he had been skinned, and then things like wasabi, mustard, and all sorts of other spicy substances were being thoroughly smeared all over his body, just as if a mountain worth of needles were stabbing into him, just as if his whole body was being scraped away on a fine grater. It hurt. With only pain, he started wanting to die. With only suffering, he started wanting to die. Todd, hey you, there's gotta be something wrong with you. As he fearfully struggled like a fish that had been reeled in, he headed towards death. While looking at Subaru drowning in a sea of blood, Todd was muttering something. Whatever he was saying, Subaru could not understand. He did not understand. It was not something he could understand. He could not understand anything anymore. He could not understand any. Todd, if you're using poison to kill yourself, wouldn't you normally prepare one that wouldn't make you suffer? The voice was distant. His consciousness went white. And yet until the very end, until the end, the pain and the suffering and the blood was, blood was, blood was, blood was, blood, 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 blood. There was a pop and blood, and his eyes could not see. I know who you are, Subaru. But that ain't the point. Don't get me confused with Hien and his sweet talking. I ain't interested in the crown you wear. I just want to lend you my strength. Remember that. Whittling away at his whole body was roasting, burning pain. Just when he felt such pain suddenly come to an end, Subaru found himself within chilly, cold air. And then Subaru, Whites, Schwartz, Subaru, Cradling his own body on the spot, Subaru opened his mouth wide and screamed. He screamed, trying to expel the poison from within him. He tried to expel the poison that should no longer be present in his body. He got the feeling it yet remained, a poison which brought the end through death. A deadly poison that would make Subaru suffer. It would make him suffer. It would certainly bring him death. No matter how many times he tasted it. Subaru, The death brought about by that drug was a reminder to Subaru that there was no easy way to die, the guardian of the last bastion from which he must never escape from. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Arc 7, Chapter 70, One Thing. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Punibaba, proofread by I3 Lay Dragon Eternitishak MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Maskbook Art Sources Googlagoose. This is an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. The most important thing for him when asking Old Man Null for a drug had been its reliability. For starters, Old Man Null wasn't exactly an eager student of medicine. He was just an amateur who had been allowed access to the healing room after treating a fellow gladiator, and somehow he had ended up staying there. So it was obvious that those on the administrative side of the island would not give Old Man Null, one of the gladiators, a highly effective drug that could be either poison or medicine. That was why it was impossible for Old Man Null to concoct a drug, an immediately effective, strong poison. The only thing Old Man Null could make was a deleterious concoction of as many drugs as he could get his hands on, which would kill someone by disrupting the blood flow throughout their body. If one were to swallow it, they would definitely die after suffering tremendously. However, its existence, if you thought about it, it was somewhat convenient for Subaru. After all, my foundation is being a lazy, giant idiot. Considering Subaru's over-reliant nature, a poison that killed without causing suffering was out of the question. He would immediately think about starting over on something trivial and start relying on the poison's potency. In doing so, Natsuki Subaru would become a monster, an inhuman monster that did not understand human pain or suffering. Subaru. No way, definitely no. Already, the memory and realization of the time when his arms and legs were fully grown were both fading away. Even so, Subaru would not allow his experience and ideals to be twisted any further. That change in nature would be a betrayal to everyone who had accepted Subaru as he was. He could betray himself, but not everyone, not his family. While Natsuki Subaru could be set aside, Natsuki Subaru's ties could not. Therefore, Subaru. Sorry, Old Man Null, for lying about using it against a Sparker opponent. Even if Natsuki Subaru were to experience hellish pain, he could not withdraw his outstretched hands, because that was that one tenet that would not bend, even on this gladiator island of isolating waters. Though he had tried to put on a strong front, Subaru, HK gritting his teeth to the point they were seemingly about to break, Subaru endured pain that tore his heart to shreds. No, he was not enduring it. The pain to endure had already passed. He had died, he had returned, so the suffering from which that death originated was nowhere to be found. Still, his soul dragged on. That was why both tears and snot did not cease trickling out. Whites, oi, Schwartz, what's the matter all of a sudden? Subaru, I'm F. Hein. Whites, how can you be fine in such an ugly state? Whites's voice trembled as Subaru cowered on the spot, his face smeared with various fluids. He rushed over to hoist Subaru up, and without hesitation wiped his runny nose with his bare hands. Every time, Whites's attitude would impress Subaru always. To be able to act without believing dirty people were dirty, that was an incredibly respectable thing. Subaru. Ah. Violently wiping away his runny nose and tears, Subaru put his hand to his dazed head. Little by little, as the shock of dying in the past faded away, he accepted the slow present of being alive. Switching over to an easygoing consciousness happened generally every time Subaru died from the drug. He had prepared the poison behind his molar as a trump card in order to ensure his death. But surprisingly, it had not come into play as Subaru's cause of death on the Gladiator Island very often. The overwhelming majority of his deaths during Sparka had been caused by the claws and fangs of the gladiator beast drawing near to him. However, when he was unable to die, or when he was unsure of how to be up to the task in a situation where casualties had been made, he had no choice but to have this drug carry out its purpose. That was the excruciating anguish Natsuki Subaru had to bear. After all, Subaru, since it's my fault for screwing up, if the person who should be able to, somehow, do the most failed, what could the rest of them do? Subaru had a responsibility. The responsibility of having the highest probability to somehow accomplish something. Although that power was not one he had desired to obtain, provided it was Natsuki Subaru, he would be able to master it. Because he was that person's son, Natsuki Kenishi's son. Whites, HK what? Subaru, the drawbridge. He pressed his fist against the dirty floor, and as he tried to raise himself up, the entire island creaked and shook. From Whites in front of him and the gloomy, cold atmosphere, Subaru realized that the place he had died and returned to was the lower stratum of the Gladiator Island just before the drawbridge had been raised, connecting the island and the outside world, the only bridge that stood. Which meant that, Subaru, they're coming. That scene, akin to a painting of hell itself, along with the utmost horrid adversary who painted it. Once more, he would face a person he even prayed to never meet again. He would have a rematch with Todd. Subaru. Trembling, Subaru hugged his shoulders as fear engulfed him. As soon as he closed his eyes, what came back to him behind his eyelids was the disastrous scene riddled with corpses. The faces he knew, blood pouring from their eyes and noses, trembling with fear while lying on the ground. That was the utmost horrid memory. Whites before him, wiping Subaru's runny nose, was no exception. Subaru, that kind of never again. He must not let it happen. That sense of duty fired up his chest. However, even though he was so enthusiastic, his thoughts stopped at the question of what to do. How in the world was such a desperate situation even created? Hailing from the imperial capital under the name of envoys and entering the Gladiator Island were Todd and Arakia. Just having a divine general who had once opposed him standing in his way was enough to give him a headache, but to have Todd, the human devil, join the fray was the worst possible nightmare. In the first place, just why were Todd and Arakia together? Subaru. I'm an idiot, I remember. The one who let Arakia escape after she was captured, it was that guy. It could be considerably shocking, but memories related to Todd were surprisingly clear. The end of Subaru and Todd's shared fate had been in the high-walled city in Garrel during an operation to occupy the city hall. The end of it had been when Subaru, dressed as a woman, had interacted with him. After that, the rampaging Arakia was done away with by Priscilla, clad in crimson. Then Arakia, who had supposedly been captured, had been released by somebody who Subaru had suspected to be Todd. If they were together now, it appeared that his guess had not been incorrect. Subaru, damn it, even though you said you wanted to go back to your fiancée, why are you here? Had you just returned to your hometown quietly, that big lying bastard? Even if he groaned about things differing from what he had promised, it was not like it would make Todd disappear. Though he understood this, he had to let out his pent-up anger at least once. After doing that, he inhaled a deep breath, exhaled, inhaled, exhaled. And then, Whites, the next victims for Sparka. Subaru, not necessarily. Whites, can you help me out a little? Whites, did you forget what I said just now? The tattoo on Whites' face contorted as Subaru heard this, feeling the tremors under his feet. At this time, Whites had spoken some words. Subaru's head was in a panic because of the aftermath of the drug, but he remembered them because they'd had a great impact. Subaru, just lending strength, right? So please lend me your strength. Whites, as long as you get it, it's fine. So what do you want me to do? Naturally, they were going to see the next candidates for Gladiator come across the drawbridge. He was thinking that would probably be his proposal, but Whites, with his arms crossed, switched quickly. That strong sense of duty and the rule he had once decided for himself, which he obstinately abided by, were truly helpful. With great appreciation for Whites' personality, Subaru, just a little is fine. I need you to stall the people who came to the island just now. Natsuki, Subaru's only weapon, the authority of return by death. Ever since coming to the Valatian Empire, and all while surmounting various obstacles, it had clearly been malfunctioning. The biggest reason that came to mind was that the ongoing infantilization assailing Subaru was its origin. Because his body had shrunk like it had, return by death had yielded behavior that was completely abnormal. A prime example of that were those horrible 10 seconds on Chaos Flame's Crimson Lappy's castle. It seemed those endless 10 seconds had not been for the sake of saving Subaru, but rather bestowed for the sake of causing him despair. Immediately after that had passed, the situation remained poor, even on the Gladiator Island he had been sent to. It was not as bad as those 10 seconds atop the castle tower, but the grace period granted now was unusually short. This time, too, he had been able to return roughly 30 minutes to the past when taking the time limit until everyone on the island would begin to die into consideration. That time would become even shorter. In other words, Subaru had to overwrite this situation in under 30 minutes. For that purpose, Subaru, first, I need time to think. Remember what just happened. He was depending on Whites' benevolence, who had vigorously declared he would undertake that request to delay the arriving envoys from passing through. However, he had also said that there would be no strategy involving Whites himself going on a rampage. The reason was simple: even if Whites went on a rampage, should Arakia be there, he would be stopped in an instant. Furthermore, if Todd were present, Whites would be killed without mercy. Both of those were events Subaru wanted to avoid. Subaru, as they died, everyone was bleeding from their faces, poison gas, some sort of magic. He was in the middle of revealing that he intended to escape from the Gladiator Island. Hein, Whites, and Idra had all collapsed one after the other, and Tanza, too, had been no exception to that. Everyone died the same way together, so he thought that probably there was no mistaking it. If that meant the cause of death had been the same, then the other gladiators who had fallen had also. That was not it. Subaru, the guards, they were also part of those who had died. Remembering the events that had occurred properly, there really were no exceptions in that hell. Unable to think straight at the time, he had not checked to see if the gladiator beasts in the cages were still alive. But at least all the humans, without exception, had died. That was not it either. There had been exceptions. Subaru, me, and Todd. Indeed, only Subaru and Todd had met face to face on the island without dying. However, though Subaru had not died, he had still felt the pain of being near death, and just like everyone else, the phenomenon of blood streaming out his face had also occurred to him. That did not seem to apply to Todd. Since it was difficult to imagine he would be able to endure that nonchalantly, it was certain that Todd had not been subject to those means of dying. Subaru, if it's poison gas, did Todd take an antidote before coming here or something? If it's some kind of magic, was it Arakia who used it? Come to think of it, Arakia was nowhere to be found. Although he'd had no intentions of the sort, he had briefly checked the corpses of all his acquaintances. Tanza and the others who had collapsed in front of him, Orson and the others whom he had saved in the second Sparker, Old Man Null in the healing room, and even the guard he recognized, who had treated him coldly and harshly. Everyone, absolutely everyone, had become motionless with blood streaming from their faces. Subaru. But there are just 3 people I didn't see. Those were Arakia and Gustav, alongside the fake Cecilis, making it 3 people. Subaru. Of course, Subaru did not remember every gladiator on the island either, so he could not really declare that all of them had died. However, he could not be certain about those three. Arakia was someone on Todd's side. Since she was Todd's ally, who was probably the mastermind behind the massacre, it was only natural that she would not have died in the massacre. However, just what had happened to the other two? Gustav, the chief of the island holding the position of governor, and the fake Cecilis, the enigmatic and suspicious juvenile. Even on this gladiator island, those two held special positions. Subaru. Ah. Indeed, just as he remembered these two special people, a bolt of lightning suddenly ran through Subaru's mind. The massacre that had occurred on the island, he suspected that it had been brought about through the means of magic or poison gas. However, while a feeble possibility, there was one more thing that came to mind. Something which possessed a large influence on the Gladiator Island, only the curse rule. The Gladiator Island Jinnenhive's gladiators were shackled by the binds of an unseen impairment. The curse rule, if disobeyed, would even put one's life in peril. The prospects of its candidacy were rising. Subaru. However, the curse rule was just an empty threat. It shouldn't actually exist. Subaru himself had increased his belief in that by risking his life in a back and forth with Gustav. He had been clear in telling Gustav that he was escaping from the Gladiator Island, thus displeasing him and defying the will of the Valetian Emperor, to whom Gustav swore allegiance. If a curse rule truly were to exist, Gustav would have used it against him right there and then. If he did not make an example of Subaru with it, the Gladiator Island's order would crumble. Had he circulated the fact of there being no curse rule, there would be a rather major incident involving a riot from the gladiators. Subaru. No matter how much Gustafsson doesn't want us to die, it wouldn't be logical to bend on there. So there shouldn't be a curse rule. No, I'm overthinking it. Gustav's policy of doing as much as he could to keep his gladiators alive, whether true or not, there were grounds that made it easier to deny the curse rule's existence. There were many, many of those lying around. The guards had also died, not just the gladiators, was it not? Subaru. Gustafsson's got no reason to kill all the guards. If you put it that way, there's also no reason for him to kill all the gladiators out of nowhere. The more he thought about it, the more Gustav's intentions seemed unrelated to the massacre. If that were the case, narrowing down the reasoning to backtrack to the initial two options, either the mastermind Todd had scattered poison gas, or cooperating with Erakia had made use of some outrageous magic. However, both of these had the exact same problem. Subaru. Why was I the only one on whom the effect was so weak? Excluding Todd, who would have taken precautions beforehand, Subaru had been the only one with mild symptoms. What was it about Subaru that had made him alone different from everyone else who had died? Was it because he was a child? No, Tanza had died. Was it because of his behavior being different from theirs just before? No, Whites had died. Was it because race made a difference? No, Hein and Idra had both died together. Was it because he was from another world? Because he had spent time in the kingdom, because he had a contractual relationship with a super-cute spirit, because he was continuously stalked by the witch, because he had been infantilized into a smaller body. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else was there? Only Subaru was different from everyone else. Just what was that something? Subaru. What's? Oh, Basu, something troubling you. Subaru. Whoa. A voice came from behind Subaru, who had been frantically racking his brain in search of possibilities. Because it was so sudden, and because he had erased the possibility of the speaker from his mind, Subaru, squealing, turned around with eyes wide open. Behind Subaru, walking with his hands in the sleeves of his kimono, was the fake Cecilis. Subaru blinked his eyes in surprise several times at that attitude of his, carefree as always. Subaru, see Cecilis, yes, that's correct, but what's up with that reaction? You look as if me being here is an outrageous, world-shattering development. It's true that I'm the leading actor of this world, so I can understand why you might feel daunted, but my intention was just to spend my time close to Basu at a distance where I can talk to you and touch you, you know. In this way, the fake Cecilis, approaching from his front, looked down into Subaru's face at a distance close enough that he could almost feel his breath on his face. And with that unchanging attitude and gesture, Subaru involuntarily backed away. Just then, from Subaru's side, the fake Cecilis quietly looked at the view below from Subaru's side as he ascended. The fake Cecilis gazed at the already submerged drawbridge. Cecilis, it seems that the carriage wasn't carrying participants for the next sparker, but rather more distinct guests. It's what everyone on the island's talking about. Subaru. Ah, they seem to be emissaries from the imperial capital. I don't know what they came here for, though. Cecilis. When it comes to emissaries from the imperial capital, I can imagine that they came to inform us about the situation outside, or to make preparations concerning the next show. As you want to leave this place, Basu, wouldn't that be good news for you? Subaru. I'm not going to deny it. Subaru gave a curt response to the fake Cecilis as the latter looked at the surface of the lake, sheltering his eyes with his hand. Frankly, this unforeseen encounter with the fake Cecilis had made Subaru unsure on how to behave toward him. He did not believe that the fake Cecilis had committed the massacre alongside Tard and Arakia. But it was true that he, who was supposedly the most feared gladiator on the Gladiator Island, had vanished in the midst of the massacre. Subaru, though it's questionable whether my eyes were working properly in such a horrific situation, by no means could he be said to have been mentally stable. Even so, if someone had quarreled or battled within the island, it would have been impossible for him to fail to hear it. That was why, if you were to think about what had become of the fake Cecilis back then, Subaru, did he die somewhere I couldn't see him, or was he not on the island? But if he had not been on the island, then where and how? Even at this very moment, while he was talking to the fake Cecilis, the clock was ticking down towards the time limit. Until that absurd eventuality, even though the fake Cecilis had no time to spare either. Cecilis, you're not going to deny it. But your face says that you're worried about other things, you know. He thought and thought, yet Subaru got nowhere, and the fake Cecilis instinctively picked at his ambiguous words. It was probably just guesswork, and not something like a reading of Subaru's expression, speech, or conduct. It was intuition. Reeling in the correct interpretation was something that people like the fake Cecilis were capable of. Since a handful of those kinds of monsters were crowding this world, Subaru's resolve came into question. That he would not lose, that he must not lose that resolve. Subaru, says I, something terrible's about to happen on the island. Probably those guys from the imperial capital are responsible. I can't tell you the details, but, Cecilis, judging from how serious your atmosphere is, it'd be too horrifying to even put into words as well. That little dear girl and the people of Basu's unit are in a predicament. No, is it more like a certain death kind of feeling? Subaru, HK. Cecilis, Wiel, Basu's response has a splendid feeling to it, how nice. However, is that really so? I'm delighted that there are finally signs of things happening. I was so tired of waiting that I was about to die. Laughing with his mouth open, the fake Cecilis cheerfully stomped his feet. Taken aback by his reaction, which was as if he were warmly welcoming trouble, then, while baring his teeth, Subaru rushed to shorten the distance between themselves. Subaru, says I, it's not a joke. Everyone's in trouble. Cecilis, more gravitas. It's wonderful if you're not joking. I'd welcome it, since it'd be souring to be told that everything here was just you thinking too much, a made-up story. Crisis, predicament, and hardship, such great relief. Subaru, HK. Cecilis, or could it be that you truly thought I'd take your side unconditionally, Basu? When Subaru complained that Cecilis could not understand the gravity of the situation, Cecilis lowered his voice. It was just as if the glint in his eyes wanted to say that Subaru was the one who could not understand. Experiencing blade-like coldness from those long-slitted blue eyes, Subaru swallowed a breath. As the fake Cecilis broadly smiled at the silent Subaru, Cecilis, here, right here. Then, assailing Subaru with straightforward words, he did a twirl on the spot and outstretched his hands. On the mountainside of the Gladiator Island, in order to set the high ground from where they overlooked the island and half the lake as the stage. The fake Cecilis looked up to the sky, opened his mouth wide, and Cecilis, this is undoubtedly the divide. You'd asked if you could get me on your side unconditionally, but allow me to inform you that, at this very moment, you're able to fulfill those conditions. Subaru, right now, this moment. Cecilis, yes, yes, that's right. Basu, you enthrall me through your premonitions, connect with me through anticipation, make me laugh through your negotiations, and you're proving yourself right at the climax. Subaru, Cecilis, come along now, O wolf pierced by swords. All you observers who look down upon these harsh and ruthless vast lands, see him clear. In this world, he who is enthralling me, this very cessulous segment. It seemed that if he were not convinced of those existences, of spectators present beyond the heavens, he would not have been able to make that outstanding utterance. Without exaggeration, it would be natural to doubt the sanity of the fake Cecilises given his eccentric behavior. Certainly, anyone on this island would avert their eyes and not lend their ears to his conduct. However, Subaru had acquired a peculiar confidence that the fake Cecilis was no, that Cecilis Segment was the real deal. This bona fide monster truly held faith that he could speak to the world, and that if the world truly possessed a mind of its own, then it would be unable to take its eyes off him. This little monster had been overflowing with that much presence and cogency. Subaru, I'm Cecilis. What was that? Subaru, I'm going to make you my comrade. I'm gonna work you hard, that's what I've decided. While being overwhelmed, though it was not the time for it, Subaru put his hand against his chest and spoke out. Firmly setting his eyes on the other person, he declared that, Cecilis, that impulsiveness, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. He conceived a smile as he spoke, however. This had not been the same carefree smile Cecilis had wore until now, but rather a smile of merely relaxing his lips as he responded to Subaru. Perhaps it was a sign that Cecilis had undoubtedly recognized Subaru as a contender. Immediately following that, Cecilis, I see. Tightening the lips that had just displayed a smile, Cecilis gently stroked his chin with a finger. His chin, onto which blood had trickled down from his finely shaped nose, then from which it fell. Subaru, wah! Seeing fresh blood spilling from Cecilis's nose, Subaru hurriedly looked over the hand railing. It was not like he could see inside of rooms or into the basement by looking down onto the island. But even so, from what he could see here and there, he understood that their many figures collapsed, belonging to many people. The massacre had begun. Begun in the time Subaru had been using to put the situation in order and consider the possibilities carefully. Death had violently ravaged the people throughout the island, harvesting lives without exception. Indeed, without exception. Cecilis. Oh. Subaru, Ceci. As he pulled himself away from the railing, Subaru also felt a sting inside his nose, but he was more worried about Cecilis, who had sat down next to him. Cecilis rested his back against the railing, perspiring as he slumped down into a cross-legged sitting position. He had an easy-going attitude, but the blood coming from his nose, which he was holding down with his hand, had not ceased. Subaru, are you okay? Cecilis, well, this sure seems tricky. This is a quite formidable enemy, Basu. Concerning this opponent, does there happen to be any shortcomings you're aware of? Subaru, is this the time to be saying that? You're bleeding from your nose and from your eyes, too. Cecilis, I see, even though I was proud to say that I'd never spilled a drop of blood till now. Even as they spoke, blood flowed from the sitting Cecilis's eyes. Cecilis's state was becoming so awful that it was hard to look at it, but it was frightening that even with the blood pouring out of his nose, his tone of voice had not changed in the slightest. However, the scariest thing about Cecilis had not been that. Subaru, aren't you afraid of dying? Cecilis, people die after all. Subaru, while understanding that what was drawing ever closer to him was imminent death, Cecilis responded without any hesitation. Without hesitation, without bewilderment, without fear, without anxiety, without nervousness, without regret. Unlike Subaru, no place should lay beyond his death. Even so, Cecilis held no fear towards death, supposedly the most feared thing among living beings. And so, without showing any fear of death, Cecilis, the hand holding his nose down, dropped, and as if to conceal the bloodstain, his sleeve enshrouded his arm, and with his back resting against the fence, Cecilis became motionless. His eyelids were closed and cast down, and without even a twitch, he became unable to move. Subaru clearly understood what that meant. And then, Subaru. The hand he placed over his coughing mouth was stained with blood. Death had been looming closer to Subaru as well. The very same devastating scene dominated the Gladiator Island in its entirety. Subaru. Slowly dragging his feet, Subaru wandered around the island, searching for survivors. However, now that even Cecilis was out of the running, as if living up to Subaru's tattered expectations, there was no occurrence of such an entity appearing. Subaru, Tanza, and the others too, and even Old Man Null, every single one of them had collapsed and lost their lives. shutting the eyelids on everyone's astonished faces as they were unable to comprehend the events that had occurred, and cleaning their faces somewhat was the best that Subaru could do for them. Subaru, sorry, Tanza. He had failed. He had erred in his procedure. He should have told Tanza and the others about the danger as well. He should have had them take some kind of precautions. If only they had stayed together after converging with Tanza and the others and before ascending to the vantage point. If only he had been able to make her at ease and not let her die. That girl, who was anxious about this place in which she could not rely on anyone, who knew nothing of the situation. Until he found their bodies, he had not even thought about such an obvious thing. Subaru. Having wandered around the island, he had seen that all the guards were dead as well. The way they had died was the same as the gladiators. Everyone had bled to death, blood coming out from their faces. Along that way, he had gone go see the cages where the gladiator beasts were locked up, and their Subaru saw that all of them, too, had died. They had collapsed in their cages, bleeding from their eyes and noses, having died in the same way the humans had. Subaru. I guess that means I'm more durable. While near death, he made a joke that the lifeless gladiator beasts did not laugh at. It was difficult to breathe because his nose was completely blocked by blood. His eyes had also become moist and misty, and upon wiping them with his fingers, it was like a faint red curtain would cover them. Towards Subaru, and Subaru only, slowly approached an absolutely disgusting death guard. To that disgusting death guard, Subaru erected his trembling middle finger. And then, "Hey you, what are you doing in a place like this?" In the middle stratum of the island, in the place known as the courtyard, the death guard muttered as he cracked the bones in his neck. Wearing a black bandana and giving the outward appearance of a friendly young man was the death guard Todd. As he looked at Subaru, who had raised the middle finger towards him, he gradually drew closer. "Todd, as you can see, I thought every guy on the island had died, but—" Todd skillfully pulled out a large knife, wearing a puzzled face as he looked at Subaru. In many ways, he was probably thinking he had gotten into an unexplainable situation. Meeting a living person here must have been outside of Todd's expectations. The feeling of falling into an ambush certainly had also been ominous to Todd. However, Subaru knew that if he waited here, he would come. If he could finish this without meeting him, he would rather have that, but this was a confrontation he could not avoid no matter what. There was no one else left alive anymore, and in the time until Subaru died, the only one to have any chance of speaking to him was this death guard. Todd. The look in his eyes lacked negligence, but there was no hesitation in his approaching steps. It was not so much an attitude of looking down upon Subaru, but more of an attitude of not viewing Subaru as a problem. That he was underestimating Subaru because he was a child could not be the case. Without letting out jokes or metaphors, Subaru was already at the point of death. If one were to be overly cautious towards a helpless child about to die, that would not be cautiousness, but rather cowardice. Though Todd could be spoken of as cunning and cautious, not as cowardly. Facing him, Subaru, who had let the girl's death go by through his stupidity, was thinking. Even though Todd had appeared just as he had wished, he was not sure if things from now would go as he wished. Even if he had a chance, Todd was not a person who would give hints easily. He did not have the kindness to give a helpless dying child something to help them die in peace. If so, against this cold-blooded death guard, how could he bring back some form of information? Maybe there was just one thing. Even if he did extremely well, the information he could get was just one thing. That one thing he had to make it something worth his while. Todd. Step by step, the distance between Subaru and Todd diminished. As soon as this distance reached zero, it would not be surprising for the other party to stab Subaru and bring him death mutely. With his head and body lacking oxygen, he had to draw the correct answer. It was Todd who committed this massacre on the island. There was no use in asking. Who was still alive? It would be useless to ask that. There would be no meaning. Where was Erikia? As much as he would like to know that, he did not think Todd would answer him. It would be useless. What had happened to Gustav? That, like Erikia, would be a useless shot. Then what remained was it the method behind the massacre? Todd. Poison gas was not it. Subaru had erased that option from his mind. Halfway up the island's mountain, Subaru had happened upon Cecilis at the vantage point and had decided to stay there after all. If the answer to the massacre were to be poison gas, then he would have been safe with the strong winds of the vantage point, probably. But as it turned out, neither Subaru nor Cecilis had escaped the carnage of the massacre. The possibility of poison gas was quite low, considering those outside, and on the island had also collapsed. Then the other possibility was Subaru. Ah, magic from Arakia. Arakia, who had appeared together with Todd, had utilized some kind of slaughter magic to annihilate the gladiators, the guards, and the gladiator beasts on the island. If he could acquire that certainty, then next time he would go about things in actual proper fashion. If he could acquire that certainty. Here, right here. That instant, an auditory hallucination dominated Subaru's mind. Voice of the star actor, who should no longer be among them, yielded a heat within Subaru's weak thinking. And then, as if that heat was urging him to do so, he opened his mouth and Subaru, the curse rule, the possibility he had once erased, albeit unable to do it fully. He shouted it in a loud voice toward the Death Guard. That blood-curdling voice from Subaru was an inescapable attack, one which seized hold of the Death Guard. And then, the instant he heard that shout, the Death Guard Todd moved. Todd die. The hint of suspicion, the bothersome air, just about everything disappeared, leaving only the intent to kill. If one were to see it in a sane state, that murderous intent was so thick and dense they would almost faint. With that in his eyes and a knife in his hand, Todd leapt at Subaru in a single breath's time. Subaru, Ka. The thrust of the cold blade buried it deep into Subaru's chest. Without a shred of mercy, the knife clawed through everything vital within his chest and was wrenched out with a twist to ensure that he would never be saved. A gush of blood spurted, staining Todd's blank face with fresh blood. Subaru, Ga. He had been stabbed, and then the blade had been yanked out. The force of that had flung his body onto the hard ground. The blood rushed through his throat with a vigor he had never experienced before as he spit out a gulp of blood alongside the packaged drug. He had bit down, but failed to tear the envelope. But this wound did not require the drug. Todd, from the inside of your mouth, are you sane? As he picked up the red-tinged package with his fingers and sniffed it, Todd muttered. Could he tell from the smell alone that the contents were dangerous, or had he guessed because it had come out of Subaru's mouth? Either way, it did not matter. It was something that Subaru could no longer reach. Only if there was something he wanted to say, that would be. Subaru, thing. Todd, what? Subaru, one thing. The one thing, he had grasped it. His expression changing, giving it precedence above all else, he hastily killed Subaru. That was why Subaru had grasped it. Subaru, 'cause he had grasped it, and then died. In exchange for dying, he had grasped it. That which had been responsible for the killings upon the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive was the curse rule that supposedly did not exist. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Arc 7, Chapter 71, Water. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Punibaba, proofread by I3 Lay Dragon Eternitishak Alpha Dydra MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Maskbook Art Sources Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. The curse rule that supposedly did not exist had been activated to kill everyone on the Gladiator Island. What had taken Subaru's life at the very final moment had been the sharpness of a cold knife. However, just before that, the sensation of slowly dying from edges of his body had eaten into Subaru without any room for doubt, working to ensure he died a cruel death. Ultimately, everyone aside from Subaru the gladiators, Tanza and the others included, as well as the guards and gladiator beasts, which were supposedly on the administration side of the island, and even Cecilis, had died in an instant for reasons unknown. As somewhat of an exception, Subaru had been the only one to outlive it, But just why in the world had that been? Perhaps that question was one for which an answer could not be produced, even if one thought about it. There was no person he could ask for the answer, and he thought it was not worth the time or brain cells. Instead, he needed to focus on the information he could reliably gather. Subaru. That reaction from Todd. The answer is the curse rule. On the verge of death, with a brain short of blood, he'd had to choose between two options, but he had obtained the correct answer. Had Subaru not rethought things there, fixated on the idea that it had been due to Arakia's magic, he would not have been able to return with that conviction. Precisely because he had struck true, Todd had made the decision to kill Subaru in that split second. He had concluded that Subaru was not a child on the verge of death, but a risk which he must kill immediately. The speed with which Todd had switched gears was the basis for Subaru's conclusion that the culprit had been the curse rule. Subaru. But why the curse rule? Now that the possibility of poison gas had been eliminated and evidence in favor of the curse rule had emerged, he no longer intended on entertaining the idea that the curse rule was just a scare tactic and did not exist. But if that were the case, then Gustav's behavior was now far too unnatural. The basis for Subaru concluding that there was no curse rule was that Gustav had not punished him using the curse rule, even though the Subaru had defied the rules of the Gladiator Island and had dangerously attempted to destroy order. Certainly, Gustav did not seem eager to let the gladiators die, but when comparing the island's order to Subaru alone, it made no sense for him to hesitate to make use of the curse rule. That was why, thinking about it the other way, Subaru. When I provoked him, even though Gustavsen wanted to use the curse rule, he did not use it. But when everyone on the island was killed, had the conditions to use it been fulfilled? For the time being, that was the arrangement of the events that had taken place that he could consider with the information he currently had. Subaru. Gustavsen's an enemy, huh? Since the curse rule had been employed, in all likelihood, the chief, Gustav, was an enemy to Subaru and the others. In other words, with Gustav joining Tard and Arakia, and it could be said that those were the three enemies. It was good to know with certainty that Cecilus was not an enemy, but at the same time, it was not enough for him to be pleased, since that curse rule was a threat of such caliber that it had even taken Cecilus's life. Subaru, in exchange for the information he had obtained, more and more bad ingredients were thrown into the cauldron. Was it possible to filter through the contents of a cauldron of darkness boiling gently and see all the way through to the bottom? Thus, as far as the bad ingredients were, those were things he had to get rid of. The reason was, Schwartz, Subaru, HK. This shaking is. Subaru was crouching down, clutching his chest where no wound was present, only the leftover shock of being stabbed. Whites, who had been worrying over Subaru, was surprised to feel a tremor coming up from under his feet. Of course, Subaru had known this was coming, and what the reason for this shaking was. He knew, but there was a big problem. The grace period until the drawbridge would begin to move had been shorter than it had been for his previous retrial upon death. If he turned away from what he did not want to think about and covered his ears, the matter would be settled without him having to feel down. But if he were to do that, and were to turn his mindset into one of a loser, there would be no way to overcome the impending defeat. That was why, no matter how unpleasant reality was, he could not close his eyes and cover his ears. Even if that reality was, for instance, the restart point having moved forward by 10 seconds. Subaru. The authority of return by death possessed by Subaru had been yielding abnormalities, which had been particularly acting up recently. In addition to setting unusual restart points, this time there was a slight discrepancy in time the grace period had been shortened by 10 seconds. This was an anomaly different from previous cases, in which grace periods would be extremely limited, making it a perfect situation for fueling Subaru's sense of anxiety and despair. This time it had shortened by about 10 seconds, but there was no guarantee that it would not shorten further. If this anomaly continued to occur over and over again, until finally the time to death became less than a second, or if it even became impossible to return by death in the first place anymore, what would be left for Subaru to be able to do? Even if he did not wish make plans based upon return by death, he would still consider the possibility of using return by death. Now that he was smaller, Subaru was more helpless than before he shrank. This empire's realms were not so kind as to allow him to rest on his laurels only because he was adorable. Therefore, times. Oh, oi, Schwartz, are we seriously just gonna sit there? Subaru, seriously. I'm begging you, this is a big one. Don't freak out this time, Hein. I won't, but... Thus, Hein, who was right beside Subaru, bit his teeth and hesitated to speak, his voice trembling so much that everyone could tell he was just acting strong. Subaru could understand why Hein would be frightened and try to get him to reconsider. If they were found, they would not get a free pass. Hein had no idea why Subaru would want to do such a reckless thing. However, if Subaru were to talk about the events that would ensue with honesty, whether he believed it or not, there was no doubt that Hein would not cooperate with Subaru. For that reason, Subaru had tricked Hein into cooperating under false pretenses. He was willing to be somewhat reckless with Hein in order to obtain information that he could not ignore. That information that Hein also could not ignore was Hein. Shit. Envoys from the imperial capital are coming to talk about a show. You gotta be kidding me. Subaru, I've asked Whites to buy us some time. We're gonna go get the details. Hein. Gotcha, I really do. Impatient and frustrated, Hein was concerned about the island's events, a showcase of death matches involving the gladiators, the primary reason why Jinnenhive was being run. After having survived Sparka, and having been provided with an environment in which it was difficult to perish in a death match between gladiators for the purpose of training, the biggest threat to one's life would be an event being held. Falsely claiming to have information about the upcoming show, Subaru had requested help from Hein. As a result, "Come in. Allow me to hear what you have to say." With a stern voice, the sound of a door being opened echoed through the room. Two log-like arms threw the entrance open, and the atmosphere turned heavy with the return of the room's owner, Subaru. Subaru shut his mouth at their entrance and tapped Hein beside him on the shoulder. Hein, too, responded silently, as if resolving himself for a situation they could no longer back out of. It was only natural. Subaru and Hein could no longer afford to screw up. The reason being General First Class Arakia and Todd. A straightforward female voice answered Gustav's words, the person of a large build who had opened the door. There was a hint of a strained smile at that short, unkind answer. Todd, Private First Class Todd Fang. For the time being, just until this task is finished. So followed the voice of a man, as if it were crushing Subaru's very soul. With no regard for Subaru's feelings, the two people who being guided Todd and the brown-skinned woman with an eye patch, Arakia, entered the room. The room was Gustav's office, the room to which Subaru had also been summoned for a stern warning the other day. Todd and Arakia stepped in as emissaries from the imperial capital. Todd, though it's for someone with a position like that of governor, it's a terribly plain room. In the middle of the room, standing to the side of the guest sofa, Todd surveyed his surroundings. Admittedly, the things contained within Gustav's room were few. With a work desk and bookcase, it could be said to be a room that matched its label as an office, containing naught but the necessities for carrying out his work. It was understandable why he was paying attention to that point, but Subaru wished that he would not look around, and especially not in the direction of the bookshelf in the corner of the room. Times, Gustav. It is an office. I have assembled everything I, in my capacity, need. Are you here to conduct an inspection? Todd, not at all. I'm just General First Class Arakia's assistant. The general is very particular and has no subordinates but me. Arakia, few in number but elite. Todd, saying I'm elite, I feel that evaluation's a bit impolite to my superiors. Todd shrugged at Gustav, who closed the door to his room and headed for his work desk. Todd slowly sat down on the sofa, his expression unchanged by Arakia's subsequent words. With that gaze now removed from the bookshelf, inwardly, Subaru took a very big sigh of relief. It had been an unthinkably tense moment. No matter how much he thought about it, the one who had repainted the worst situation with fear had been Todd. That was why, from the bottom of his heart, he was afraid that he might be noticed again. Beside the bookcase, while covered by Hein camouflaging against the surrounding scenery, Subaru was listening intently to this situation. Subaru had asked Whites to stall the incoming carriage, and during that time, he and Hein had trespassed into Gustav's office. hiding themselves using camouflage. While there was a precedent of stalling being successful, whether the camouflage could be detected or not was something that could not be known without trying. He thought that he had understood the mechanism of Hein's camouflage through the first Sparker and their conversations afterwards, but his conviction in it was a different matter. The precision of Hein's camouflage was influenced more by his nerve while remaining motionless, rather than the state of his mind and body. Were he to have the guts to stay still, he would be almost invisible, being assimilated into the scenery. He could hug Subaru's small body so that the same effect would apply on him as well. However, as soon as he moved, the ambience of the camouflaged scales would become disorderly, and turning it very much like a child playing hide-and-seek, they would be in full view of everyone. In their fight against that lion-like gladiator beast, his scaredy-cat nature had caused him to die many a times. It was Hein's own weak heart that hampered his strong points. However, the camouflaging he was performing right now should be able to tackle those weak points to better them. Subaru, if they don't find us, we won't have to worry about them doing anything to us. The coming emissaries are a divine general and her sharp-eyed second-in-command, but as long as your camouflage doesn't waver, you'll be fine. Besides, Hein, be besides. Subaru, I'll be with you. Before they went into the office, Subaru looked him straight in the eye and told him that. Even though they were the words of an audacious child with short arms and legs, and a voice that had yet to become deeper, they had reached Hein, whose friends' lives he had saved. Indeed, it seemed to resonate with him. That was why this was the first time Hein's camouflage had gone undetected. Just what had Arakia and her second-in-command Tard have come to the island to discuss with Gustav beyond this point. This was the first time that conversation was able to begin. Gustav, General First Class Arakia, would you care to take a seat? Arakia, I'll stand, since I can't settle down. Gustav, you cannot settle down. Arakia, it seems various things have happened since I came to the island. I guess it's because a dragon's nest is nearby. Even when encouraged to take a seat, Arakia shook her head and remained standing. Her second-in-command, Tard, sat on the sofa with Arakia standing behind him. Even so, the picture of Tard with his boss behind him did not feel out of place to Subaru, perhaps because he had too much of an image of Tard as someone very powerful and dreadful. The moment Hein's camouflage had become slightly distorted, he had gone straight for the kill, so it was impossible to not be cautious of someone like that. But, Gustav, if that is fine with you, then it is no problem to me as the official. So the purpose of this visit is... Tard, I appreciate being able to get right to work. We don't want to take too long either. General First Class, permission to hand over the letter. Arakia, do as you please. Tard, I'm grateful. Governor, this is a letter from the imperial capital, from the Prime Minister. While Arakia was quite literally standing there like a decoration, Tard took the letter out of his pocket and handed it over to Gustav. Now in Gustav's hand, the letter was sealed with a proper waxen seal, as to indicate the sender, though Subaru was unable to confirm the imprint mark. Subaru, Imperial Prime Minister. As Tard explained who had entrusted them with the letter, his words made Subaru's tongue dry up. As he recalled, according to what Subaru had heard from the disagreeable Abel, the person in the position of Prime Minister was one of the main culprits for Abel having been driven out of the imperial capital. Gustav had received a letter from the wicked Prime Minister who had chased out the Emperor of poor character. Moreover, the one who had delivered the letter was the human devil, Tard. Considering the massacre that would occur on the Gladiator Island after this letter was nothing but a bad premonition. Tard, High Count Gustav Morello, I heard that you were assigned to this island as governor by the order of His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Valatia. Gustav, there are no discrepancies in your understanding. Tard, even though it was by the order of His Excellency the Emperor, a loathed job such as the management of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive isn't suitable for someone such as a blood relative of the hero of Valatia, Korgan, the Eight Arms. As if to support Subaru's premonition, the atmosphere of the room tingled with an intent to kill. The cause was Tard's rude, rambling manner of speaking. And Subaru knew what made Gustav the angriest based on their previous encounters. The reason behind Gustav's anger, more so than what had been said about himself, was Gustav, That manner of speaking, do you doubt the honorable judgment of His Excellency the Emperor? That anger was due to disloyalty towards His Excellency the Emperor, or in other words, disloyalty towards Abel, who was Vincent. Times, Tard. At the stern air Gustav emitted, Arakia suddenly lined up next to Tard. Arakia's face did not show what she was thinking, but that action alone made Subaru think that Gustav's extreme loyalty would be crushed with force. However, saying General First Class while holding up his hand, it was none other than Tard himself who stopped Arakia's threat. Tard, just now I went too far with my words. The governor's anger is justified. Arakia, but I won't let you die. You need to exact vengeance for your friend. Right. Tard. Ah, of course, that's right. Right now, that's the purpose I live for. Despite reprimanding Arakia's attitude, Tard's face showed sadness as he answered. Vengeance for his friend, so had Arakia pointed out towards Tard. Subaru could not help but bend his lips as he tried to not miss a single thing they said. Tard and vengeance, they were words with such terribly poor compatibility. Subaru did not know Tard well enough to say that, but he supposed it meant that Tard had people who were important to him. Neglecting his fiancée despite wanting to see her so badly, he had come to this island to kill a lot of people. Tard, I'm sorry for speaking so thoughtlessly, Governor. General First Class Arakia and I have some external concerns. Because of that, my behavior was inadequate. I apologize. Gustav, I accept your apology, but going too far with what you say can invite disaster. Tard, as far as that goes, it is painfully true to hear. I'm very, very aware of that. Tard, who had held Arakia back, made a bitter face at Gustav's advice. Ignoring Tard's reaction, Gustav cracked the wax seal with his thick fingers and opened the letter. The Imperial Prime Minister, the person who was responsible for the current havoc within the Empire, the contents of his letter were, Gustav, this is, Tard. It was the intention of my impolite talk earlier. I didn't mean to offend. I just wanted to say that if the governor's tired of managing the Gladiator Island, that's completely fine. As Gustav ran his eyes over the letter, small wrinkles were notched into his rock-like face. Tard closed one eye as it seemed like a crack had been made on a real rock, and that crack was spreading. Leaving Arakia silent, Tard continued, appearing as if he was the main representative emissary. Tard, the gladiators of this island are liable to cause internal conflict. In accordance with His Excellency the Emperor's wishes, they are to be disposed of, all at once. Times, matter-of-factly, with a deadpan delivery, as if he were just talking about taking out the trash on garbage collection day, Tard had made a firm request to Gustav for the gladiators of the Gladiator Island for several hundreds of people to be disposed of. Subaru. The only reason Subaru had been able to stomach that forecast of the worst outcome being right on the mark was that he had already seen the massacre actually killing everyone on the island, and had henceforth steeled his heart. Thus, it was a miracle that Hien, who had received a bolt from the blue, did not scream, although it would be more accurate to say that he was far too dumbfounded to grasp the situation. Subaru, that singular voice had been so devoid of any sense of reality that Hien had forgotten to even move. However, although they had gotten past through the lucky break of the camouflage not coming undone, Subaru could not help but bite down on his molars. This request, it had led to the activation of the curse rule that would kill everyone on the island. As expected, it was just as he feared. Tard and Arakia, and finally Gustav, had become his enemies. As long as he could not stop those three from committing that heinous act, he would not be able to prevent that massacre. Gustav, fear of internal trouble, you say, Tard. Internal trouble is internal trouble. It's something that, with its insolence, darkens the gracious influence of His Excellency the Emperor. Be that as it may, the Prime Minister does not believe that it is something Gustav is sheltering. The governor's loyalty is the real thing. Gustav, Tard. For that reason, it must cause your heart to anguish. I am told that ever since the governor was appointed to this island, the quality of the gladiators unveiled at the shows is incomparable to what it used to be. While ordering the disposal of those gladiators, Tard's attitude was one of showing appreciation for Gustav's work. As he looked down at the letter, Gustav's expression did not shift. Just how had Tard's words been resonating within him? Lacking freedom as he watched the situation, Subaru did not comprehend. Gustav, by decreasing the risk of needless deaths, by allowing them to acquire the foundations of how to fight, and by having them stand side by side rather than outmaneuvering others, the quality of the gladiators who survive shall improve. But in Gustav's own notions, having performed the administration of the gladiator island, it felt as if there had been something like pride in the tone of his voice as he calmly responded. Instead of making the gladiators into a mere spectacle, Gustav had trained them, nurtured them, and reformed the rules of the island in order to win the favor of both the emperor and his subjects. Probably, gentleness akin to attachment or affection towards the gladiators had not been present there. It was Gustav's decision as the person placed in the position of governor, and only that. Arakia, finished. Talking, that is. So Arakia asked of Gustav, who had placed all four of his hands atop the desk on which he had placed the letter as he closed his eyes. It was an insensitive question that completely ignored the flow of the conversation, something that Subaru might have reacted to with anger and a flushed face had he been in Gustav's shoes. But Gustav did not object to it, and Tard simply took it as a given. Tard, I've heard of a curse rule that be very convenient for the disposal. It seems that you have a curse tool given to you by General First-Class Groovy Gumlet of the 9 Divine Generals. Using that, you can get them all in one go or something. Times, Gustav. It is possible. Tard, then this'll be a quick affair. Let's get this over with and head back to the Imperial capital together. We'll need some time to prepare the new gladiators, so we'll have to shut down Jinnenhive for a while, Tard spoke, as one might at the end of a class, putting away all the supplies he had used. The lack of seriousness in the way he spoke interfered with Hein's ability to reboot, his thinking still shut down. However, even if Hein had yet to reboot, it seemed like they were running out of time towards the great trigger. If Gustav were to activate the curse rule, in accordance with the written decree brought by Tard and Erakia, total annihilation would follow. Knowing that it was a capricious and unstoppable future, the only way to stop it was for Subaru to make a move here. But just how should he act? He already had the perfect notion that if he were to himself without a plan, he would be killed on the spot. On the other hand, even if they tried to take the one who was probably able to make use of the curse rule, Gustav, he was significantly stronger than both Subaru and Hein. Gustav, I refuse. And so Gustav declined Tard and Erakia's demands, so he would take advantage of that. Take advantage. Advantage, taking advantage, what would that be? Tard. What? Subaru, desperately trying to rack his brain, was just as scrambled in his thoughts as Hein was. In contrast to Subaru, who had lost his train of thought, Tard's voice was unfeeling and sharp. Subaru felt as if the atmosphere in the room had become more thick and viscous. That change in temperature was fundamentally different to the time Gustav had gotten offended by Tard's manner of speaking. It was not the heat or moisture in the atmosphere, but rather what had changed was its very color. Clad in that atmosphere, staring at Gustav, who had his hands on his desk, Tard said, Tard, is there any discrepancy between the contents of the written decree and what you understand from our end? Gustav, no. The letter contains the same information you have just given me. The Prime Minister's name and his seal are not misprinted. Tard, if that's the case, then what kind of intent are you expressing? Spreading his arms out, Tard asked this of Gustav, who had thrust aside his demands. Subaru, too, did not understand anything that was going on. Gustav had rejected the demands Tard had brought from the imperial capital to purge all the gladiators on Gladiator Island by utilizing the curse rule. Just why? The reason was, Gustav, as the official, I have been ordered by His Excellency the Emperor. In preparation for the emergency, strive to develop the gladiators, trained in both body and mind. Tard, the seal of the Prime Minister reflects the will of His Excellency the Emperor. Are you saying that, because it conflicts with what your orders from beforehand, you're unable to make a decision? The written decree is the real thing, you know. Gustav, I do not suspect forgery. I accept it as a written decree from the Prime Minister. Tard, but it's still not worth considering. Frowning, Tard turned his discerning eyes toward Gustav, someone he could not understand. For just this time, Subaru shared the same opinion as Tard. Even though he was grateful that Gustav had brushed off the demands, he had no idea of the true motives behind that. Then, in front of Subaru and Tard, who were harboring identical bewilderment, Gustav continued. Gustav, from His Excellency the Emperor, I have directly been given orders. Tard, like I said, the written decree is retracting that and telling you to obey the next orders. Gustav, the order of His Excellency the Emperor, came when I was installed as the governor of this island. Interrupting Tard's words, Gustav was stating the basis for his option. Several years ago, the time when Gustav had been appointed as governor of the Gladiator Island. That was Gustav. His Excellency the Emperor told me this. Even if you receive orders from me, do not disobey this first order. Tard, those were undoubtedly the words that would guide Gustav, who had been placed in this situation. Those words had foreseen that Gustav would be placed in this situation. Something like proper preparation was not adequate in the least, so it was an order that could not have been established without prescient foresight. Because of the Valetian Emperor, Vincent No, because of Abel, there were preparations for the future. Tard, so, what you're saying is, because you have previous orders from His Excellency the Emperor, you cannot obey His Excellency the Emperor's current orders. Gustav, he also told me that I need not know the reason. As the official, I agree. Regardless of whether I know or not, the duties that I, in my capacity, must carry out do not change. Shaking his head, Gustav firmly responded to Tard's question. Tard slightly narrowed his eyes as he faced Gustav, who maintained his resolute attitude. That his gaze was trying to somehow persuade Gustav was not what his face suggested he was thinking. After all, he no longer had any reason to exhaust his words trying to persuade the resolute man who refused to listen. In other words, Tard, Arakia, negotiations have broken down. Gustav, HK. Like that, Tard spoke to Arakia in a flat voice. The subsequent instant, before a fatal situation arrived, Gustav grabbed all four sides of the desk with all four of his arms and was about to lift it up and throw it at the two visitors. As the muscles in his thick, strong arms bulged, he easily lifted the desk, which seemed to weigh close to 100 kilograms. Arakia. Sloshed together with that unfeeling chant, Arakia pointed the wooden branch she held towards Gustav. Immediately subsequent to that, an immensely powerful jet of water spurted from the tip of the wand, blowing away Gustav's stone-like face in its entirety alongside everything else above his neck, and that life of his transformed into a deceased one. There was a heavy thud, and the desk whose legs had been lifted for a moment fell to the floor. A beat later, as if trying to throw the desk using his entire being, Gustav's body, having lost everything upwards of its neck, collapsed to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound on his neck, where he had lost his head, which dirtied the floor of the office non-stop. The fresh blood that spread seemed to insist on Gustav's quick death, which did not feel real. Tard, people of the multi-arm tribe, they sure are the same no matter how many arms they got. If anything, just go and get some more heads. Tard cracked the bones in his neck while looking at the dead Gustav. Then he looked back at Arakia, who was staring intently at the tip of her branch, and asked what's wrong. As he tilted his head, Tard, no way you couldn't be surprised by your own power, right? Arakia, incorrect. But I'm surprised, so much power with mere water. Tard, oh that, huh? If you're aiming for a crowd of people who are spread out, then fire's better, but if your opponent is one person, then water's definitely the best. Next time, just put one glass of water's worth or thereabouts inside your opponent's head. That'd be enough. Arakia, understood, Tard. While suggesting some frightening things, Tard walked up to Gustav's corpse. As she cast her eyebrows down, Arakia called out to him, who had drawn a somewhat large knife from his side. Not answering her call, Tard went around behind the corpse atop the desk, and thrusting his knife into its thick back without mercy, he sliced it open vertically. It was a method sparing no quarter, as if carving up a fish. There was a large quantity of blood flowing from the neck, but the spurts of blood from the already dead body were minimal. Even so, while basking in an amount of blood that was not small in the least, Tard dissected Gustav's body. Subaru. Reflexively averting his eyes from that scene, Subaru became aware of his own trembling. Until now, Subaru had considered Tard to be a dreadful enemy, but this was the first time he had seen him involved in such grotesque conduct. To think that he would take a person and dissect them as if they were an animal. Tard's violence was consistently focused straight on the goal of eliminating enemies and danger. If he had such a liking towards defiling a corpse in this way, Subaru wondered if every time, after Todd had killed him, his own corpse had been defiled in the same fashion. Thinking this, an unbearable sense of dread and feeling of revulsion dominated his entire body. Amidst the unpleasant noises that made him want to plug his ears, Subaru was unable to do so. Even in a scenario that made him want to kill his emotions by instinct, he never knew what could be lurking there. Perhaps when running away from Tard, if there were corpses nearby, then he might get distracted by them. And why he was thinking about such a stupid thing was, Tard, there it is. Arakia. What is? Suddenly, that unpleasant wet sound came to an end, and Tard and Arakia's conversation shifted. Arakia, too, had lowered her voice at Tard's vulgar taste, to which Tard had replied quite indifferently, wiping the blood splattered on his cheek with the back of his hand. Tard, it's the curse tool, you know, the curse tool. I figured someone like him would keep it embedded in his body somehow. Arakia, curse tool, Tard. It's necessary to activate the curse rule. Ah, it's fine if you don't know. Anyhow, while saying that, what Tard had pulled out of Gustav's body was what appeared to be a black orb, which had been embedded dead center in his large body. The orb Tard had called the curse tool was around the size of a golf ball at most. Even so, it was the curse tool necessary to activate the curse rule. In other words, Tard, as long as I have this thing, it doesn't matter whether the owner lives or dies. He sure did something stupid. Fiddling with the cursed tool in his hand, Tard moved away from Gustav's corpse's back, which had lost its head under heroic circumstances, while calling out to it. There was neither pity nor sympathy in his voice. Instead, there was a tinge of indifference and disgust. Tard, it's strange that you thought you could compete against a monster. Tard muttered as he tilted his head, presumably referring to Arakia, who had killed Gustav in the time of a single breath. However, neither Gustav, who had lost his life, nor Subaru, who had been present at the scene, could help but think that the monster in question was undoubtedly Tard. Subaru. Thus, by any means necessary, he must steal the curse tool from that monster. Tard. Erikia, give me water. I need to rinse off the blood, then. As for the guys on the island, Tard's attention turned to Erikia after tearing Gustav's corpse open, wanting to wash his bloody knife and hands. Putting the curse tool in his hand onto the work desk for one moment, Tard turned to Erikia's side. Instinctively, Subaru decided that it had to be then. Erikia, ah, and prompted by Erikia's word, her mouth wide open, Tard turned back around. Noticing a child having appeared in the middle of the room all of a sudden, reaching his hand out to the curse tool on the desk, Tard's eyes opened wide. Hein's camouflage came to an end, having completed its job. So thoroughly that neither the meticulous Tard nor the monster-grade Erikia had noticed Subaru and Hein's presence. Subaru, Hein. The instant he caught onto the curse tool with his fingertips, Subaru called out to Hein, who had concealed himself by assimilating with the floor he lay down on. However, his gaze was in a completely different direction, the entrance to the office. Facing that way, he raised his voice, Subaru. Blow away the whole room. Tard, HK, Erikia. Hearing Subaru's strange shout, Tard immediately called out for Erikia. While also keeping vigilance towards the door, Erikia clung close by Tard's side. If an outrageous attack were to be cast from near the door, they would be able to respond to it. However, Tard, it's a bluff. In 1 second, a moment in which nothing happened, Tard saw through Subaru's intention. But by being given just that second, Subaru was able to fulfill his objective. He grasped the cursed tool, and just after Hein, woo-woo-ah. While howling, Hein came flying towards the waist of Subaru, who had gotten a hold of the curse tool and grabbed him. Just after, Hein held Subaru in his arms as they plunged into the side of the room opposite to the entrance into the window of the office. The entire weight of their bodies crashed into it, and Subaru and Hein flew out as the window frame was destroyed. The moment they jumped out, Erikia, splash, and with power unimaginable from such an unfeeling chant, a flash flood devastated the office. Water with tremendous pressure blew away the upper stratum of the Gladiator Island, and the furniture and bookcases that Gustav, the owner of the room, had so meticulously arranged, were swept away without mercy. However, Erikia, they're gone. Watching the items in the room streaming out of the broken walls one by one, Arakia, the one responsible, stepped on the wet floor and muttered so. Looking towards the exterior of the broken office, downwards, a white cloth tied along the wall could be seen. If one were to grab it and let their hands glide, they would be able to descend to the bottom. Arakia, this, Todd. So they were fully prepared to ambush us, huh? That kid, just what is he? Next to Arakia, also looking out the wall, Todd put his hand over his mouth, murmuring. Narrowing his eyes, Todd, in careful thought, let out a small sigh. Todd. Arakia, go recover the curse tool. It's all right to kill. Arakia, understood. What about you, Todd? Todd, the things I'm going to do, you don't need to know about them. With a shake of his head, Todd brushed off Arakia's question like that. However, Arakia was unbothered by that, and instead leaned out of the broken wall and dropped straight down, without cheap tricks, without any assistance, from dozens of meters high. And then, seeing Arakia off as she chased after the intruders, Todd heaved a sigh, and Todd, that brat sure had a nasty smell. And muttering so, his eyes lacking any expression, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Arc 7, Chapter 72, Ludicrous Rumors. Machine translated by Archbishop Archbishop 297, proofread by I3 Lay Dragon Archbishop MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Maskbook Ice Art Sources Punibaba Merihan 52,623,048. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. The sheet dangling from the office's window had been insurance, in case the worst came to pass. Inside Gustav's office, a discussion between him and two emissaries, Todd and Arakia, had been in progress, although only led entirely by the two of Todd and Gustav. Getting to the crux of the pair's visit to the island had taken quite a lot of trial and error for Subaru and Hyain, as they had eavesdropped. The events that would occur, the words that would be employed, a way with which to calm Hyain down, the blind spot for him and Hyain to hide in, an escape route, those were the requirements. They would have to deceive Todd, a meticulous person, and Arakia, one of the 9 divine generals. They had no problems in being similar to characters in a manga that could feel any presence. For the purpose of deceiving them, Subaru had needed to pull out all the stops. He had asked Whites to buy some time, Tanza to bring herbs with strong odors on the way to the office, and Idra to gather people on the vantage point so as to distract them, even if only a little. By doing all those things, they would raise their suspicion to the utmost, but only so much that they still would not act on it. Those fortifications, built upon thin ice, had allowed them to overcome their opponent's own defensive fortifications. However, Hein, Schwartz, what's the plan now? Subaru, still thinking. As he clung on to Hein's body, having barely avoided a fall to their death, Subaru bellowed. Being a lizardman, his hands and feet could attach to the walls in a manner akin to actual lizards. However, Hein's body was bigger than a lizard's, and furthermore, he had been saddled with a weight, that being Subaru. A closer description would be that they had descended rapidly, borrowing the dangling sheet's assistance to avoid injury. Having been lowered from Hein's arms to the courtyard, Subaru then confirmed the feeling of the curse tool in his hand. The black ball, still sticky and wet with blood, had been inside Gustav's body. Just where exactly it had been placed, he did not know, only that it had been ripped out of him. Subaru, gah. Enduring the nausea rising from within, Subaru frantically planned his next move. The very instant Todd let go of the curse tool had been the instant Subaru thought he had to act. Since he had attained the curse tool this way, he had not been mistaken in that. But at the same time, there was no doubt that it was a move made without any thought on what to do afterwards. Subaru, Anyway, let's use your camouflage in those bushes. Hein, are you sure we shouldn't run? Subaru, no, we can't just run away without any thought. She'd find us right away, quickly. Between the options that popped into his head, running or hiding, he had immediately chosen hiding. As they had already aroused the hostility of Todd and Erikia, there was no doubt that they would face death either way. So he had opted for a path that would give him better insight into future events. If they were to run away, they would have to continuously stay on the run. But if they hid, they would be able to continue mulling over what to do next for as long as they stayed silent. Subaru. Pulling the arm of the bewildered Hien, Subaru dove behind a plant in the corner of the courtyard. Then Hien camouflaged himself while covering Subaru, hiding themselves from those around them. With Hien's body pressing down on him, he felt his heart beat on his back, beating with an inordinate force. He was frightened, cowering. Still, he had to endure this, because if he could not, they're not here. With a light thud, a girl overcame the height that Subaru and Hien had struggled to descend. The one landing barefoot in the courtyard was Erikia, holding a thin tree branch in her hand. Of her eyes covered by an eye patch, she turned, surveying the courtyard with her sleepy-looking eye. Could Hien's camouflage truly deceive her eye as she searched? Even if they could elude one's perception provided the person was unaware of their existence, they would not be able to conceal themselves in the blind spot were their existence to be known. If she just searched for Subaru and Hien with the slightest bit of extra attentiveness, would heighten their anxiety on being found. There was nothing Subaru could do about that. But they absolutely could not let themselves be found. Not because he had obtained a curse tool capable of killing or saving everyone on the island. For a more pressing reason, a reason directly related to Natsuki Subaru's own state, was why he could not afford being found, was why he could not afford dying. Arakia, HM. He wished that she would turn around and walk away in the wrong direction. But in the end, that wish of his was in vain. Wrinkling her brow and letting out a small growl, Arakia approached the shrubs where Subaru and Hien were hiding. Their presence, their smell, their breathing, the sound of one of their heartbeats, he did not know which one had tipped her off. Or perhaps it was some sort of aura that only the strong were able to sense, something Subaru and his partner could not. If she was feeling anything along those lines, it would be beyond foul play. To corner them with something they had no way to counteract should be against the rules. But it seemed that, in Arakia's point of view, those rules were laughable at best. Oh, the hell's this? The governor's room's been blown up. Who's this beautiful woman? Is she a guest? What is it? Did something happen? Just before these bitter thoughts completely filled his head, just before Arakia reached the garden shrubs, the courtyard's atmosphere was disturbed by the voices of multiple men. Looking over, 5 gladiators had lumbered over and made their appearance in the courtyard. They were probably onlookers of a unit who had caught the sound of Arakia blowing Gustav's room up. Their attention was focused on Gustav's room, with its blown-out walls, and on Arakia, a beautiful, unfamiliar girl standing in the courtyard. Arakia, too, turned towards them as they appeared, tilting her slender head with a thoughtful look. From her perspective, it was as though she was suspecting that those that had now appeared were comrades of the ones she was chasing, Subaru and Hien. But Subaru did not mind that, not in the least. Their appearance in this juncture had been completely unforeseen by Subaru. They were intruders summoned by coincidence. Even if she were to question them, she would obtain no information in regards to Subaru and Hien. In fact, Subaru and Hien would wait for a chance to sneak away while she attempted to make them talk. They were a lifeline provided by the heavens, different from what Subaru and Hien had prepared themselves. Listen, HK. Not wanting to miss their chance, Subaru and Hien, who had been watching Arakia's movements intently, heard a voice emanating from the room with a broken wall above them. The one who the voice belonged to was Todd, the last person remaining in that room. Regaining his fear of Todd, whose existence had momentarily been put out of his consciousness due to focusing on the threat of Arakia in front of him, he psyched himself up as he trembled. He braced his fearful heart so that he would be able to deal with whatever Todd was about to say. Todd, Governor Gustav Morello has been killed. The 2 perpetrators are a black-haired child and a grey lizardman. Kill them as soon as you find them. Subaru. Todd, I repeat. Governor Gustav Morello has been killed. The governor's role will be taken over by General First Class Arakia. If you don't want to die due to the curse rule, kill them both. His voice was not rough, neither did it overwhelm with emotions, but it possessed emotional control necessary to be heard by a large number of human beings and make them act. That voice lingered in one's eardrums, forbidding those who listened from forgetting its contents, even if they lagged behind in understanding. The moment Todd spoke, Subaru's eyes widened as he realized that they had been outsmarted. The blame for Gustav's death was now being attributed to Subaru and Hein. Even if they claimed they were being falsely accused, there was no hope that a proper investigation or trial would be held on this island. To begin with, if they were caught by someone even once, everything would be over for Subaru and Hein. In other words, Todd, now let's Sparka begin. The evil custom of Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, its lifeblood ritual, would begin with the entire island as a stage. Todd, Arakia, declaring the commencement of that cruel ceremony, with those who had heard it still unable to move, Todd called out to Arakia in a less strident voice. She looked up and their eyes met, and Todd silently pointed to the courtyard below. For a moment, Subaru's heart palpitated, but Todd was not pointing at him and Hein. He was pointing at the gladiators, the heavenly lifeline that had appeared in the courtyard at the last moment. Todd, after pointing at the gladiators, brought that very same finger to his neck, and Todd, kill them. While his voice had been inaudible, even Subaru had been able to tell that his lips had moved as to speak that. Moving his finger along his neck was a ruthless cue for lopping off someone's head. Arakia, having witnessed the same sight Subaru had, slowly turned her gaze toward the gladiators. The gladiators were puzzled, being stared at by Arakia through the one red eye of hers that was uncovered by an eye patch. They had yet to digest the meaning of Todd's prior words. Gladiator, Lil Miss, you know something about that. That thing 'bout Gustav being dead is that. Arakia, I'm sorry. I was told to. Gladiator, ha, told what? A gladiator tilted his head, the combination of that sudden order and the pair of people unknown to them being the reason. And Arakia, responding to the gladiator, produced a great sideways swing of her right hand, which held the branch. That was all she did. That alone was enough. Gladiator, Buer. The next moment, the heads of all 5 gladiators facing Arakia exploded from the inside. To be precise, the effects had been split. Some had their heads burst from the inside. Some had died because the contents of their faces had been pushed out of their eyes and noses, and some had died because their heads had swollen in bizarre fashion. Although it probably had not made much of a difference as far as they were concerned, since the results had been the same regardless. Arakia, to not talk to dead people. With their heads destroyed, the gladiators fell limp. Only after a while did Subaru realize that her mutter, let out while looking at the fallen gladiators, was the answer to his question from earlier. His mind was too occupied for him to pay any attention to it. His mind was too occupied in processing what that monster, Arakia, had done. It was probably water. Todd had given Arakia advice at the time Gustav was killed. To put water inside her opponent's head, perhaps that was what she had done. The heads of the gladiators had been blown up from the inside, with the water that materialized there being the cause. Arakia, 1 glass of water's worth. As she voiced that, Arakia fiddled with the tip of the branch in her hand with her other hand. While her ruminating tone lacked emotion, to Subaru it sounded somewhat like she was expressing dissatisfaction she felt. A dissatisfaction that only amounted to her being unhappy about not reaching that amount. Having feelings of that sort after murdering people, it was far from normal. That was why she was a monster. Arakia, and of course Todd, was one too. Anyone here? Did anyone hear that loud-ass voice just now? Arakia's inhuman deeds made Subaru's mind grow darker, and while Hein froze, forgetting to even breathe, yet another voice arrived at the courtyard. Another gladiator. One gladiator after another rushed there, understanding that it was the most likely spot everyone was gathering at since they were able to look up at the governor's office from which they had heard that voice. And so that meant, gladiator, or you, where did you come from? The governoress, Arakia, I was told to not talk to dead people, that the victims of the spirit eater of Arakia would increase. Hence it commenced. A massacre on the Gladiator Island commenced, for a reason different to the curse rule being invoked. The situation that Todd had set up was so horrid that it was hard to believe that it had been a sudden flash of inspiration. One by one, Arakia would kill the gladiators indiscriminately. Naturally, there was not even a single person able to take her on and return a blow, given that she was a divine general. Entering her field of vision was a calamity of such magnitude as to signify instant death. Certainly, Arakia should have been able to manipulate waterspouts and explosive flames, but the fact that she had not utilized those kinds of powerful techniques that seemed like they could engulf the entire island, at the very least, truly provided some modicum of relief. Perhaps loathing being unable to check the corpses in that case, Todd had ordered her as such. And Arakia aside, the island's guards were also troublesome. From what it seemed, the guards had somehow believed Todd's words that Arakia had taken over Gustav's role after the latter's demise. Subaru did not know how someone could actually take over an official position of the sort, but he did not believe Gustav would wish his murderer to succeed him. A portion of that matter had become that Subaru and Hein had killed Gustav, so as far as the guards were concerned, there was no reason to doubt Todd's words. Subaru disliked being misunderstood by the guards like that, but his biggest problem was, shit, they've really done it. The guards have unleashed the gladiator beasts onto the island. They're coming at us. Run, 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 run. Such bellows and screams were continuously raised throughout the island as it descended into chaos. The unleashed gladiator beasts, the ones employed as enemies during Sparka, were, as far as Subaru could see, witch beasts who'd all had their horns broken off, and currently they were obeying the guards. Those gladiator beasts, complying with the orders given by the guards following Todd, were on the prowl for the pair of Subaru and Hein on the island. However, the gladiator beasts could not distinguish between each gladiator. That was why, one after another, the gladiator beasts had also begun attacking the gladiators indiscriminately. "Where are you? Hurry up and come on out, Schwartz. You creepy lil brat." A guard yelled, his eyes shimmering with hostility as he patrolled the corridors with a large two-headed dog next to him. The guards did not make active attempts to communicate with the gladiators, so this marked the first time Subaru had seen them lay their emotions bare in such a way. The thought that they had always harbored hostility in that way also brought sadness to Subaru. Only, it did not just bring sadness, it also brought a realization. The guards looking for Subaru and Hein appeared to be impatient and irritated, and moreover, they appeared afraid. Probably, that was not unrelated to the fact that the guards too would die when the curse rule was activated. The guards, too, were taking many things into consideration as they chose to obey, so that they themselves would not die. Arakia and the guards, from Subaru and Hein's perspective, were dangerous enemies prowling the island. Had Todd, the one controlling them like pawns, been operating on his own, or had he been spreading his instructions? The fact that his whereabouts were unknown considerably diminished Subaru's capability to think. The whole time, because he had continuously been on the lookout for Todd, his strained heart was on the brink of cracking, and to pour salt on Subaru's wounds. "Oi, where's Schwartz? Was he there? Haven't seen him. I'm more worried about the guards. If they find us, we're dead. So, if we hand Schwartz over to them, you moron, they're killing. Anyone they find, they ain't making any distinction. Then what are you gonna do? Are you gonna just shut up and die? B. But if those rumors about Schwartz are true?" Heard were the voices of gladiators, desperately keeping on struggling as best as they could in order to survive. Faced with the threat posed by Arakia and the guards, among the desperate gladiators, opinions were split. Either stand up to the tyranny, or do as they were told and hand Subaru over. There were those who had resigned themselves to the fact that both were futile, some who lamented this unreasonable situation, others who tried to cling to a papier-mâché hope devoid of any basis, among various others. Even amongst the gladiators, Subaru had enemies, as well as a great number of people that could potentially become enemies. In a way, compared to Arakia and the guards, who could all be classified as enemies, this group may be far more formidable. Since he could not tell friend from foe, Subaru could not rely on them so carelessly. Arakia, the guards and the gladiator beasts, the gladiators whom he could not know if they were friend or foe, and finally, Todd. With the commencement of the pursuit after Subaru and Hein, the gladiator island headed for destruction. It had indeed come to pass. The massacre, even though he had struggled so desperately to try and prevent it. Subaru, Old Man Null. Dashing through the island that had become a catastrophe, Subaru barged into the room just around the corner. The healing room on the lower stratum of the island was the workplace of Old Man Null, where he had taken care of Subaru many times. The entrance to the room had been demolished, and because of that, Subaru felt a bad premonition as he rushed into the room. And that bad premonition of his came true. Schwartz-sama, greeting Subaru as he ran into the healing room, was a hoarse hail of a young girl. It had come from Tanza, sitting in the back of the room. Lying next to her petite form was the corpse of a rat from which wings protruded. Tanza had probably defeated that witch beast single-handedly. Subaru thought that was very incredible. But before Tanza had come along, that witch beast had devastated the healing room and killed a person. At Tanza's feet, as she crouched down, was a collapsed cadaver whose head had been bitten right off, the cadaver of a feeble old man who was nothing more than skin and bones. Hein, S. Schwartz, Hein, having burst into the healing room alongside Subaru, had his voice tremble upon witnessing the same sight. That he had been able to remain hidden until Arakia left that courtyard in which she executed that heinous act of murdering gladiators as they came along one by one had only been thanks to Hein. Without him, it would have been utterly impossible for Subaru to return to this place. However, if they just repeatedly ran and hid, in the end, they would not win. Schwartz, you're back. HMPH, you didn't die either, lizard bastard. Idra and Whites also rushed over to Old Man Null's corpse, in front of which Subaru and Hein were hanging their heads. All the members of his unit, who had helped him sneak into the office, were present. Considering the state of the island, that no one had died and they had been able to reconvene was akin to a miracle. However, if it truly were a miracle, shouldn't the results they had procured be much, much better than this? Tanza, Schwartz-sama are the stories floating about true, about Governor Gustav's fate. Subaru, that it was me and Hein, there's no way we could have done that. Gustafsson was killed by the emissaries from the imperial capital, by Arakia. No, it was Tard who made use of Arakia. Tanza, Tard. Who is that, Subaru? Someone scarier than a Sin archbishop. At least, that was Subaru's current perception. From what he recalled, Sin archbishops were not good people either, but when compared to Tard, they still had some charm, was what it seemed like. No, it did not seem like that. No matter what they were compared to, scum remained scum. But the way Subaru had put it seemed to make Tanza and everyone else understand just how dangerous Tard was. Tanza, do not give such a reckless example. Even if we comprehend they differ from the likes of the Sin archbishops, it is still bad for the heart. Subaru, sorry, but I'm quite familiar with them. After all, I've happened to encounter them plenty of times. Tanza, you have encountered Sin archbishops plenty of times. That is, as expected, Subaru. As expected, what does that mean? Do you know something about me? Everyone. Partly out of frustration, he spoke in a way that sounded like he was reproaching Tanza. Subaru regretted this, but Tanza's reaction, her eyes downcast, was not due to being reproached, but seemingly in concern for Subaru's previous comment itself. That was a little strange to Subaru. No way, though, that any of these people knew of Subaru's circumstances that every time he returned by death, his miasma, which was seemingly connected to the witch, got stronger. Idra, so what should we do? If Governor Gustav is dead, then the curse rule that binds us must be gone as well. Should we raise the drawbridge and head off the island? Hein, wire, idiot. We ain't got the key for that. Besides, if we move the drawbridge, we'll be targeted immediately. Whites, so you prefer to keep on fighting everyone else on the island. If the enemy'll be a divine general, then sooner or later, there'll be no way left for us to retreat. As Idra and everyone else discussed how to overcome the situation, Subaru's attention also turned in that direction. Idra's suggestion of escaping via the drawbridge was a good one. Of the various conditions that had changed, because the curse tool was present in Subaru's hands and the curse rule was no more, they could now leave the island. However, as Hein had said, if they were to escape by using the drawbridge, they could be ambushed in two places: on the control tower for operating the drawbridge and on the drawbridge itself as they crossed it. On the other hand, not leaving the island was an idea that kept getting worse and worse, so as per White's statement, they would not choose it. In addition to that, Subaru, Gustav-san. If things continued at this rate, the island's gladiators, who were still losing their lives, falling prey to Arakia one by one, and Old Man Null as well, would remain dead in a world that would live on. That was something unbearable for Subaru. Even if he had succeeded in recovering the curse tool, and the fear of the curse had disappeared, deciding that this was the very best, and moving forward was not what Natsuki Subaru had originally desired. Such a path was not what the son of Natsuki Kenishi ought to choose. Subaru. At least, if I can reduce the number of people I have to deal with, his eyes shut tightly, Subaru was stuck amidst a maze of deliberations. As he murmured, Tanza beside him bit into her thin lip. In a situation where the entire island was hostile, certainly another different choice would also emerge if their circumstances were even a bit better, but Hein. Hey he, in that case, can't you just stop hitting it? Subaru. Hein, or Schwartz, I mean you. I'm talking to you, man. Subaru. Huh. As Hein suddenly started talking, a feeling of trepidation in his voice, Subaru widened his eyes in wonder. It had happened as he was pondering over things, but even more than that, since he had no idea what the hell Hein was talking about, Subaru had been slow to reach. To stop hiding it, so Hein had told Subaru. So he had told him, but Subaru, to stop hiding it, hiding what? Hein, see, cut it out. In this situation, keeping it a secret ain't the right move. Whites, oi, stop it, lizard bastard. Hein snapped at Subaru with an intense vigor, the latter without a clue as to what the former was going on about. Whites intervened to stop him, but Subaru was too surprised to thank him. But Idra also making a serious face, prefaced with Schwartz towards Subaru. Idra, the way he's putting it aside, I understand how Hein is feeling. Isn't it about time you come forth with it? Subaru, no, like I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Idra, it's about your father. Subaru, my dad. With seriousness, with unbelievable seriousness, Idra declared so to Subaru. But despite being told that with such seriousness, Subaru's confusion only grew more and more. He did not understand why it was so necessary to talk about his father right now. Subaru's father was, in the eyes of his son, in the eyes of his wife, a man of paramount splendidness, a person who ought to be respected, the very object of Subaru's admiration. But he's an ordinary salaryman. Hein, don't pull the wool over my eyes. I already know. You're His Excellency the Emperor's illegitimate son, ain't you? Subaru's voice, as he attempted to explain that information would not be useful in this situation, was drowned out by Hein's own, as the latter's arms were held behind his back. It was drowned out, but the volume of water employed to do so was so overwhelming that Subaru's mind was unable to comprehend the vastness of the wave that had washed him over. Just now, what did Hein say? Subaru, I'm His Excellency the Emperor's child. Hein, yeah, that's right. It's Bane talked about outside the island. With black hair and black eyes, the illegitimate son of His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valatius somewhere in the country. That's Idra, Schwartz, it seems that be you. Taking over from Hein, Idra spoke towards Subaru, his voice and eyes serene. The eyes of Hein, seemingly depending on him, and the eyes of Idra, which had faith in him. When they appeared as if they had not just told an unfunny joke in this situation, Subaru looked to Whites. His tattoo-covered face contorting, Whites spoke. Whites, I believe I told you, I know who you are, but I don't give a fuck 'bout that. I'll lend you my strength regardless. Were it not for these circumstances, those faithful words would have been far more moving. Back then, when Subaru had been told that in the lower stratum, just how much resolve had it taken Whites to go and say that, its weight only now becoming clear. And that, too, came from a wholly mistaken idea. Subaru, wait a sec. Me, the child of the Emperor, why? Idra, for someone of such young age, your ability for judgment, command, and survival are unimaginable. You were the one who saved us and Hein's people during Sparker, Schwartz. Subaru, that's. It was true that Subaru had defied fate by making full use of his ability, but he had no idea that it would cause such a preposterous misunderstanding among Idra and the others. In the first place, for them to have even gotten such a wrong idea of him. Subaru, Tanza, why didn't you tell them they're wrong? Tanza, Schwartz-sama, I have been viewing it with my own eyes. Subaru, Tanza, Schwartz-sama, you were accompanying His Excellency the Emperor at that place. With Tanza gently holding the hem of her kimono in place as she asserted so, Subaru was left speechless. What she was talking about had taken place at Chaos Flame. Indeed, Subaru had been in his shrunken state alongside Abel, donning his ridiculous mask. Since Tanza was Yorna's attendant, it would not have been odd for her to be aware of the truth, and Tanza had seen the shrunken Subaru, together with the real Emperor, Abel, and that had appended onto Idra and the others' mistaken assumption. Subaru, but Tanza was working with Albart-san now. Subaru's guess had been that Tanza had been conspiring with Albart in various deeds. Perhaps she had been acting to protect Yorna, so he thought, and he did not really feel like blaming her for that. And Albart would not reveal his hand, even to an accomplice. Tanza was unaware that Subaru was a shrunken Natsumi Schwartz. If so, Subaru, Tanza, who do you think I am? Tanza, the black-haired woman and His Excellency the Emperor's, Subaru. And the rest was silence. Tanza spoke no further, but he understood what she was thinking. Having understood that, Subaru was speechless, and he also comprehended that it would be difficult to explain it. He could offer no evidence. There was no other way but for Subaru to become larger, right here, right now, all of a sudden. Subaru, this thing about the Emperor's illegitimate child, why is that relevant? Idra, right now, a rebel army has been raised outside the island against His Excellency the Emperor. The one considered to be the leader of that rebel army is Subaru, the Emperor's illegitimate son. Idra nodded at Subaru's suspicion. And so, even if with some difficulty, the theory was making sense within Subaru's mind. A power struggle between an emperor and his child. The battle initiated by Abel and his group outside the island had become a story along those lines. In truth, it was a battle between a real emperor and a fake emperor. But what was made known was that it was a battle between the real emperor and a rebel army led by the emperor's child. He could envision just who had concocted that and how they had done it. Subaru, that bastard. Immediately, Subaru comprehended that the situation had been set up by Abel and that the rumor had been spread by him. Then, that was not Abel harassing him. It was a justification for the internal conflict itself, and also a means through which they could find Subaru, who had disappeared from Chaos Flame. To think that this situation had arisen from him, considering that Subaru was not dead. He would never, under any circumstances, say, "I believe," on the matter of Subaru not being dead. Subaru. Tanza and the others watched Subaru, having fallen silent with his hand over his mouth. Whites released Hien, the latter having grown quieter. The attention of all four people turned to Subaru. During all this, outside, the healing room battles were taking place all over the island, with the gladiators' situation a precarious one in which they would possibly even lose their lives. That much was understood. To be silent, to be calm, to take their time to think, they had no leeway for any of that. That was why Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Tanza beckoned him to instruct him that they had no time, even if that much was understood. Feeling a slight sense of awe in that call of hers, Subaru surveyed the faces of everyone in his unit. He surveyed and he decided that in the current situation he would fulfill what was asked of him. Sensing the turning of tides, Todd Fang calmly stroked his chin. Todd, what an unsettling feeling. Back in the office, they de-blown the uncooperative governor's head off, literally replacing the head of the island. However, he had this feeling that afterwards, things had moved sluggishly. Of course, if it were just to wipe out everyone on the island, Arakia alone was more than capable of doing it. That divine general did not have the brains to think for herself, yet was extremely powerful, in stark contrast to how simple she was. If she felt like it, she could engulf the entirety of the island in flames. Her doing that would be too much trouble for Todd, so he had gone ahead and told her not to do that. And to begin with, Todd, I really didn't want to come to a place like this. Every single one of their actions, which he had marked as being necessary, had backfired. And for that, Todd felt bitter. The purpose of rescuing Arakia from captivity in the fortress city had been to recoup something despite the fact that the city had fallen, return to the imperial capital alongside her, and there have his wishes of being reassigned granted. In fact, he could say that he had indeed been reassigned, but the way that had come to pass had been far from his expectations. Todd had been appointed as the sole subordinate of General First-Class Arakia, someone who'd had no underlings previously. All that because of one singular lie he had told to deceive Arakia. Todd, Jamal, even when dead, you're a pain in the ass. Although Tard's lie begat the situation, Arakia had no doubt that Tard sincerely wished to avenge Jamal. Because that lie had been necessary to win her over, Tard was unable to renege on it now. Frankly, he did not know what would cause that woman to bring down her anger on him. Considering the possibility of being turned into charcoal the instant he incurred her wrath, he was unable to retract his comment so carelessly. As a result, Tard had been made Arakia's subordinate. Arakia had been given orders by Bastet's Fandalfin, the imperial prime minister, as his pawn. Thus, Tard had been sent to this paradise of madmen, to the Gladiator Island. Bastet's command had been to dispose of the problems within the island. They had been told that Governor Gustav held the means to do so, and that ordering him to carry it out would be an easy task. Falsehood, all of it. An easy task was never all that easy to solve. He knew what to expect, hence why he had been prepared. Most things could be handled by being prepared in advance. Only unforeseen freak incidents could not be avoided, but the risk could be minimized by averting situations in which these incidents could happen. And yet, an unforeseen incident had happened. Something very much out of his hands, like a child, having gone unseen, jumping out from a blind spot in that place. Tard. When it comes to killing people of higher rank, I can think of numerous ways to do so, but he really had never given much thought on ways to kill a child. Nothing about it felt nice, and he doubted he would have a whole lot of opportunities to employ them. As such, he had used something from his short array of leftover candidates in conjunction with his method of killing for the Gladiator Island. If the guards, the gladiator beasts, and half of the gladiators were dragged into it, it would be possible to target specific individuals on the island. With Arakia in the mix, it would be odd if the child did not die. Then again, Tard. There's no such thing as perfect, isn't there? Twisting his head, Tard muttered such as he walked through a corridor littered with corpses. The bodies were all gladiators hailing from the island, their attires shabby. Whether that had been the result of internal conflict, Arakia's aggression, or the savagery of the gladiator beasts was of no interest. A corpse was a corpse, so if they were dead, he could erase them from his mind. Private first-class Fang, there's no need to go this far. Tard, of course there is. Governor Gustav was killed. The gladiators have organized and readied themselves. They have planned to turn this island inside out with their armed revolt. I don't know just who's involved, but can you guys tell who's the enemy among them from those who aren't? Ah, faced with Tard's query, one of the two guards following behind fell silent. They were the two guards who had rushed in as soon as Tard declared Sparka after sending Arakia out of the office. They were obeying him since he had made a display of their fetters, the curse rule. However, since the situation allowed for excuses, they were being weirdly stubborn, even though they should be obeying him without questioning him. Tard had been the one to make them do this, so they could just blame him. Their hesitation was pointless, since they were still going about what they had to do with looks of guilt on their face. Tard, stop putting on the airs of being an upstanding person. First and foremost, right now you're being made to work as guards here, so both you and your friend there must have shady pasts. Uniform aside, you're almost the same as them. Guard. HK. Tard. But that uniform's your lifeline. Make sure you comprehend that thoroughly. Patting the young guard on the shoulder and smiling at him, bitterness still evident on his face, Tard sighed inwardly. Uniforms or no uniforms, it really just amounted to that, so they ought to be grateful. Each and every single one of the guards on the Gladiator Island were imperial soldiers, their backgrounds such that it would not be at all strange if they had ended up as gladiators. It was a place of exile where half-wits who disregarded orders, assaulted others in their corps, or failed to follow the iron rules, were sent. They were a bunch of dullards who'd had their lives bound by the curse rule, and thanks to that, had finally learnt to obey. Coupled with their half-baked act as human beings, one could not help but be compelled to say it was indeed comical. Tard. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. What was needed of them had not been so much their abilities as guards, but rather the gladiator beasts bestowed to them. If it were possible to sidestep them and get the gladiator beasts in his possession, one could do away with the guards as well in one fell swoop. But the guards must have been put in between to prevent that from happening. Perhaps that too was a failsafe prepared by the dead Gustav, or perhaps that had been a decision made by His Excellency the Emperor, the one who Gustav so obstinately followed. Tard. Anyone who willingly wishes to go to war, anyone who stands by it, is out of their mind. Please, don't disturb mine and Katia's peace. Both the signs of rebellion that had cropped up in the fortress city and the subsequent events in the demon city of Chaos Flame to Tard were nothing but an irritating racket. He cared not if the apex of the empire changed, as long as the empire became a better place to live. And if it did not change, he was fine with the way it was already. If nothing came to pass, and the days with his beloved woman continued then. Tard. That reminds me of something detestable. The matter of Tard recalling the rebellion caused a terrifying being to flash through his mind. A child of war who loved war and was loved by war. He would rather that he had died during a tempestuous battle, but he did wonder what had happened to him in actuality. If he were aligned with the insurgents in terms of position, once that calamity spread, he would appear. If he were to wage violence, then he would take his leave together with Katia. Tard Fang. Tard. The moment a high-pitched voice invoked his name, Tard felt agitation in his chest for reasons unknown. As though the concern envisioned in his head had opportunely manifested itself as reality. And then, Tard, the hell are you thinking? Tard turned around. Before his eyes, at the end of the hallway, was the boy who was supposedly being chased after turning the entirety of the Gladiator Island into an enemy. A child with black hair and mean-looking eyes. He was sullied here and there with blood and mud, but all his limbs were still attached, and even more, it seemed like he had not lost anything. In other words, Arakia and the guards had missed him altogether. Tard, I can tell there's something there which I can't express by mere words such as luck. But why did you bother to show your face here? It doesn't make sense. Boy, Tard, it's not as if you're invincible because you've got friends you can count on. As he said this, Tard surveyed the boy and the four people who had come alongside him. A grey lizardman and a man with tattoos all over his body. Then there was someone of medium build, who had no distinguishing characteristics when compared to those two, as well as a young deer girl garbed in a kimono for whatever reason. It did not seem that these four were exceptionally powerful people, even in Tard's eyes. From the aura they gave out, all of them were amateurs. Only the tattooed one's expression and the deer girl's stance merited attention. The tattooed man had no hesitation, while the deer girl appeared to be strangely confident in herself. And thus, Tard, it's hard to read that look in your eyes. I can't quite tell if this is just you being confident or, boy, Tard, surrender. And make that woman make Erikia stop too. Tard, first of all, why should I? At that absurd, senseless request he was given, Tard raised his eyebrows. For now he had urged the conversation onward with a pretense of interest, all while silently signaling with his hand to the two guards standing beside him. Each of the two guards were accompanied, one by a black great eagle, the other by a frog gladiator beast that looked like a lump of rocks. Like that, Tard and his group squared off against the boy and his own companions. Right beside Tard's group, outside the passage, the great eagle soared through the sky as the frog crawled across the wall, and little by little they closed the distance to their opponents. If the gladiator beasts could slay them and retrieve the curse tool, that would be the best. Of course, there was the possibility that the curse tool was hidden somewhere, so trouble would remain all the same. But if he could deal with the boy and the lizardman, things would be settled for the time being. It would be much easier if Arakia were present. Tard, where is she being held up? There was no way that Arakia was one to enjoy hunting gladiators. Some soldiers reveled in murder, but Arakia was not a person of such ilk. Arakia was a soldier whose purpose was to put her everything against important opponents, nothing more, nothing less. He should give consideration to the fact that her not fulfilling her main task meant that some kind of interference had cropped up. However, if something like that had happened, then the situation was different. Tard, so what reason are you going to give me? Boy, a simple one. The curse tool that controls the curse rule of this island is in my hands. God, wah. The boy answered Tard with a shrug of his shoulders, his words causing unrest in the two guards. Of course they would. The main reason they were following Tard was because the latter held their lives in his hands, a circumstance they could not go against. However, Tard dismissed it with it's a bluff, as he continued, Tard, worthless bargaining. First of all, a curse tool. Even if you have something like that, boy, here you go. Tard, oi oi. Even though no demands to see it had been made, the boy pulled something out of his own pocket. It was a black sphere, wiped clean of blood, and very recognizable even at a distance. It had been in his hand only for scant time, but there was no mistaking it. It was the real thing, the cursed tool that had been inside Gustav's body. If it were tarred, he would definitely hide it somewhere on the island and use the item and its whereabouts as a bargaining chip. What was the purpose of bringing the real thing instead of doing so? Tard, what's with that dirty orb? Don't tell me you think you can invoke the curse rule with it. If so, give it a try. Try reducing the number of guards in your way. Guard, wah, don't. If he does that, Tard, I told you it's a bluff. Or perhaps you do not believe the words of a messenger from the imperial capital. Having once more conveyed that to the guard who had lost his composure, the guard fell silent, his face pale. The reaction made Tard a bit uneasy. It was understandable that he would be anxious, doubting the authenticity of the claim of the black orb being a curse tool. However, his reaction was peculiar. It was as if the guards possessed a reason, a well-founded reason as to why they could not dismiss the words of that child and his companions. No, the words of just the child, as a bluff. Tard, what the? Is there a problem with that, Kai? Listen closely, you boar. Tard, seeking an answer to his uneasiness, Tard attempted to question the guard. But before he could, a high-pitched voice echoed down the passage, drawing his attention to the dear girl. She rolled up the sleeve of her kimono up to her arm and gently pointed her hand towards the boy beside her. Dear girl, if you hail from outside the island, you have probably already heard about it, about the great upheaval currently shaking the entirety of the empire and the numerous rumors circulating on that topic. Tard. Tard shut one eye at the girl's appeal, which felt dignified, even majestic. Regardless of how they had secured the means to obtain information while on the island, the girl was correct. The public would gossip about this thing or the other to their heart's desire. As far as the insurgents went, various sayings already existed. One of those was that one among the 9 divine generals had already joined them. Some of those were quite ridiculous, but Tard, hey, no way. Dear girl, this gentleman right here is the one at the heart of the situation shaking the empire. This esteemed gentleman who has stood up to correct the erred ways of the empire, the one endowed with the legitimate credentials to do so. After a beat, after a pause, the young girl looked over at him. In the recesses of those round eyes of hers, Tard caught a glimpse of a thought that swelled the concern that had been brewing in his heart. Dear girl, he is the son of His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Valatia, Natsuki Schwarzsama, the illegitimate son of His Excellency, the Emperor, with the cursed tool in his hands. Those ludicrous claims had been delivered by the girl carrying herself with utmost dignity. Her demeanor was as though she'd had plenty of actual experience in scenes of the sort, and was accompanied with persuasion, such that one was unable to doubt the truth of those ludicrous claims. Indeed, among those ridiculous rumors, there had been something of this sort. The leader of the insurgent army was the illegitimate son of the emperor, possessing black eyes and black hair, or so the rumors went. Of course, imperial soldiers with their heads screwed right would have doubled themselves over in laughter, struggling to take such absurd nonsense seriously. If he did indeed exist, even Tard thought that spelled trouble. But the idea that he would just happen to be on this island by chance was far too ridiculous to contemplate seriously. However, guards, HK. The guards gulped, their complexion changed. The guards' reaction had not gone unnoticed by Tard. Perchance they had heard something similar to the information Tard had just been told. They had heard something of the sort by accident, and that had nurtured the seeds of suspicion within their hearts. Henceforth, upon the boys, upon the child named Natsuki Schwartz's declaration, that of possessing the curse tool, they were incapable of laughing it off as a bluff. They were possessed by an illusion that he could perhaps be more credible than Tard, with his position as a messenger from the imperial capital and as Araki's subordinate. Hence, dear girl, now then, all of you belonging to the guards, let us quickly. The girl had tried to run her mouth and say something in quick succession. Before the girl's request could reach them, Tard brought his arm to his waist and grabbed a hilt, sweeping it sideways with all his strength. Guard. HK. The arcing blade of an axe swept towards the 2 guards standing beside Tard. The head of the guard to the right was chopped off, while the head of the guard to the left was cracked open and slammed against the wall. Both were granted instant death, the momentum of them still wavering having prevented them from joining the others. And then, Tard, let's go. Rushing to the head of the guard he had chopped off, Tard punted it forward as hard as he could. The head splattered blood as it flew, soaring towards the boy and his group, eyes wide in amazement. They looked on as though they had not understood the meaning behind his actions in the slightest. Jai-Yao. The next moment, the colossal body of the black great eagle plunged into the passage from the side, engulfing everything nearby in destruction, the flying guard's head, the boy, and his companions. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Arc 7, Chapter 73, White's Rojan. Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by I3 Lay Dragon Archbishop Alpha Dydra MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art Sources Antona Sasaru. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. White's Rojan had never believed he could live or die honestly. Either way, the thing called society tended to undervalue the word normal. Normal was employed to convey the meaning of average or ordinary, something that did not stand out, but from the viewpoint of those that were less than human in particular, it was an unreachable standard. The city of iron and blood of Glarasia was the name of White's hometown, where he had been born and raised. It was an unhinged city where the weapons and armor used throughout the whole empire, as well as the numerous tools necessary for battle, were manufactured. Where craftsmen worked diligently to make arms for the sake of wounding others, forging their steel day and night. About half of the residents were involved in some form of arms manufacturing, and White's had been no exception. He'd had no parents around at the time he had been gaining awareness of the things around him, and had been forced to do chores in a craftsman's workshop, so he had neither interest nor pride in such work. He would perform his job in order to eat, and perform chores at workshops for no other reason than the fact that the place he had been born in was the city of iron and blood. If their main occupation were horse gear, he would help to make it. If it were agriculture, he would carry a hoe. Without fixation or interest, White's had worked silently under the sidelong glances of the craftsmen forging steel. Unable to know what he had been thinking, there had been those who called the antisocial White's a hard worker, but most had probably thought of him as a mysterious and creepy guy. White's had not been concerned about that as well. He had not been thinking of getting along with anyone. He thought that, since he had been alone since birth, it was natural to be alone upon his death. Such an ephemeral indifference, that way of life was probably loathed by others. And suspicions arose that the materials stocked from the workshop he frequented were being sold through illegal channels. White's had been the first one to come under suspicion. White's, who had often worked by his lonesome, possessing no partner whatsoever to protect him, had been in possession of absolutely zero means to clear up the suspicions that had been cast on him. Ultimately, unable to clear up the false accusations, White's was tried for a crime he had no memory of committing and became a criminal. The first tattoo inked onto him was evidence of his punishment, in order for him to be recognizable as a criminal at a glance. There were no people who wore clothes with long sleeves, since the city was constantly enveloped in hot air from the forging of steel, and so his tattoos had constantly been laid bare upon both his forearms. Even if he were to wear long-sleeved clothes, it would have been immediately blatant that it was because he had something to be guilty of. Once the evidence of his crime had been inked onto him, he could no longer live the same life as before. It may not have been an excellent life until then, but that was when he gave up the idea of being normal. No longer able to work in a workshop run legitimately, White's turned to thievery to earn his daily income. starting to steal materials and sell through illegal channels. In the end, he had become a real criminal. In short, his supposed sin had now caught up with reality. When he had been suspected of selling through illegal channels, and no one had been willing to listen to Whites' side of the story, Whites had not been a criminal. But afterwards, Whites ultimately became a criminal. Perhaps it was something such as an inevitability. Whites. If I'm a repulsive fuck, then I'm fine with that. Inked with tattoos, and having become a criminal in anyone's eyes, he would appear be detached from the concept of normal. Even while committing crimes in order to earn money, it was the same as before. He had been unable to get along with others. In that case, he should have severed all troublesome relationships and the like from the get-go. The tattoos which had only been on his forearms, now inking shoulders and chest, had been enlarged by his own hands. Before long, they had covered his upper body, his legs, and had even reached his face and head. Tattoos on one's arms was evidence of a criminal, but tattoos across one's entire body was the sign of someone dangerous, someone who ought not be approached. Make way, everyone, fear and relent. The once pitiful man, forsaken by all and fallen to crime, was no more. What remained was merely someone, less than human, some troublesome, with nothing left to lose. That was why. Halt, criminal scum, don't think you can get off unpunished. Encircled by the city guards with their weapons pointed at him, Whites quickly surrendered. By his feet, blood-stained and collapsed, had been someone from his former workshop from the place where Whites first became a criminal. It had been a man who worked as an apprentice craftsman. The man had his ear bitten off, crying and shouting as the tears and blood flowed. On that day, he had falsely accused Whites of being a criminal, and hearing that rumor leak out over a drink, Whites had retaliated. Spitting out the ear he had been holding in his mouth, Whites was seized by the guards and thrown in jail. Whites was notoriously known within the city of iron and blood. Without anything like a path of salvation granted to him, soon after, it was decided that as a criminal slave, he would be sent to the infamous Gladiator Island. Without the will to oppose, he accepted it. Without the intent to resist, he crossed the lake. At the place where he had been sent, having been put together with a group of seedy-looking people in similar circumstances, he had been forced to participate in a ceremony to fight an extremely dreadful witch beast. I don't care what happens. I ain't got any intention of dying. No matter who I must sacrifice, no matter who I must outsmart, I'll survive, and then one day I'd be treated. Subaru, Whites, grab the sword, I'm counting on you. Be treated as a normal human being, that was my wish. Whites, take cover. The moment he saw the head belonging to the guard flying through the air, having been kicked, whirling around as it sprayed blood, Whites immediately thrust Schwartz, standing next to him, towards Tanza. Dressed in a kimono, this girl, contrary to that youthful appearance, possessed great strength. However, she had not mastered that power. The strength of her body and her mind were misaligned. It was far too risky to rely on her. With Schwartz, they made a good combination. Weak in body but strong in mind was Schwartz. If it was him, Tanza would probably be put to good use. Therefore, at this moment, pushing him towards Tanza, strong in body but weak in mind, had supposedly been the right choice. And then Whites himself, the performer of such deed, Whites, AR. Running forward, he swung his arms up and slammed the guard's head flying towards him into the floor of the passage, beheading his ally in an instant, then punting that head to make it fly. That utmost shocking deed was a scheme that had put the thoughts of Whites and the others to a standstill, but it did not seem to be just that. In reality, the judgment of the four people aside from Whites had been one beat too slow, but Whites had made a move. Schwartz had been so vigilant of that man, so it did not seem like that was all he was aiming for. And it happened right after Whites had thought that. Whites, HK. Right beside Whites, who had been glaring towards the man in front of him, who had taken an axe into his hand, the monstrous black bird, the gladiator beast, had charged in, destroying the wall of the passage. Smashing the wall half a step behind Whites, it laid waste to the passage of the island's upper stratum right beside him. Aiming for Whites and the others, the flying gladiator beast approached to slaughter. No, that was wrong. It was not wrong that it was a gladiator beast, but that bird had not been aiming for Whites and the others. Gladiator beast, Jayao. Having smashed the wall and made its appearance, what had been pierced by the monstrous bird's beak was the head of the guard that had been decapitated. Aiming for the head of the decapitated guard, the monstrous bird had crashed into the passage. Neither did he understand what that meant, nor did he have the time to think about it. Whites. Well, while his back was showered with wounds from fragments of the wall bursting open from the tremendous impact that had occurred half a step behind him, as well as the sharp wings of the gladiator beast, clenching his teeth, Whites did not take his eyes off the man. Even having inquired about Schwartz's lineage, he had not bowed down, but rather enhanced his intent to kill. He was dangerous. He was an honest-to-God threat, different from White's tattoos, which only created a sense of danger. No matter what, he would stop it. Todd. Seeing White's moving forward, the man ruthlessly narrowed his eyes. Just from the look in those eyes, without uttering a word, Whites could tell his opponent intended on killing him. Without a pause, seeing the man raise the axe overhead with his left arm, Whites raised his own left arm. That was the arm that had been the first to become inked with a tattoo, becoming evidence of him being criminal, the impetus for him drifting to this land. Resolutely channeling all his strength, he would try to receive the blow unleashed by that man, Whites, J.H.K. Without mercy, the swinging axe took aim at Whites's head from the left. Forcing his raised arm into its trajectory, Whites's arm did not meet the blade of the axe from up high, but rather from the side. At the moment of impact, the bones of his elbow were shattered, and the bones of his upper arm and shoulder were pulverized alongside his flesh. Through the impact and pain, his vision turned a deep red, and his left arm was dyed with darkness completely different from the color of the tattoo. But White's, I endured it. He had not been waiting for it, rather, by stepping forth, he had been capable of weakening the power behind the axe slightly. That was the main reason why it had not smashed White's head in, why it had not ended his life. From the start, he'd had the grit from being called abnormal, but he had not possessed the judgment to match that. The unification of that grit and judgment had been the result of encountering a child far more reckless than himself. Hence, that encounter allowed White's arm to reach the man. Todd, you haven't. With his left arm destroyed, he tried to seize the man with his remaining right arm. At that moment, the form of the man had vanished. No, the form of the man had not vanished. White's had just become unable to see it. Exiting his field of vision, he became unable to see the form of his opponent in the dark, blurred space. Something akin to that had happened. However, it was strange. It had been strange. Suddenly, on the right side of White's vision, the portion he could not see expanded in the span of a breath, just as if something had suddenly crushed the right side of White's vision. White's! Unable to find the vanished form of the man, White's harbored physical unease as someone called out to him. Slowly turning to look behind him, there was the destroyed passage and plumes of smoke. Then he saw the head of the monstrous bird that had destroyed the passage, sent flying by a downward swing of the axe of the man who had vanished. Whites! Beyond the man who had beheaded the bird monster, he could see 4 people standing above the crumbling passage. There were also some who had fallen on their butts while retreating, but it seemed that all of them had avoided the monstrous bird's intermission. That he himself was relieved about that, Whites was a little surprised. While surprised, there was one thing he wanted to tell them, who were watching him in amazement. His broken left arm ached plenty. For some reason, the right side of his face had also started aching plenty. While making use of that pain to somehow keep a grip on his consciousness, which had been getting distant, Whites, it was the first time. Whites, Whites, anyone said they believed in me. Muttering, Whites understood that that had been the thing lodged within his heart, understanding that he lost the strength in his legs, collapsing right then and there. Whites! While hearing his name cried out with such emotion once more, he closed his eyes. For some reason, it had been an awfully pleasant feeling. As he tried to rush to the collapsed Whites, he was stopped by the slender fingers reaching out to him. Tears in her eyes, shaking her head when Subaru turned to look back at her, the kimono-clad girl did not permit Subaru to take impulsive behavior. And then, before he could shake those fingers off, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, GWOGOBO. There was a hideous, ear-splitting screech, and the ceiling of the passageway was crushed from above. Right overhead of the collapsed Whites, the passage succumbed to the weight and collapsed with a violent screech. Directly under the falling ceiling, Whites was engulfed, and the floor gave way. The destroyed passage had opened a hole to the lower strata, and Subaru witnessed Whites falling headfirst together with the gigantic grey frog which had crushed the ceiling. To Whites, who had taken an axe to his left arm and suffered a blow from a knife to his right eye, he must. Subaru. Whites. Subaru screamed as he reached his hand out towards the falling passage, towards the crumbling floor and ceiling. Whites had fallen. Whites, who had rushed forward to protect Subaru and the others. Quickly, quickly, they had to jump down there and save Whites. Tard, it sure is lucky that the second one fell. Witch beasts are a pain to kill. In front of Subaru, whose thoughts had gone astray, Tard muttered, giving a sidelong glance to the collapsed passage. At his feet lay the corpse of the decapitated giant black bird. The witch beast had been killed by Tard with an axe after it had crashed into the passage. The events that had occurred had done so far too quickly for Subaru to digest. What Tard had done, what had occurred before his eyes, anything and everything. Until he was finished dealing with them, he would be unable to think about anything else. He would be unable to think about Whites. What had happened with Whites, and what had become of him, he would be unable to think. He would be unable to Tard. As for witch beasts, they'll eat the corpse of the guy who broke their horn. Subaru. Suddenly, Tard had said that, resting the axe on his shoulder. Subaru, much like everyone else, had yet to fully accept the situation before them, their breaths hitched due to Tard's words, turning to face him. Receiving the gazes of those four people, Tard pointed to the dead body at his feet. Tard, when someone breaks a witch beast's horn, they can make it obey them, but it seems that over the time they give it commands, some resentment will surely accumulate. When that person dies, the witch beast will eat their corpse in revenge. Disgusting, isn't it? Shrugging his shoulders, Tard spoke about this little-known ecology of witch beasts. Neither did Subaru want to know how Tard had found out about that, nor was the information itself the type he would benefit from knowing in the first place. However, it did provide an adequate explanation of what had happened there. The reason the giant bird had crashed into the passage was because the guard who had been beheaded was the one who had broken off its horn, and Tard had known in advance that it would home in on his corpse. Kicking that head into flight, he had tried to get Subaru and the others engulfed by the large bird as it aimed for that. But that had not happened. Because, Subaru, Whites. Tard, he sure looked like a guy who cared for his companions. That's why he died. Subaru, unbefitting of Tard, it was a thorough explanation of the events that had taken place. Without listening to anyone, notifying anyone, explaining to anyone, to kill without giving any information whatsoever, that was Tard's way of doing things. Despite that, why had he spoken incessantly, allowing them to hear all that just now? Letting them hear, letting them understand, to let Subaru's mind move on to the next question. The relationship between the two guards who were killed and the witch beast who had charged in. Once that was settled, Subaru's thoughts could move to the next. Next was about Whites, about how Whites had died and that there was nothing he could do regarding it. Subaru, he should not have died. Whites should not have died. While facing the horror that was Tard, he should not have attempted to protect Subaru and the others. This monster who would kill someone for opposing them should not have been opposed by him. After all, if he were to die here. Tard, your expressions finally started to look like a brat's. The moment he understood that Whites had died, Subaru's head was filled with regret and impatience. Seeing that reaction, Tard smiled as if things had gone according to plan and raised his axe overhead. The purpose for Tard's careful explanation had been to let Subaru put his thoughts in order. Forcing Subaru to confront Whites' death, which he had unconsciously tried not to think about, had been so that his heart would be crushed, in order to turn an enigmatic enemy into a mere human being of flesh and blood. Tanza, Schwartz-Sama. Subaru's legs had come to a halt in shock, and Hein and Idra's minds were still unable to recover. The first to move before the three of them could had been Tanza. Tanza set her eyes on Tard approaching them. With her arms outstretched, she stood in front of Subaru. However, Tard frowned at Tanza's conduct, and Tard, hey you're doing it all wrong. Tanza, Saying that in front of Tanza, who had been standing in the way, Tard dropped to his knees on the spot. While Tanza's eyes had been captivated by that movement, the crouching Tard extended his arms up to her inner thighs and hoisted her up. Just as that happened, Tanza's small body floated upwards and was thrown to the side. Through the large hole in the wall destroyed by the giant bird, which connected to the outside. Tanza. Ah. Even though she wielded physical abilities that were unthinkable for a child, she could not defy gravity or the laws of physics. Naturally, her body was not even heavier than an adult's, as Tanza's weight was that of a single little girl. Instantly, Tanza reached her arms out, but her slender fingertips had nowhere to reach, and her body was thrown to the other side of the island. Todd, have fun. Thrown into the air, Tanza's screams quickly faded as she descended. Thus, with Tanza, who had been standing in the way, now gone, there was no one left to protect Subaru and the others from Todd's axe. Idra, he's His Excellency the Emperor's. Todd, yeah. Idra, he's His Excellency the Emperor's son. Are you insane? Glaring at Todd, who had turned around, Idra cried that out. Eyes bloodshot, his friendly facial features burning with anger, he reproached Todd for not being swayed by the lie that Subaru was the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Wallachia. However, Todd's answer to that complaint was simple. Wordlessly, he merely swung his axe to bash Idra's head in. Idra, whoa! Just before his head was smashed in, Idra, his clothes having been yanked, fell on his butt. The axe missed and landed behind Idra, whose eyes widened, while Subaru, who had yanked him down, shook his head hastily. It was impossible. Words would not get through to him. From the start, this threat itself had been a mistake. Subaru had tried to rely on taking the easy way out. As punishment for that, he had found him into this situation. Todd, you dodged that, huh? My bad, my bad. However, readjusting his grip on the axe, Todd turned to the side with a disgusted expression. At the point his gaze had been directed to, near Subaru and Idra, who had fallen on his backside, Hein camouflaged himself against the surrounding scenery. Assimilating with the destroyed floor and walls, he would be incapable of telling that Hein was there. But it was not like he had been able to move quickly. Todd, disappearing right in front of me, what's your plan? Hein. Schwa meeting eyes with Todd, Hein flinched, and his camouflage was instantly disrupted. Until then, his assimilation with the scenery had been perfect. As if part of a painting had been ruined, it then became something exceedingly unsightly, unbearable to look at. This time, it was red paint that had been applied to the picture, gushing out of Hein. Hein. Taking the blow from the axe on his shoulder, it cleaved through to his lower chest, and Hein collapsed. As his blood profusely flowed out of him, the camouflage of his body was undone, and the remains of the grey lizardman fell over with a thud. Whites had died, Tanza had been thrown out of there, and Hein had been killed as well. One after another before Subaru's eyes. And then Idra, it's a duel HK. His voice trembling, taking his eyes off the slain Hein's corpse, Idra stood up. Pointing his finger at the man who, just a moment prior, had killed his comrade before his eyes, gnashing his teeth. Idra's face was red with anger, blue with fear, and as if he knew not what to do, his face turned white while glaring at Todd. At the location Sparker had taken place, he had told a lie to inspire Subaru and the others, and to encourage himself. Different from Subaru's cheap lies, the lie about his title carried ideals. Idra, if you too are a warrior, those ideals of Idra's, ideals that were perhaps too idealistic, were betrayed. Todd, wow. Idra, HK. There was no doubt it had been a faint hope, but Idra's offer had been frantic and earnest. Shouting in a loud voice to cut him off, Todd had attacked Idra as he tried to be strong, even if it had been merely bravado, while he was unprepared. Thus, he thrust his blade during that unpreparedness. Idra, gah, Todd. I'm not a warrior, I'm a soldier. Idra, fallen to his knees, raised his trembling hands to his neck. Lodged in the middle of his throat was Todd's knife, its sharp tip protruding from the back of his neck. Even so, Idra's hands grabbed the handle of the knife to pull it out. And then, before he could pull it out, the axe smashed through Idra's head from directly above. Idra, Idra fell forward, and Todd pulled the knife out from his body. Idra's corpse, having fallen over clumsily, and Hein's corpse were lined up, like something out of a nightmare. Some place far, White's body was buried in the debris of the collapsed rubble. Had something happened to Tanza, who had fallen from up high and had not returned? That reminded him the frog that fell together with White's was supposedly down there as well. If so, Tanza and the gladiators of this island as well. Todd, what's actually happening here? Subaru, Todd, are you really the child of His Excellency the Emperor? Todd, carrying the axe on his shoulder, looked down at Subaru, who had slumped down with blank eyes. Having lost his comrades, lacking the willpower to run away, as the man gazed at his state, Subaru understood why he had been kept alive until he was the last one remaining. The lie Subaru had told, that he was the Emperor's illegitimate son, had driven an actual wedge into Todd. He, too, had been considering the possibility that Subaru really was the Emperor's illegitimate son. Subaru, then, Todd, Subaru, why don't you just surrender or something? I'm the Emperor's. If he had considered the possibility that Subaru was his son, then there was supposedly some room to consider the appeal of Subaru and the others. Subaru had decided to go along with Tanza and the others' misunderstanding by using this strategy, because he had thought it would be the best way to put his unit on their feet again, and because it had been a gleam of hope for them. It was possible that Todd, instead of picking the option to have them kill one another, would choose to raise the white flag in order to survive. But as a result of that, Subaru had lost all his comrades, while Todd had kept his grasp on his life. Subaru, why, what is it? You're Todd. If I did something like surrender, I'd get killed due to some half-minded justification, and there'd be nothing I could do. Subaru, Todd, I've decided that it's always better to inquire about the authenticity of a matter when the situation's in my favor. I can devote my thoughts to making a decision, and it's also harder to make a mistake. That and it gives me peace of mind. At the last reason, which seemed to be the most important with the way Todd had put it, Subaru took in a breath. It felt just as if, all this time, Todd had been strangling his neck. Todd, regardless of whether you're the Emperor's illegitimate son or not, it's your name I'm curious about. Subaru, my name. Todd, Natsuki Schwartz, that's similar to the name of a scary guy I know. And to top it off, the way you smell is really similar to that scary guy as well. With a small sniff, Todd looked at Subaru with cold eyes. Something about his smell, he had been told the same thing back during the first massacre, when he had first come to know that Todd had arrived at the Gladiator Island. Having been informed that it was about his smell, an unpleasant hunch emerged within Subaru's mind. Subaru, do you know about the miasma? Todd, miasma. Ah, no, that's not it, don't get the wrong idea. It really does smell your body odor. I have a bit of a good nose. That's why it's so strange. Subaru, Todd. Hey you, do you have an older brother or something? If so, I'd be happy to keep you alive as a bargaining chip with him. Denying Subaru's question, what had followed was a surprising proposal. I'd be happy to keep you alive. To think such a thing would come from Todd's mouth. Furthermore, the older brother Todd had spoken of was in all likelihood none other than Subaru himself. He had thought that the Subaru with longer limbs was the older brother of the shrunken Subaru. Moreover, Subaru seemed to remember introducing himself to Todd while he was dressed as a woman. He might be suspecting that Subaru was related to Natsumi Schwartz because of that. In any case, if not killing, had become an option in Todd's mind. Subaru, White's, Heiness, and Idra's deaths had occurred right next to him. If he closed his eyes, the deaths of Gustav and Old Man Null also came to mind. He could also see the deaths of the many gladiators, see their remains, which he had witnessed along the way. Absolutely everyone had ended up dead. They had ended up dead thus. Thus, because Subaru absolutely must not die. Subaru, you know about Nip-chan. Taking advantage of Todd's misunderstanding, he switched gears to advancing the conversation. If Todd was somehow cautious of the big Subaru, then by using that caution, the small Subaru could live. If he could survive this place in that way. Todd, wait. Subaru, huh? Subaru opened his mouth and tried to string together some words that would get him through this. Todd outstretched his palm and grabbed Subaru's face as it made an expression, and Subaru could see his eyes through the gaps between his fingers. Crouching down while grabbing Subaru's face, Todd gave him a terribly cold look. And then, Todd, hey, you tried to manipulate me, didn't you? With a dull thud, a sharp sensation slid into his chest. Feeling the chill of the blade's tip inside his body, Subaru widened his eyes. Then one beat later, a pain so great that his limbs went numb screamed in the back of his head with potency. And due to that potent scream, Subaru's own mouth also screamed. Subaru, Jaira G. Todd, my bad, there's no room for carelessness or weakness. An oversized knife had been lodged deeply within Subaru's chest. It was not a matter of pulling it out or not pulling it out, it was simply too big. It had pierced him. Having stabbed him, it was probably destroying that which was important within his chest. Blood frothed at the edges of his mouth, and while spilling red saliva, Subaru's body trembled. Coughing violently, a red-stained package fell out of his mouth. It did not matter. It no longer mattered. He could not use it. It was not like he could use it. Die, he must not die. If he died, it would be terrible. If he died, dying would be, he must not die. Todd, don't move. Lying down, trying to crawl away from that place, Subaru's abdomen was stepped on by Todd as he spoke. So that he could not move, so that he could not get away, he had been stopped. Having stopped him in front of Subaru, Todd raised his axe overhead. It hurts, it's scary, and it's awful, it's dangerous, at least, this red, this cold pain, this, at least this. I must stop this. Subaru, I must not die. Todd, 1, 2, and 3. Weakly, he raised his hands to shield his head. Useless. The head beneath Subaru's hands and his very life, the blade of the falling axe pulverized all of those. Subaru, HK. As his head was smashed in, everything contained inside of it had spilled out. Feeling as if he had been watching that horrific scene, a scream exploded from the depths of Subaru's throat. Reaching out both of his trembling hands, he touched his own head. It had not been smashed. A head that had not been smashed, a chest that did not ache, a life that had not been snuffed out, it was all there. Upon ascertaining this, as he breathed a sigh of relief, Subaru raised his head to the sky, and Subaru, there was a man covered in tattoos that slowly turned to look back at Subaru. His left arm mangled by the axe, his right eye stabbed out by the knife. He was shedding a tremendous amount of blood. Whites! Whites! It was the first time. His lips quivering, the bloodied whites spilled those words. Seeing that, Subaru let out an ah along with a truly, truly pathetic breath of air. Whites! Anyone said they believed in me. Subaru, Spilling those feeble words, Whites' body collapsed to its side. Even if he were to extend his hand, no matter what he did, Whites' body could not be saved any more, definitely. He should not have died. Subaru should not have died. He should not have let it become absolute. Subaru's starting line, restarting at the point of death, continued to move forward. Subaru, because once it happened that someone could not be saved, Natsuki Subaru's heart would be shattered. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Arc 7, Chapter 74, Idra Misanga. Human translated by Archbishop. Section 1 and 2, Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Archbishop 297, Archbishop proofread by Alpha Diderai 3 Leydragon Eternitishak MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Ice Maskbook Art Sources. Punibaba Antona Sasaru Ruwisteria 993. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. The sound of footsteps, the sound of steadily approaching footsteps, paralyzed Subaru's heart. It was absolutely necessary to prevent the massacre brought about by the arrival of Todd and Arakia from the imperial capital. Frantically, earnestly, for the sake of brushing aside the malice and absurdity that befell him, he struggled with all of his might. He struggled and struggled. He continued to struggle, however. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The restart point continued to move forward, having made death its starting line. This time, what Subaru feared the most was not death itself. Rather, he feared that upon meeting his death and returning, reality would become absolute. That a life he could not save had carried over was what he feared the most. That the inescapable death of someone, gradually drawing closer, was what he feared the most. Subaru, At the scene before him, the collapsed and bloody form of Whites, Subaru's throat shrieked. Screaming as he tried to run away, the fingers protruding from the sleeve grabbed him and forbade his movement. Grabbing him was Tanza, the girl whose gentle eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head desperately at Subaru. This too he had seen. He had already seen. Looking, he looked at it. It was something he knew the sight of. The same scene, the scene he had witnessed just a minute ago. He observed it once more. Ah, Gwagobo. Immediately after, there was a hideous, ear-splitting screech, and the passage was crushed along with White's collapsed body, which, as it was, would fall through the floor down the side of the island's mountain. That debris, falling down together with the large body of the grey frog, engulfed White's, and he vanished from sight. Subaru, no, Nananu, Tanza, Schwartz Sama. Frantically waving his arms about, Subaru shook off Tanza's hand. Abandoning the voice of the shocked young girl behind him, Subaru sprinted towards where White's was falling. If he rushed right now, he could pick up the falling man, block up the wounds the man bore on his eye and left arm, wrap bandages around him in the healing room. If he could just give everything treatment, then surely, Subaru. Not yet. Todd, you sure are weaker than I thought. To save White's, he sprinted with reckless abandon. Subaru was met head-on by something swinging to mow him down. Only after a hard, heavy sound emanated as his field of vision began rapidly spinning did he realize it had been the blade of an axe, dirtied by a dark red. In Subaru's field of vision, rapidly spinning as it ascended up high, he saw the body of a child clumsily sprinting. Seeing it pitch forward and collapse, he understood it had been his own headless body. In that case, where had his head gone? More importantly, White's, he must. Times spinning round and round, then abruptly being fixed to one spot, Subaru's brain was thrown about. With a vigor akin to a ferociously revolving camera coming to an abrupt standstill, his semicircular canals, that were not actually moving, gave him a disorderly sensation. With the surging nausea and confusion, that from there he must save White's, that this wasn't the time to stop his legs, that impatience was White's. It was the first time. Then at Subaru, whose vision had returned, the bloody form of White's muttered so. 1 second later, the form of White's crumbled, an immense quantity of blood flowing from his left arm and right eye. White's. Anyone has said that they believed me, Subaru. Ah. The reality that could not be undone had crushingly trampled upon the soul of Natsuki Subaru. Slowly but surely, the tremors of ruin were creeping near. The massacre commenced, and Subaru, without preventing it, began to run. However, starting with the restart point having moved 10 seconds forward, the reduction of the grace period felt as if it was being shaved off, distancing from a miracle, erasing all hope from Subaru's heart. Sneaking into Gustav's office, he learned the truth of the massacre through cooperating with Hein. Many times, they were discovered before Todd and Erikia's conversation with Gustav could reach its crux, mistakes piled up, repeating through trial and error so that next time, it had become irreversible. The restart point, it had moved forth to when he was hiding with Hein in the office. Subaru. Since that moment, Subaru had been hearing the grand voice of ruin laughing from within his heart. Hanging over Subaru, while he heard the heartbeat of the frightened Hein, probably beating more violently than that had been Subaru's heart. Unable to stop the massacre, what would he do if the restart point had moved past that? If the point of restart had made this a place of no return, filled with despair, Natsuki Subaru wondered just what in the world he could do. And then, Arikia, slash. Along with that unfeeling voice, Gustav's head had been blown off. That was when Subaru knew. He absolutely must not die anymore. Dying and returning to before, if that was after Gustav had been killed, that his life could no longer be saved, would become absolute. If he made anybody's death absolute, then that was already the same as Subaru killing them himself. Letting a world that could not be saved become absolute, no matter whose hands had brought about that death, Natsuki Subaru would be the murderer. That was why he was desperate in order to not die. Even if Gustav died, even if Old Man Null died, even if the gladiators died, even if the guards died, even if anyone died, he was resisting desperately in order not to die. If Subaru died, they who had been killed would die for real. Though he understood it was an unreasonable notion, Subaru could not do anything but struggle like that. If Subaru did not die, there remained a possibility that he could finish things without letting his dead comrades die. If he did that, he could finish it without them really dying, that was why. If he does not die for the rest of eternity in this way, he could finish things without anyone dying, such a fantasy it was. Such a fantasy, it had been nothing more than a fantasy. The life of Subaru, who had uncouthly died, was proof of that. How many times had he welcomed death already? Disappearing right in front of me, what's your plan? Schwa, a voice that was about to call his name, was cut short in front of Subaru, who was slumped over on his knees. The axe, swung devoid of mercy, hacked into Hein's body, taking his life with it, causing him to clatter loudly onto the floor, eyes wide open. Flowing blood gushed out, spreading onto the floor, mixing with the blood from Idra's body, who'd fallen earlier. Idra, whose head had been split open, had been killed before Hein. Subaru had failed to save him from Tard's first attack. Idra had been killed first, then Hein, and finally Subaru was left alone once again. And all that was after Tanza had already been thrown by Tard and fallen out of the hole in the wall. The world had already been rewound to the point where the screams of a falling Tanza could be heard. Whites, his arm and face injured, swallowed by the collapsing passage along with the frog witchbeast, along with Tanza, thrown out while trying to protect Subaru, were locked into a reality that could not be changed. And then, Tard, what's actually happening here? Subaru, who was slumped over on the spot, his knees stained with their flowing blood, was posed a question by Tard carrying his axe atop his shoulder. Subaru's numb brain received a jolt, telling him the words that would follow. The question from Tard, which he had been asked so many times already, was, Subaru, are you really the child of His Excellency the Emperor? Tard, quit predicting what people are about to say. Tard let out that mutter with a tone of voice that indicated displeasure in response to Subaru, who still had his head hung down. He did not know how he actually felt about being beaten to the punch, but to Subaru, it did not feel like things were precarious to the point Tard would instantly become enraged and try to kill him. Not that he was trying to create a sense of danger that had just left his mouth in a fit of panic. But if Tard's pace were disturbed even slightly, Subaru, if you don't want to die, stay put. Saying this, Subaru pulled out a black orb from his pocket, the cursed tool that had been placed in Gustav's body. He held it out as to display it to Tard. The black orb, having wiped clean of blood and possessing a texture and feel akin to that of a glass ball, was far heavier than a golf ball. What it was made of, and what material it was made of, knowledge of that did not really matter. The important thing to remember was that it concealed a very great and cruel power. If this was truly the key needed to activate the curse rule, that which Tard desired, then he could use it. It could possibly, supposedly, be a second chance for him to be listened to. Subaru, this, it seems, is what you need for the curse rule. If you don't want to die, Tard. Hey you, what you've got there is Subaru. I'm the one who's doing the talking, right now. I said if you don't want to die. You heard me damn well, didn't you? Subaru barked as he waved his hand with the cursed tool, spittle flying. There was no room in his head, crammed with regret and despair, and no leeway for him to examine Tard's every word. Intense anger welled up in him as he just commanded him to do as told. Tard, good grief, I got you, I got you. Seeing Subaru's anger, Tard let out a small sigh and raised his hands, lowering his axe. Subaru was astonished to see Tard following his instructions so readily. His reaction made Tard raise an eyebrow. Tard, you're a weird one. Aren't you the one who told me to do this? Subaru, WL, it's not so simple. Unable to argue back with Tard, Subaru's eyes darted around, clearly flustered, as he strongly rued his own foolishness. Using being Emperor's illegitimate son had been mistaken. He should have just used the curse tool as a shield from the start. He had been scared and impatient, so he had jumped to the easy option. And because of that, he had ruined everything. Gustav, Old Man Null, Whites, and Tanza, all because of Subaru. All because Subaru had not made proper use of his head. Tard, by the way, kid, you know how to use that. Subaru, ha! As he condemned and rued his own foolishness, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Due to that question cast by Tard, his hands raised, Subaru let out a hoarse voice and looked at the cursed tool in his hand. As far as how to use it went, he did not know. It did not have an easy-to-understand switch or a mechanism that told him how to use it just by holding it. Subaru, I guess. Tard immediately saw through the threat just by how much his gaze wavered. Tard, if you knew you wouldn't have done this, there'd be no need for threats. Subaru, ah. Immediately after, Tard kicked Subaru's hand away with an upswing of his foot, his hand still raised. Having kicked the hand which was holding out the curse tool, the black orb flew up directly overhead. Subaru reflexively followed it with his eyes. Once again, he was acting foolishly. Looking up was the same as offering your neck to the enemy. Subaru. His gaze chased after the flying curse tool until it was abruptly interrupted. Just before the interruption, he thought he heard a thunk coming from his left side to his right, but he had no way or reason to know for sure what it was, and he had no choice but to admit something. He was unable to conceive a way to stop Tard Fang, a fool who had everything taken away from him after playing the good guy and having been made fun of. That was how the people around Idra Misanga, a man who had lost his family's business, ended up on the street and became a slave, evaluated him. A small farming village in the northwestern part of the empire was Idra's home, the land where the Misanga family had kept the family mill business going for generations. Idra had heard that the mill had been established in the generation of his grandfather's grandfather, who had apparently been a very skilled person during his lifetime. He had been entrusted by his lord to manage the water wheel built along the river in the village and the mill that used it, and he was in charge of milling the entirety of the grains from the village. The rewards were high, the labor was low, and Idra came from a privileged background in the eyes of those who had to rely on the Misanga family to mill the crops they produced. However, neither Idra himself nor his family were using their business to have a life they could boast of. There was no doubt that they were well off compared to their neighbors. At the same time, however, they had also acted as members of the village, taking on roles that should normally be performed by the village head, such as paying taxes to the lord on behalf of the villagers in times of crop failure, or going directly to negotiate with the lord. Do business honestly and strive to earn widespread trust and confidence. This was the family motto and philosophy of the Misanga family as millers. In the process of milling using a water wheel, many would pocket some of the grain. Indeed, Idra and his father had been sternly told by their own parents, who were in charge of the family business, that the world looked harshly at millers, and that exactly was why it was important to be humble. Because he had a role in which he could easily arouse suspicion, he had always kept an open mind when interacting with people, never monopolizing wealth, sharing joys and sorrows with those around them. Even if this was not the right way to live in the Valetian Empire, which respected the strong, it had been honored as the correct way to live in the remote rural village that was out of reach of the iron and blood rule of the imperial capital. Idra was also one of those who had grown up with its benefits since childhood. So even after his seriously ill father handed over the family business early on, he had tried to keep the tradition alive. It's an honest and good life, isn't it? I'm jealous. Envying Idra's life was a man who stopped by the village's bar. A man, exuding the atmosphere of a veteran soldier, had revealed his identity as a mercenary who had traveled across battlefields wielding a large sword. Since people from the outside were rare, Idra shared drinks with him, listening to his various stories. For Idra, who had not possessed much knowledge of the outside world, the world the man had spoken of was full of surprises. Unlike rural villages where time passed slowly and peacefully, the world in which that man lived was dangerous and cruel, but at the same time, it was filled with an unforgettable heat. By that time already, Idra had held a vague yearning for it. As a person born in the Valetian Empire, he had wondered if any option other than him taking over the family business existed, a hope that he had not taken very seriously. The life of a warrior who respected his own strength and faith would never choose a lowly way of life. Man, Idra, you have a cousin. Actually, I've taken an interest in her. Idra became close with the man who visited the village every few months and drank with him each time. And so, after several nights spent together, the man had confided that in Idra, donning a serious face. His younger cousin was still unmarried, and Idra was fond of that man as well. So, without hesitation, Idra introduced him to his cousin, set the stage for the couple to bond, and celebrated the birth of their new family with drinks on the night of their nuptials. A month later, that man conspired with his cousin to steal the family business of milling. The man insisted that Idra's cousin was also entitled to run the family business of the Misanga family, and spoke further lies, that Idra and his father, who had been working at the mill until now, had falsified the results of their milling to the villagers. Of course, Idra asserted that that was not so, But the suspicion attached to the profession of a miller itself could not be dispelled, and the opinion of the village was split down the middle. Before a settlement could be reached, his father, who had been very sick, died of his illness, and his mother, suffering from heartache, passed away as if chasing after him. Idra, I've run out of patience. I will protect my household at all costs. Mourning his parents, Idra decided to fight back, even cursing his own carelessness. If his cousin and the man planned to do something nefarious, Idra would surely reclaim his rights. For this reason, Idra requested the presence of the villagers to bring the man to justice. He believed that the trust that the Misanga family had developed through their honest business practices would bring justice. However, Idra, why, what in the world? No one showed up at the place that had been agreed upon, and on the contrary, preparations for an armed uprising were found in Idra's home. Abandoned and brought to an unwanted trial before their lord, Idra had desperately pleaded innocence, but none of the villagers defended him. His cousin and the man orchestrated the whole thing. The villagers chose the man who lied but contributed profits over the honest Idra. There had not been even a single shred of hope to win. Deprived of his family business and reduced to slavery, Idra was sent to the island by slave traders. A place for those who had nowhere else to go, a horrible island where the only thing they had left their lives would be toyed with. Jinnenhive. In that place where fighting for his life was made a spectacle, Idra felt his heart fall in despair and his soul rotting away, and he decided to follow his despair. Isn't it enough already? How can I still be motivated to work hard when I worked so hard and was not rewarded? What I believed was a lie. What I relied on was a mistake. Everyone's looking to take advantage of everyone else, trying to save only themselves. If that was the case, then there was nothing wrong with him doing that as well. Indeed, Idra was nothing. It was only natural that no one would choose him. He had no trained strength, nor any ability to be of any special use. Who would choose Idra? Even Idra would not choose Idra. And yet, who in the world would choose Idra, who was merely honest to a fault that Idra? Subaru. You wanted to be a warrior, right, Idra? If so, now's your chance. Now is the time to do it. The day for him to be rewarded for living an honest life was not supposed to arrive. Idra, feeling a throbbing, aching sensation in his head, Idra had become completely unable to move. His tongue was numb, and as if his throat were blocked, he was unable to breathe. The sensation in his limbs was distant. He was assailed by a fear akin to that of his own body having been torn asunder. Fear, he could no longer avoid facing it. Considering what had happened just before, even back in his hometown, when nobody took his side, that cold sensation of the blood freezing throughout his body was a far cry from this fear. Whites was killed before his eyes, and the brave Tanza was thrown outside the passage. As he watched, Idra simply stiffened, unable to do anything. It would be too ironic if that cowardice was the reason he had been able to outlive Whites and Tanza. Would these few seconds, maybe around 10, suit the humiliation that burned through his chest? Unable to do anything, he watched as two people who could have done something died. The despair and regret that this fact brought to Idra was even heavier than in the past, when the family business had fallen victim to his careless behavior. Idra. Heh. Thinking that much, Idra laughed at his own inexperience in life. Regardless of joyful experiences, he could not think of any painful ones, other than the downfall of his life when the family business was taken from him. He truly felt that he had been blessed and plentiful. Perhaps it had been his way of living, that which had provoked the man who had stolen his livelihood away from him. Even if that were the case, there was no way he could forgive that man for what he had done. Idra. With excessively ragged breathing, his vision blurry, Idra checked his surroundings. Just what had happened? Were the pains throughout his body and this lack of ability to comprehend related somehow? Was this even real to begin with? That everyone on the Gladiator Island could be killed, that Schwartz was the illegitimate son of the Emperor, that Whites and Tanza had both been killed. He wondered whether it was all a dream. It was all a dream, and Idra still had the luxury of being bored with his privileged life. Tard, you've sure done a bold thing, you know. Idra stiffened in horror, forgetting the pain in his body as he heard a cold voice. The blood throughout his body felt frozen beyond a mere chill, and Idra slowly realized that the footsteps of the owner of the voice were approaching. And then, Tard, it's better than standing still, but that's what happens when you jump off without a plan. The man's seemingly fed-up voice was not directed at Idra. Because the voice had directed somewhere a short distance away from him, Idra took in his relief. Then, with a wistful glance, he looked to the place the voice had been directed, and there, he saw the crawling form of a ragged, bloodied, black-haired boy. Idra. The sight of the crawling boy, and the fact that this was not the passage of the upper stratum he had seen a moment prior, reminded Idra of what had happened before his consciousness went blank. Whites had been murdered. Tanza had been projected outside. Idra had yelled at the heinous man's incomprehensible thinking, and just before his demise, Schwartz had moved in. Ranting and raving, Schwartz had clung onto the waist of the frozen-still Idra and Hyain and jumped through a hole in the wall opposite from where Tanza had been thrown down. Via the holes in the wall created by the large bird plunging through, Tanza had fallen to somewhere else on the island, and Schwartz had jumped in with Idra and the others into a hole on the side opposite to that. Still, the chances of them surviving had been slim. They had been scraped by the wall and hated by the protrusions, then slammed to the ground from a great height and left to die. It had been a reckless and desperate escape, with a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, but it had been the only way for them to escape. That he had been able to grab that one chance to save his life could be said to be a miracle. However, the miracle stopped there. Neither the crawling Schwartz nor the collapsed Idra could escape from the man who was chasing them. They were unable to lay eyes on Hyain, either because he had not managed to fall onto the mountainside scaffold they were on, or probably because he was using his camouflage to hide and lurk. Even in case he were hiding, Hyain's courage could not be counted on. He was by no means a bad guy, but he was not brave. Though he was subservient and cowardly, though he would get carried away, though he was attached to Schwartz, one could not expect more from him. Even so, if there was any chance for him to get through this without dying, then he should hold his breath and hide. If the miracle that Schwartz had so desperately grasped would keep Hyain alive, then that was fine. At least that much should be repaid to Schwartz. Idra. Suddenly, he had a thought. Now that he had fallen from a great height and was in tatters, and now that that man was paying attention to Schwartz, maybe Idra, too, would be overlooked as having died. He was a scary guy, but there was no way he would go around crushing the heads of all the corpses. Depending on Idra's condition, if he could make him think he was dead with a convincing performance, then he could possibly get through this without dying. Like this, he could survive, even if only by himself. Idra. It was time to choose. In order to survive, what would Idra Masanga sacrifice? What would he do? In this cruel world, where the strong and cunning got whatever they so wished, just what kind of person would Idra Masanga choose to become? If he was honest, then people would have faith in him, and foolishly, honestly believing that he would then be trusted, this man who had lost everything. Tard. 1, 2, and 3. He raised the axe. Gripping it with both hands, he was about to swing it down onto the crawling boy's head. Holding his breath, shutting his eyes, he hid his face from just about everything. What in the world could be saved with that? Idra, Ennuo. He forced his whole body to move, tearing it off from the ground it seemed to stick onto, and ran clumsily, spitting up a lot of blood. He ran and threw himself onto the man's back. He could not move his left hand, so he just used his right hand to grapple that body, desperately trying to bite it. Tard, I knew you were alive. A moment later, as if to mark Idra's resolve, the man dropped the axe he had raised over his back. His empty hand immediately pulled out a knife, and turning around in a flash, Idra's right forearm was blown off at the elbow. Since he worked the water wheel as a miller, his unworn, thin arm, which had never known hard labor, flew away. However, Idra, take him and goo-woo. As scorching heat crawled up from the severed arm, Idra's vision was stained a deep red. But for just that moment, forgetting the pain, Idra shouted with all of his might. The man in front of him slightly raised his eyebrows at the volume of that voice, as Idra still vomited blood. He probably did not understand the purpose behind Idra's shout and actions. And yet, Tard, TCH. The man turned around with a click of his tongue and threw the knife that had slashed Idra's arm. The man had thrown it behind him, aimed at Schwartz, who was crawling on the ground. No, he was no longer there. Escaping while carrying Schwartz was the scenery moving. It was Hyain. Having held his breath as he laid in hiding, Hyain had taken Schwartz on his back and escaped. Seeing that, Idra gritted his teeth and threw himself onto the man's back. Since he had lost his right arm and could not move his left arm, he bit down and clung to the man's clothes. Idra, BFT. He was struck in the chest by an elbow over his back, and his bent-over body was kicked to the ground. However, his left arm, which had been struck by the impact of the fall, began to move instead of being in severe pain. His dislocated shoulder had been popped back in, and then adding to the series of miracles, the axe that the man had dropped lay next to his left arm. Tard, did you not think that he had escaped? Not letting go of his knife, and having lost his axe, the man tilted his head as he looked at Idra. Even though he had lost his weapon, he did not look disadvantaged in the slightest. That was a matter of course. The blood Idra had shed and the blood that he was shedding was ceaseless. It was a miracle that he was alive, and too many miracles had already happened. Henceforth, Idra shook his head at the man's question. Idra, no, I thought he had escaped, but I also hoped. Tard. Idra, I hoped he wouldn't leave me behind. A man who was just subservient and cowardly, who would easily get carried away, but was not a bad guy. That it would be good as long as Hien had not run away, Idra had foolishly and honestly believed that. After all, people did not change so easily. He had tried to deceive and use the people around him by making them think he was a warrior, a lie that had been exposed quite quickly. He had to be honest, and he had to be widely trusted and relied on, even if they pointed and laughed at him for being a good person. Idra Misanga would become neither a warrior nor a fraud. Brandishing the axe with his left hand, while shedding blood, Idra shouted, Idra, I am Idra Misanga, the son of a miller. Tard, never heard of him. Now, mustering up the strength he possessed to the fullest extent, Idra lunged at the man who wore an apathetic face. He was glad that, thanks to Schwartz, he had not become a liar on that day. Carried on a body that was running for its life, he had been taken from the jaws of death. He was shaken violently, without concern for his wounds or safety, but that was only natural. Subaru too was battered, but given the state of the other person's body, this was not the time to be concerned about that. Subaru, hi, here in. Having been gripped around the waist painfully, Subaru dug his nails into the other person's body. He was not even sure where he was clawing. The person he had clawed had already looked an utter mess. It was not that they were all scraped up or anything, but the colors, the patterns, everything was all messed up. As they mimicked every bit of the surrounding scenery non-stop, he could not even accurately gauge what was supposed to be correct. The figure, running on in such a state, abruptly lost their strength and fell forward. Hien, gawk. Of course, if they were to fall, Subaru would also follow suit. Hurled in front of his collapsed companion, Subaru tumbled across the cold stone floor. Since he had been unable to catch his fall, it felt like the impact had broken his front tooth. Without pause, he raised his oozing, aching face and looked back while sprawled on the ground. And right there, Hien, who, literally barely breathing, Hien lay collapsed on the ground. Listlessly lying prone, Hien had a large knife stuck deep in the middle of his back. Subaru had no idea when he had been stabbed. Regardless of whether it had been when they were running away, or before that, or even prior to that, there was nothing he could do. If Subaru were to die, he would come back to just before Idra's head was smashed open. Maybe it would be after it had already been smashed. No, he had jumped outside, so that would not happen, so perhaps it would be before their fall, after their fall, or while they were in midair. No matter how it was done, it was difficult for three people to fall in a way such that none of them would die, and the first time they had succeeded, Tard had come. Idra's voice and Hien's breathing were so distant. Before long, they would be in a place where nothing could reach them. Hien, it's strange, still collapsed. Hien's feeble voice made its way to Subaru's ears as the latter tried to crawl to him. The reason he sounded like he was talking while breaking the water's surface with his head was probably because his throat was rife with blood. He probably needed some kind of treatment, sort of like draining the blood or something. That was what he had to do. Even if he was not a doctor, he had to. Hien, I once heard that. Life's like a flower, you pick the beautiful ones first. Subaru, don't talk. I'm coming now, right now. Hien, if that's the case, it's strange that someone with a fucked up personality like me die first. He crawled. He kept crawling, so that he could pull Hien up, who was drowning in his own blood on the ground. And yet he could not move his body forward, not even a little. Hien, but since he could not keep going, he would not be able to get there. Hein, it'll be better if I'm first, yeah. He was crawling slower than a turtle, crawling too slow with movements smaller than those of an ant. He crawled, and by the time he finally got there, it was far too late. Hein's color had returned to its original gray. With a knife in his back, one arm broken, and blood running down his body, it would not have been strange if Hein had succumbed on the way running here. Maybe he had been running while dying. That must have been the case. Everyone was already dead, with Subaru unable to help them. Subaru had as good as killed them. Since he had been unable to save everyone, it was as if he had killed them. Subaru, gah, was it blood, tears, or snot that was sullying his face? He did not know which was which, what was what, who was who, what the answer was anymore. He just did not understand anything anymore. Oh my, is that you, Basu, groaning there by any chance? Subaru. Yeah, I knew it, Basu. Dear me, what an unexpected coincidence it is to meet you in a scene like this. Things have gotten quite lively, doesn't it excite you? A light-hearted voice called out to Subaru, who lay there stunned, feeling like he had let go of everything. He could not turn around to the place the voice had come from. Using all the strength in his body, he was going to pick himself up somehow and look the person who had uttered those stupid words in the eyes and say something. You don't have to bother risking your life turning around. Subaru. Ah, after all, this isn't the place to overdo things, is it? And with that, they themselves circled around to Subaru's front. Cecilus looked into Subaru's face as he spoke. With the left half of his body scorched black, the blue lightning was smiling carefree. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Arc 7, Chapter 75, I Know. TL note, the original title of this chapter is I Know, written in English. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop I3 Lay Dragon MPS Devil Eternitishak Art Sources. Cover D-Desk B Section 1, Punibaba Section 2, Oshi Suko 1 Section 3, K Rezero Fan Art Section 4, Reju Section 5, Kortashi Section 6, Spiker 59 Section 7, Punibaba Section 8. Punibaba, my utmost gratitude towards Archbishop, who has given indispensable assistance and support. Without him, this translation would not have been possible. In that wretchedly hopeless scene, such a cheerful voice and smile were terribly out of place. It was evident at first glance that his kimono was violently smoldering, and despite the left half of his face also having been scorched black, Cecilus's attitude as he gazed at Subaru was the same as it had always been. That was far too abnormal. It was not just him. Right now, those who remained alive upon this island, all of them were abnormal beings. The people who were upright, all of them had certainly died already. Cecilus right in front of him, Tard pursuing him, Arakir on her killing spree, and Subaru, the great sinner. Every single one of them because they were not upright, but instead shameless people, they had been able to survive like this. That was why Subaru, see, sigh, Cecilus. From the looks of things, it seems like you've also had a considerably hard time. On that note, Lizardman Sans also died, and at this rate, the Lil, Dear Girl, and your other friends from your unit are all gonna be annihilated, won't they? Subaru, HK. Cecilus, oh, is it possible you've yet to realize that he died? Through the tremors of the eyeballs of a trembling Subaru, Cecilus was reading through all of his heartfelt thoughts. Right then, outrage surged forth. Despite seemingly reading Subaru's heart like that, why was he completely unable to sympathize with Subaru's current feelings? Hein had died, having been told that, just what would become of Subaru's feelings. And just why? Just why would he speak of that death so frivolously? Cecilus, he really died, you know, absolutely and irrevocably, only the face he died with wasn't too bad. Subaru, even though he died, HK. Cecilus, are you thinking it doesn't matter whether it was good or bad? That seems to just be a difference in opinion then. If they had a good way of living, then they'd also have a good way of dying. It's rather tactless for us listeners to butt in with how we feel about it, so let's stop with that. Lizardman-san had a good death. That face of his is proof of that, you know. Subaru. Cecilus. It's the face of having died after fulfilling one's duty. I also want to go out like this. Subaru did not say a single thing to Cecilus, who incessantly spewed his nonsense. He had not been cajoled by those words, rather, he thought them to be meaningless. He had not seen the visage Heine had made upon his demise, so it was utterly unthinkable that he could comprehend Cecilus. That was why there was not even a fragment of a reason for Subaru to engage with his point. Cecilus, well then, though we happened upon each other here and have been blathering on, in truth I'm actually quite busy right now. I'm in the middle of a fantastic showdown with a half-naked woman who's been rampaging around the island. Stretching his crooked back with a jerk, Cecilus continued to speak as he pleased. The person who had been mentioned in conversation, Subaru knew it to be Arakia without even needing to think. Arakia had commenced a massacre upon being told to do so by Todd. Todd's lack of outstanding fighting strength had been his only good aspect, but that had disappeared once paired with her, making him an impeccable evil. He imagined he would not lay eyes on her again after she had begun turning the gladiators' heads into water balloons, but it seemed like the one who had been keeping her in check was Cecilus. Even with the latter weakened, could it be that a divine general was being suppressed by a fellow divine general? Cecilus, but as you can see I'm in the middle of getting cooked in a close fight. Well, I'm beat. Seems like she's here, the person who can compete with me toe-to-toe, that is. Though I'd always thought that, without a doubt, the path to reach the heavenly sword was something that had to be climbed on one's own. Subaru. Why? Cecilus, pardon. What was that? Subaru. Why do you seem like you're enjoying this? Quite literally, at the end of the agonizing struggle that had seemed to wring out his soul, the venting of his anger rushed forth from his mouth. Indeed, it was just him venting his anger. In this hellish situation, on this island where Whites, Tanza, Idra, and Heine, and just about everyone had died, Cecilus's smile was revolting. Why was he smiling? In this situation, just what was so amusing? Subaru. Why? Cecilus. Ah, you've got cause and effect backwards. I'm not smiling because it's enjoyable. I'm smiling to make the situation of this play more enjoyable. Subaru. Ah, Cecilus. In this cruel world, everyone's in pursuit of their own ideal happiness. The myriads of different people in existence, the philosophies they each follow, that pursuit remains constant in all of them, but whoever it may be, they have to herald a faith that suits them. Thus, the faith I herald is the reason behind this way of being. While he spoke, Cecilus touched his scorched left cheek with his right hand. Though his tattered and charred skin was peeling and flaking away, even in the midst of seemingly unimaginable pain, his smile did not deteriorate. Without relying on any cheap tricks like not feeling pain, Cecilus kept on smiling. Cecilus, I'm the leading actor of this world. Therefore, I'm not going to adhere closely to the script, but instead the script will adhere closely to me. If you ask me why I smile, then that will be my response. Subaru, Cecilus, for whose sake do I laugh for? It's for my own sake. May it be so that the observers in the heavens above never feel any shame whenever they might look at me. Subaru, Cecilus, well, Basu, what kind of faith do you herald? That was Cecilus's philosophy for maintaining his smile while half of his body was smoldering. That was something Subaru could not comprehend in the slightest. But as if something were making him hesitate to kick Cecilus for relying on his emotions, he had felt something akin to that peculiar faith. Observers, Cecilus had once spoken of the same thing before. That someone, or rather something, of an ethereal nature had been observing them that seemed like what he had wanted to say. Even in the situation they were in, he staunchly stuck to that recitation of his, so certainly nobody would be able to bend it. That was why, Cecilus, would you look at that? Seems the intermission's over. As he said that, even when witnessing Arakia's figure descend, coming from the passage of the lower stratum, his smile did not vanish. Surely nobody among the gladiators would have stood a chance against Arakia, her whole body clad in flame. And yet the wooden branch in her hand had snapped, and she had lost the eye patch that concealed one of her eyes. Loathing the fact that she was able to see with the eye under that eye patch, Arakia was concealing her left eye with her vacant hand, and her face, which had been emotionless in the past, was contorted, expressing utterly complex emotions. Arakia, Cecilus. Clenching her teeth as she glared at Cecilus, the woman's pupils flickered with turmoil and ire. Having sprouted from her back, wings of flame danced. The force of their blaze wavered as if in tandem with her emotions, immolating, continuing to permeate the passage with terrific heat. The scent of burning was in the air, the woman proceeding to incinerate everything encompassing her surroundings. The walls and floor of the passage, the candlesticks and doors, and even Heine's collapsed remains. Subaru, HK. Cecilis, if we all burned to death here together, would that be proper recompense for the face he died with? That was a pretty uncharacteristic thing for me to say. By all means, do as you wish. Feel free to either stay or leave. Seeing bits and pieces of Heine's body catch fire, Subaru's expression changed as Cecilis's voice fell upon him. Firmly, Subaru put his arm to the floor, and little by little, tearing his body away from the ground as it began to heat up, he stood up. His head was aching. His blood was lacking. His chest felt like it was overcome with feelings of powerlessness. Even so, just why was Subaru still standing? He would neither burn to death here, nor would he bite down on the drug placed behind his molar. Just why? Cecilis. Then, till we meet again in this life. The reason why he had started sprinting unbeknownst to him, Subaru turned his back on the flaming passage. Running, limping, he was running at far too slow a pace. Faster, if only he had been able to surpass this speed, would he not have been able to finish things without letting them, Idra and Heine, Whites and Tanza, die? And while he lamented such things, Subaru still continued to run away. Cecilis, well now Basu's disappeared as well, huh? Arakia, Cecilis, dear me, seems like I'm hated an awful lot. Feeling the presence of that faltering sprint grow distant, batting one eye shut, Cecilis produced a wry smile. The woman clad in flames cast him an intense glare. He understood that he himself was the target of her ire, yet he did not quite understand what the source of said ire was. Only, he felt that it was neither his opposition, nor him interrupting her slaughter of the gladiators, that had originated that rage. Perhaps there were other reasons beyond that. However, Cecilis, in general, I do have the special skill of angering the people I come into contact with, but as is usual in those situations, I don't have the faintest clue why. Arakia, HK, for how long will you keep joking around? Cecilis, I'm joking around. May I go as far as to ask what part exactly am I joking around about? Arakia, that, appearance, just what is it? Those red eyes glaring at him, his appearance had been pointed out. She had asked what was up with it, though it had been none other than her who had cooked him until he was seared on only one side. Cecilis, but that's not what you mean, is it? Is it possible that maybe you and I happen to know each other? Arakia, joking around, Cecilis. I'm really not, but that being said, since I can't provide any evidence for you to believe me, I can do nothing but insist and insist on it. However, I see, if I think about it that way, it feels like many things make sense. While he spoke, Cecilis whirled around an extended finger of his right hand and nodded as he spun the eye patch he had stolen from her in the midst of battle. His memories up until the uproar on the Gladiator Island were terribly unclear. That it was in accordance with what Subaru had asked before, this was fact. That he had not paid much heed to it was also fact. Nonetheless, just when he had thought that some of those were present, the woman before his eyes had made her entrance, her face looking as if she knew him. If that woman were present within his vanished memories, he felt that was somewhat too good to be true. If she was capable of this much, he had expectations of what could happen. On the path to reach the heavenly sword, Arakia, always like this, nobody, no one will tell me anything. Cecilis, oh. However, in front of Cecilis, as he pondered over, as the woman's voice trembled with frustration, powerful bitterness began mixing in with her turmoil and fury. From red to blue, the flames upon her back shifted in hue. They had a graceful charm to them. As that graceful transfiguration was brought about, the breath she took seemed strained. Arakia, the princess, his excellency as well, are both hiding. I was, always. Cecilis, are you having painful thoughts about having been left behind? Arakia, HK. As if that brief comment had somehow hit bullseye, her facial expression stiffened. Witnessing those red eyes wavering as if a deep emotion had throbbed from the faded beyond. Ultimately, even if said deep emotion had not throbbed, her relation to him was something he was unsure of. Cecilis, well, it'd be strange for you to try killing me if we had a good relationship, so surely it was a rather harsh relationship. That lines up with this situation perfectly. Arakia, Cecilis. Cecilus, the audience will get bored from such long-winded dialogue. It's about time we get this stage moving. Unfortunately, I won't be able to give you any answers whatsoever, but some small weight may be removed from your chest. Slowly concealing the aching half of his body, grasping the spinning eye patch tightly, he came to face her. Thereupon, ending the conversation, his attitude was that of wishing for the conversation to not enter the realm of unnecessary words. Then the woman, after remaining silent for a while, slowly lowered her left hand. Beyond that was a red eye bereft of all light. Meeting its gaze with his own eyes, Cecilus produced a wry smile. Cecilus, feel free to go all out. Every single time you only cook your fried eggs on one side. Arakia, HK. Cecilus, did something slip out just now? Cecilus cocked his head, wondering about the words that had left his mouth as if by reflex. Albeit it seemed that had spurred her ire further. Arakia. Furiously, the sprouting blue flames proceeded to incinerate the lower stratum of the island as they rose. Devoid of the leisure to concern himself with his surroundings, as he plunged into the inferno, Cecilus himself became blue lightning. Subaru. Ha ha, feeling the heat of the inferno on his back, Subaru frantically fled from the lower stratum. Fled, indeed, he was fleeing. Not resisting, nor struggling, but fleeing. That it had been a strategic withdrawal or a valiant escape in order to follow up next time, he could not make those excuses. After all, he had nothing at all to follow up with beyond this point. Everybody had died. There was no getting anyone back anymore. Although Whites and the others had staked their lives so he could escape, he was unable to do anything whatsoever. Everything and anything, his intention had been to succeed in both. In reality, he had intended, by overcoming Sparker on 2 occasions, helping out the comrades of his unit as well as Hein's comrades, to surmount every hardship. It had been a terribly mistaken presumption. To begin with, Subaru had died many times. Even if he died, as long as he had the chance to do everything over, it would turn out well. Thus, it could no longer turn out well. If he really were a capable person, he should have made everything turn out well, dying not even a single time. Just as though he were that dreadful existence, just as though he were Tarred Fang. Without even possessing the authority to start over through death, he had the capability to surmount every situation through his own power. Lacking any outstanding fighting strength, he was identical to Subaru. So then why was Subaru unable to do the same things as Tard? Since he could not do those things, Subaru had ended up killing a great number of people. Subaru, damn it, HK. Rushing out of the island's lower stratum, just as he felt the open air, his vexation swelled unbearably. Bashing the outer wall he leaned against, Subaru cursed himself for his own weakness. His small fist, his frail body, his non-functioning mind, his useless authority. Were he to start enumerating the reasons for his defeat, what came to mind was unending. Rather, just what did he, this shitty brat with scary eyes, possess? HK. Subaru, ceasing his footsteps in regret and cursing himself, stifled a scream from his throat at the unexpected sound. A sound at this place. His whole body trembled violently as he imagined the worst possible thing. Could Tard, who Idra had desperately tried to fend off, have caught up to him? However, Schwartz, Sama, Subaru, Tanza. As the sound of the hoarse voice continued, Subaru received a shock, although it had not been one of dread. Calling out to Subaru through feeble breaths was the one who had been thrown out of the passage by Tard's hand, whose safety he had been uncertain of thereafter, Tanza. The girl's entire body was drenched as it limped, and having discarded her kimono, she was dressed in her white juban. She was in a battered condition, with one of the 2 horns sprouting from her head having been broken off. One. But even so, Tanza, Schwartz-sama, thank goodness, you are all right. As her gentle eyes wavered with relief, Subaru felt an agonizing sensation stemming from the bottom of his heart. Upon seeing the soaked girl, he understood that she had been thrown into the lake from the upper stratum. The lake was inhabited by aquatic, savage witch-beasts, her fractured horns serving as proof that they should not be glossed over as anything trivial. It was a figure one would expect to cling to an adult, crying out, "It hurts, it's painful, help me." And yet Tanza had found Subaru, letting out a thank goodness with a content look. This Natsuki Subaru, who could not do anything at all, finding him. Subaru, and it happened the moment he had that thought. The strength in his legs sapping away, Subaru sank to the floor where he stood. The thread of tension snapped. The insides of his head, which had only been ranting and raving, swiftly grew silent. That he had become relieved upon coming face to face with a living Tanza was not what had happened. Neither had he somehow gotten a sense of accomplishment by finding a breakthrough solution, nor had he shaken off his fear directed to Todd. Merely, he had run out of patience with himself. Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Seeing Subaru fall to his knees, Tanza ran towards him, her expression a changed one. The way she dashed was odd. Perhaps she had sustained an injury to her leg. Looking closely, he could see that the sides of her drenched white juban were slowly being dyed red. Despite having sustained a wound seemingly of awfully immense pain, she was still worrying about Subaru. When he realized he could not live up to any of Tanza's expectations, he lost all strength. Resignation had overwhelmed his inner heart. Subaru. It was neither pain nor fear. That which dealt despair to Natsuki Subaru was not something as easy to understand as hardship. He had been unable to meet the expectations, the wishes placed upon him. That, above everything else, was what brought Natsuki Subaru despair, a despair that had become deadly poison to him. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, compose yourself, the others, Idra-sama and Hyain-sama. Arriving at his side, Tanza touched Subaru's shoulders as she fret over the two people not present. She had not called out White's name. That was a matter of course. Tanza, too, had witnessed White's be slain through her very eyes. Then, regarding the two people not present here as well, she had surely felt a bad premonition. That premonition was accurate to a hopeless extent. Subaru, the two of them, they died. Tanza, HK. Subaru, both Idra and Hyain protected me. Everyone had died. It was not just that he had not been able to save them, but they had saved him. Whites, Idra, and Hyain, all three of them had perished while protecting Subaru. That Tanza was close to death was also because she had attempted to defend an immobile Subaru. Everyone dying was Subaru's fault. Everyone being killed was also Subaru's fault. The horrible tragedy that had befallen the Gladiator Island, all of it had been Natsuki Subaru's fault. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, let us leave this place. At once we must hide somewhere. Subaru, even if we hide, it's pointless, no matter what, will be found immediately. Tanza, even so. Shall you do nothing at all, and wait like this until you are killed? Then for what purpose did everyone in our unit lose their lives? Subaru. Shaking her head side to side, Tanza let out a frustrated cry directed at Subaru, still unmoving. Her tearful appeal, however, far from kindling Subaru's heart, only brought about a cold understanding. Indeed, Subaru, for whose safety the three had staked their lives, was utterly, completely useless. In other words, he had let the three of them die in vain, because all of them had tried to protect Subaru. He had not been capable of living up to their expectations. Even though he had gone as far as having lied to them, deceived them. It would have been better had they not believed that lie. Had he been unable to deceive them to the end of the end, or had there been no gain for Subaru in telling that lie if they had not believed such a lie? Had that been the case, then the three of them would have not tried to die in Subaru's stead. It had not been for the Emperor's child's sake, nor for Natsuki Schwartz's, but for Natsuki Subaru's, that they would never come to know. And now that he thought about it, there was another person whom he had deceived with the same lie. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, if you collapse here, Subaru. Everything, all of it was a lie, Tanza. Tanza, Subaru. Me being the illegitimate child of the Emperor, that's a downright lie. I'm the child of a praiseworthy, incredible and cool dad, but I'm nothing of the sort of a child of the Emperor. Casting his gaze down, Subaru willingly confessed that he had carelessly tried to rely on that lie and their false expectations. If only he had done this sooner, no, he should not have told such a lie to begin with. Tanza. As her already round eyes widened further, Tanza was rendered speechless due to Subaru's admission. That was natural. Given the situation, to think he would tell a lie made Subaru himself want to curse his own self. Having been deceived, it would not be strange in the slightest for the girl to surrender herself to anger. Rather, even if he were to be killed by Tanza's hand, that was something unavoidable. The same went for everyone else as well. The chance to exact rightful punishment on the deceitful Subaru had been lost by those he had deceived. So even if Tanza were to do that, Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, Tanza, quickly let us move from here. I shall carry you upon my back. Subaru, Subaru, who had shut his eyes in preparation for the fact that whatever came out of her mouth would be only natural, lifted his head upon hearing Tanza's words. Pursing her thin lips, Tanza tried to pull on Subaru's arm. Earnestly, she attempted to take Subaru upon her back and get out of this place. A weight leaked out through his voice at that development. He had conveyed everything, every single thing. He had said it had been a lie. Subaru, you didn't hear me, did you? I'm Tanza, not the illegitimate child of His Excellency the Emperor. I heard you. We will address that later, Subaru. It'll be just as shit later, won't it? I'm unrelated to the Emperor. And as such, right now, something like a reason to save me is non-existent. For pretending that something that did not exist actually did had been Subaru's sin. That was the very thing that had taken the lives of those three away. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, is that truly what you believe? Having shaken off the small hands touching his shoulders, Subaru ceased his movement. In front of him, Tanza, crouching, was looking straight into Subaru's eyes with intent. Unable to take his eyes off of hers, he struggled in understanding the meaning of the words she had stated towards him. Regardless of what she thought, everything, all of it was just as he had said. Tanza, White-sama, Idra-sama, Heian-sama, the reason everyone put their lives on the line to protect you, Schwartz-sama, was all because of the falsehood you spoke. Do you truly believe that, Subaru? After all, I said I was the Emperor's child. Tanza, myself and everyone else, all of us believed it. Nevertheless, those three, those people, a scaredy cat, a coward, and a liar, do you think they would wager their lives out of loyalty and patriotism to the Empire? If Subaru were the illegitimate child of the Emperor, he would be known as an imperial prince. That was why, for those three, as people of the Empire, it would have been only natural for them to try to protect Subaru. But once again, he slowly digested Tanza's words, pondered them over. As a scaredy cat, Heian had tried to run away so he could save himself. As a coward, Whites had struggled to survive by outmaneuvering those around him. As a liar, Idra had tried to make himself look bigger so as to be able to control everyone. Not one of them felt like someone he would get along with. Assuredly, the three of them had held similar feelings. Despite that, in the end those three had staked their lives, standing to defend Subaru, protected him, allowed him to escape. Why had it been so? Because the three of them had believed Subaru to be the illegitimate child of the Emperor, though it was possible. It was possible that if that had not been the case, Subaru, just why? Tanza, it is because, Schwartz-sama, you actually got close to those three. Subaru, Tanza, you engaged in actual conversations with them, answered them, and attempted to actually come to an understanding with them. By doing that, Schwartz-sama, you became close to everyone. His understanding lacking, as Subaru voiced that question, Tanza spoke as she looked into his eyes. What had Subaru done? Why had those three tried to save Subaru? She was trying to inform him as to the answer. Even so, Subaru did not comprehend the meaning of what Tanza was saying. After all, Subaru, that kind of thing, it's natural. I haven't done anything even remotely special. Conversing with the companions he had been cooperating with and coming to understand them had been only natural to him. Things that he was unable to do certainly existed. Things that he wanted to do but could not. But doing something so natural with everybody, getting close to them, that was not such an extraordinary thing. Tanza, personally, I understand how they all felt. I too was once rescued by Yorna-sama. I was able to grow close to her. Without a doubt, it was the same for those three with how they felt about you. Subaru, Tanza, nonetheless, there was meaning in them staking their lives on just that. There are times when one is made to feel so. Unfair, those words had been unfair. Had she only had her experience with Subaru, it would be impossible for Tanza to say such a thing to his face. But Tanza spoke of her own experience on what she had received from Yorna. Yorna Miss Higya, the Demon City's mistress, a city where many tribes lived as far as Subaru knew. She was the kindest woman in the Empire. Putting him on the same level as Yorna, what an absurd proposition. Even disrespect had its limits. Tanza had appraised Subaru far too highly. However, for those three, for Heian and Whites and Idra, just how had it been? In all likelihood, Subaru knew more about those three than they had thought. Heian's self-hatred, Whites' false accusations, Idra's downfall, he knew about all of those. He knew that, having gone through tough times, having gone through miserable times, having been unable to rely on anyone, they had all been sent to this island. He had not given much thought to that, because surely all three would have also had their chances. And despite him having thought that they would die here, to think that that would be their end. Subaru, I wanted to save everyone. Tanza, you have saved them, to the extent that they would stake their lives in order to protect you, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, no, you're wrong. It's not like that by some chance. Perhaps it was just as Tanza said. By some possibility, more than Subaru had believed, those three had perhaps thought of Subaru as their comrade. Subaru had possibly, by some chance, saved the hearts of those three. But just their hearts was not enough. It would be unthinkable for him to merely save their hearts and leave it at that. What he wanted to save was everything. Subaru wished, for those who had kindly taken his side, for those who had treated him well, for everyone, to have their hearts and bodies alike be saved by his own self. Were he unable to do so, then he would be no son of Natsuki Kenny, no. Subaru, I hate it. With him hopelessly bawling out, with everything in his surroundings dying out, this world was ending. Before he knew it, the Gladiator Island had been engulfed in black smoke, burning in spite of being an island floating atop a lake, burning, its tongues of flame spreading, bringing the lives carried within it to an end. Subaru, I won't permit anything of the sort. I don't want to allow anything of the sort. I don't want my knees to buckle because of an end like this, unable to save everyone. I can't accept an ending like this, with everyone sacrificing their lives. I cannot accept it. Therefore, Subaru, I don't want to lose to you. I don't really care about stuff like winning or losing, though. From behind the ascending black smoke, tapping his shoulder with the axe in his hand, the man responded as he tilted his head. For but a moment, Subaru had mistaken the man, who had made his appearance with relaxation as he carried a blood-stained axe on his shoulder, for someone else. Missing his trademark bandana, his orange hair hanging down, he lent a vastly different impression from the man Subaru was acquainted with. However, that pair of eyes, those green irises, the malice therein unable to be fully concealed, could not quite falsify his identity. Subaru, Todd, you sure have the devil's luck. Even though I was chasing you, it took some time to catch up to you since the passage was on fire. I told Erikia to put her water to use, but Subaru. Todd, somehow it seems like Erikia's got her hands full. She's useless at the times that are actually important. Saying that with bluntness and annoyance, Todd, partly due to his lowered hair, had no hint of positivity. The fabricated aura of a friendly young man from their first meeting had evaporated, and what was present now was only a chilly thirst for violence. Perhaps even that violence was also a misunderstanding on Subaru's part, and was possibly another fabrication. He was a man who would tell only the needed lies if push came to shove, utilizing those around him, a fabrication as was typical of Todd, Tanza. Please, refrain from coming any closer than that. Glowering at Todd as he tried to take a step forward, Tanza picked up a nearby rock. With the arm strength Tanza possessed, power unthinkable for a child, then even an ordinary stone would be enough as a lethal weapon when thrown. In the case Todd was the opponent, however, Subaru did not feel like a rock would have any usefulness beyond being a rock. And in fact, Todd was no coward, instead narrowing his eyes. Todd, even though you fell in the lake, you're quite stubborn, little miss. Are you the same as that lot from earlier? Tanza, if you are referring to everyone from the unit, Todd, that's a troublesome look in your eyes. I also don't intend on underestimating just how dangerous that desperation is. If I did, it'd be troublesome, as we'd render each other unable to move. As he stated that, Todd ran his hand through his own hair. Transmitted from that gesture was that the removal of his bandana had been an achievement left behind by Idra. It was not that he had been able to defeat Todd, nor was it that he had injured Todd, even it was just that he had snatched Todd's bandana away. And that notwithstanding, because Idra had carried out a single retaliation, Todd was exercising caution towards Subaru and Tanza. Tanza, just what is it exactly that you desire? Todd, I just want to go home to my fiancée, though. Having brought his legs to a halt, that was Todd's reply to Tanza's question. Devoid of any apparent hint of jest or sarcasm, Todd vocalized his desire plainly. He just wanted to go home, that was the sole thing he desired. That was what Todd had declared. Perhaps, then, that had not been a lie of any sort. Tanza, HK, Subaru, Tanza, you don't need to speak to him anymore. The one to speak to him will be me. Pulling Tanza back, who had cast Todd a stern look, Subaru silently trained his gaze on him. With the pair of tattered children before him, Todd shrugged his shoulders. Todd, I've got nothing to talk about, boy. Subaru, I'll keep you company as you look for an opening. Or could it be that you're scared of a kid who's this close to death? Todd, sure is scary. A brat still trying to provoke me despite the situation. Being scared is unavoidable. Not letting himself be provoked in the slightest, nor relaxing even a shred of his vigilance. He would not cut corners even if his opponent was a child. In truth, against an opponent troublesome to no end, he thought it only natural to be driven to a corner like this, though he also considered something else. Todd was someone who cautiously used his wits and did not overestimate his own ability. Such a way of doing things was, Subaru, you're someone who tries to manage everything all on your own. Todd, it's impossible to do everything. I know the extent of my own ability. Subaru, although you came alongside Arakia as comrades, you really don't trust her in the slightest. He could not feel any consideration towards Arakia in Todd's attitude. Not because he was not confident in Arakia's strength, nor because he believed there was no way she would lose, but rather because, regardless of her strength or weakness, Todd simply did not care about Arakia. And that was unrestricted to just Arakia. That way of thought applied to everything in Todd's vicinity. That was why his thoughts, his actions, his ideals, all were fulfilled entirely by his own self. Subaru, I don't want to lose to a guy of that sort. Todd, it's not about winning or losing. I don't particularly mind. It's fine if you win as long as you die. Subaru, my defeat won't just be my defeat. It'll be Tanza's, Hyaines, White's, Idra's, everyone in the unit's defeat. That was absolutely loathsome. Altogether, Subaru and the others had fought, they had resisted, and they headed towards victory. As a unit, that was why they would win. With everyone, he would go and win. Subaru, kneeling, his body close to death, Subaru put a hand to his own chest. Though Todd scowled at those words, he did not heedlessly shift his vigilance away from Tanza. Naturally, were Subaru to attempt any discernible action, Todd would surely move to impede him. Though as Subaru remained kneeling on the spot, he did not move. He would not move. Subaru, Todd. And he had no need to move. There was just one thing he had to say. Subaru, I can return by death. Powering through his slight hesitation, Subaru spoke so. Prepared for what could happen should he say that with his hand still upon his own chest, Subaru clearly spoke those words. And then, Todd. What? After an instant of nothing, because of Subaru's words, Todd wrinkled his brow, creating deep creases. Unable to grasp the meaning of those words, Tanza returned signs of doubt all the same. From the reaction of those two, and from the lack of pain hailing from his chest, Subaru discerned the origin of the discrepancy. Although his body had shrunk, he could not forget those memories of agony. Were he to speak of that, a disaster should, without fail, befall Subaru. Unbearable pain would be bestowed upon him as punishment for breaking the taboo by the black shadows that governed the world of stopped time. That did not arrive. For what reason? The witch had lost sight of Subaru. At the tower of the Crimson Lappy's castle, during the Sparker on the Gladiator Island, during the massacre triggered by Todd, a discrepancy had accompanied the spirals of death that had occurred at every single one of those scenes. Instinctively, unconsciously, Subaru had understood that. Akin to how a bird would not forget how to fly, akin to how a fish would not forget how to swim, Natsuki Subaru would not forget how to use his own authority, was being sent to the Valatian Empire the reason, was the onwards march of infantilization the reason. Before this, way before this, he could have noticed it. Even during Sparker, even while the massacre was ongoing, the moment the unleashed gladiator beasts, the witch beasts, did not rush towards Subaru, it was made certain that he had been parted from the witch's hands. Henceforth, he shouted, Subaru, I can return by death. Todd, HKU Subaru, I can return by death. Return by death. You understand? Return by death. Return by death was something he must not reveal to anyone. Because accompanying it was a penalty of unbearable pain, and beyond that, there was a possibility that it could directly lead to despair akin to one's heart cracking. To sow the life of those listening by abusing that mechanism, he did not expect anything of the sort. He did not stop it from reaching Tanza's ears either. He even bestowed Todd with information he did not want him to hear. However, the one he truly wanted to hear, it was not Todd, nor was it anyone else on the island. Subaru, I can return by death. Raising his eyes to the heavens, Subaru projected his voice towards the same overcast skies black smoke was ascending to. With his body in tatters, the reverberation of his loud voice brought pain to his viscera. He was near death. Nevertheless, Subaru's resolve was settled, for the pain he wished for was nothing of this sort. May it be so. The observers did not feel shame. Those were the rambling words left behind by Cecilis. It was unlikely that Subaru and Cecilis had been envisioning the same thing. In the first place, there was a high probability that it had merely been one of Cecilis's thoughtless remarks. Yet those thoughtless remarks had aided him in realizing. Similar to the observers Cecilis was aware of, there was something that was supposedly observing Subaru. That existence which was supposedly observing Subaru, were it watching over Subaru even now without parting from him, then these loops bereft of hope, bereft of love, would not come to pass. Subaru, I can return by death. I'm right here. Come find me. I know that it's selfish, but I want to save everyone. With Natsuki, Subaru's authority and nothing more, it just isn't enough. That's why, Subaru. Come find me, Sattler. I love you. It happened the moment that name was called out. Subaru. The world abruptly lost color. The loud throbbing that resounded, the ringing in his ears vanished into the distance. He was incapable of moving his limbs. His tongue became parched and numb. He became unable to both move his eyes and breathe. The force restraining his free will, the threat slowly disrupting the beating of heart, all of that had been because, donning a dress weaved from jet-black shadows, the witch he yearned for appeared before his eyes. I love you. As she spoke so, the witch's magic hands of black stretched out towards him, caressing Subaru's cheek, tenderly cherishing him as she slid down the back of his neck, tracing his collarbone down towards his solar plexus, to then finally arrive at the place she sought. I love you. I love you. I love you. While she whispered the love his ears had grown accustomed to, her fingers phased through Subaru's, through that child's chest, then finally wrapping themselves around the organ where the facilities of life were contained with gentleness. I love you. 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 Subaru had somehow managed to do it, that much was certain. The countless whispers imbued with the power in the word love, the fingertips wrapping his heart which seemed to run contrary to that, the ensuing pain that lasted seemingly until the end of this world, he had longed for all of it. Therefore, I love you. 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 Even if this repulsive world was fully permeated by the power in those words, Natsuki Subaru would not be broken. As the world regained its color, as his once vanished tinnitus returned, as the sensation in his limbs and the numbness of his tongue both faded, as he took gruff breaths, the flow of time for everything outside of Subaru was set in motion. Subaru, gah, with that, it seemed both Todd and Tanza did not understand what Subaru had meant, the latter with a strong clutch on his chest as he groaned. Nevertheless, the subsequent change ought to have been noticed by the two of them right away. Todd, what? Eyes sharpened, his expression stiffening in terror, Todd shifted his focus to his surroundings. The cause of that was not something visible to the eye, but an approaching, audible report in more detail, roars. The witch beasts still remaining upon the Gladiator Island were howling in unison, as though they had arranged this beforehand. Furthermore, having been stimulated by an unordinary trigger, the aura was of such menace that it seemed as if they had lost their senses. Todd, HK. That instant, casting his mind back to the sense of crisis, Todd immediately detected Subaru as the cause. It seemed that even Todd himself did not know the meaning of that return by death Subaru had shouted out. But he had no necessity to comprehend it, so casting that aside, he put his intent to kill into practice on the spot. While remaining vigilant of Tanza's counterattack, Todd's body ferociously charged towards Subaru. Opposing Todd, Tanza hurled the stone in her hand at great velocity. The stone flew true, rocketing towards the very center of Todd's being. And yet shit. Letting out a minute grunt, Todd gnawed his molars at the pain originating from his left arm, which had been struck by the stone. Unable to allow him to dodge, Tanzer had set her aim to the largest possible target, his torso. Catching wind of that, Todd had sacrificed his left arm, and thus minimized the damage he had suffered. Following that, Todd brandished the axe with his right arm and tried to cut Tanzer's petite form down. However, Subaru would not permit such a thing. Tanzer, Schwartz-sama. Her shoulders sent flying due to a thrust from behind. Tanzer called that out as she fell on her side. The one to send her flying had been Subaru, who she had been protecting with that small back of hers just before. Tanzer had vanished from the range of the axe's downswing, but Subaru had entered it in her stead. For but an instant, Todd's pupils constricted, however. The momentum of his axe did not cease, his swing being brought to completion. The blade drew near without haste. It would send Subaru's head flying. It happened then. Todd, HK. A firm sound and a weighty impact gave rise to a hollow echo, and Todd's body flailed around in midair. Todd, having been blown away, now on his back upon the floor, promptly got back up. And yet droplets of blood dripped from the grand gash now on his mouth, whereas his knees really seemed to be on the verge of buckling. Todd, just now that. Unsure of what had just occurred, Todd's eyes darted about, thrusting his finger towards that Todd Subaru, invisible providence. What the meaning behind that punch to his defenseless jaw was, Subaru politely explained it to him. Subaru, next, I'll blow your head off. Todd, having withdrawn his thrust-out finger, Subaru now erected his middle finger and asserted such. Perhaps because his jaw was broken, his hemorrhage did not cease. While spitting out blood, Todd suddenly squinted his eyes. With that, he would begin his retaliation over that broken jaw, or so they had thought, Todd. While quietly training his gaze on Subaru, Todd slowly retreated into the background. His legs backing up to enter the ascending black smoke, without any faltering, he vanished into the fumes. As soon as he noticed that the situation had become unfavorable to him, discarding just about all of his reluctance, he had chosen to escape. Subaru, well, I thought he'd do that, but Tanzer, Schwartz-sama. Seeing Todd's disappearance with her own eyes, Tanzer rushed over to Subaru, her facial expression altered. Before he could take Tanzer's hand, Subaru slipped and tumbled down right where he was. He had already been on the verge of death, even before reaching this place. Most likely, at the time he had descended alongside Idra and Hyain, he had sustained serious wounds of having multiple bones broken. The authority of sloth, which he had not utilized for a long time, was providing a strong stimulus to Subaru's brain as per usual. Blood was trickling out his nose, and yet he was incapable of staunching it. Though in any case, even if he could staunch it, it would not make much of a difference. Todd's axe had pulverized Subaru's right shoulder with its final blow and was currently lodged there. The fact he had not inadvertently lost consciousness was proof that Subaru's life had already drifted away, so much so that pain or anything else were already irrelevant. Tanzer, Schwartz-sama. Clinging on to a sobbing Tanzer, Subaru's innermost feelings were entirely those of guilt. With this small body with earnestness, Subaru nestled closer to her, to the girl who had desperately tried to keep him alive, to whom he must leave something behind. Only, Subaru, take this, Tanzer, HK, the curse tool. From his pocket, he retrieved the black orb and entrusted it to Tanzer's hand. It was not that he'd had some sort of idea. He thought he should at least leave something behind to Tanzer, even if he would soon perish. Subaru, Sesai, is over there with Arakia, Tanzer, you understood. I understand, since I understand Subaru. Todd is already. You don't need to worry. As far as Todd's personality went, Subaru could not imagine that the former would consider challenging him once more after having had an experience that painful. That was a detestable aspect of that man, and yet, simultaneously, it was a belief that he could trust on and make use of. Like that, whilst enduring tears, Tanzer touched Subaru, who was frantically stringing words together. Until the end of the end, for the sake of Subaru, who was worrying about her, she felt she had to do something, desperately so. Though that was wrong. That order of things was completely backwards. Tanzer had treated him kindly just before. She had remedied just about all of Subaru's thoughts. That Natsuki Subaru was, until the end, someone better off not giving up. She had aided him in remembering so. Thanks to that, once more was he still able to fight. That was why Subaru. Next time. Indeed, at a Subaru softly vocalizing his resolve, Tanza widened her eyes. Still, for the girl, that must have sounded like a final show of obstinacy from a Subaru about to pass away. As tears accumulated in her eyes, firmly enduring those emotions, Tanza's small hand, her slender fingers, gently wrapped around Subaru's minutely trembling hand. And then, Tanza. Yes, that is correct, Schwartz-sama. Next time, without a doubt, we will not lose. Taking care as to not disgrace Subaru's final wish, while crying, Tanza uttered that. Aligned with each other, they did not become. Even so, they were aligned in their desire to save one another. That was sufficient. With that sufficient desire, while bearing the feelings of this moment, Subaru, I will save everyone. With that resolve in his final moment, the life of Natsuki Subaru burned to ashes. Dark, dark, a world of utmost darkness. Nothing but darkness existed in this space where light could not flow in, this ultimately distant land, a place neither prayers nor wishes could reach. Always did that place gnaw at his heart, imposing a feeling of helplessness, bringing about grief and sorrow. A cursed land untrodden by any being. However, this time, this very moment, did his thoughts wish, anticipate this arrival. Subaru. The darkness he could not stand a chance against by his lonesome was engulfing everything, taking away everything. Even if he was being tortured by that feeling of helplessness, abandoning everything in his vicinity, even himself, the feeling of defeat that originated from being unable to do anything anymore had scorched his body. I love you, Subaru. It may not be everything, but I know. The things he could accomplish by his lonesome were not that numerous. He was not a human being ambitious to such an extreme extent. That was why he could also make mistakes, and why his resolve too could bend. Even so, I love you. Subaru, I know that as well, I really do. I know. Having parted ways, it was something he knew at last. Simultaneously, he became unsure on how he should retain the emotions he'd had up to this point. Still, as he had indeed been thinking that he wanted to know. The most important thing, he knew it. He really did. Subaru, thank you. I'll be heading off now. To that place, to that land of isolating waters, where all life had been wiped out for the sake of losing no longer, for the sake of not allowing those he held dear be trampled upon. Once more, Natsuki Subaru would rise. Once more, he would rise. TL note. In Volume 31 of the light novel, there is an extra section added in between the preceding and following sections. It provides some context regarding the situation. Read it here. Through his buttocks, he felt the gale-wind horse-pulled carriage shake with a rattle. It had not been too comfortable of a journey. It was not about how comfortable the ride had been, but rather about how comfortable he had been. In regards to the former, it was likely that this was a rare privilege, even within the Empire. He did not feel overly grateful about that. As to why he felt so uncomfortable in such a luxurious carriage was due to the scarcity of windows, and to the fact he was not in control of the reins. Naturally, both left some margin for one to be targeted in exchange, so whichever was preferred varied from person to person. Quite simply, it was just that he hated his response being delayed because he had left things to others. The horse-led carriage itself had been made quite solid through the protection of earth magic, and when it came to being vigilant towards their surroundings, it was being handled by someone who possessed considerably greater senses than he did. Man, it sure does leave nothing to be desired, apart from it being a journey I hadn't wished for. As expected from the customs of a country that esteemed the strong, the extravagant praise the generals received was quite an extreme thing. In other words, considering he was being treated like this, he could even say that it seemed that he had been placed amongst the powerful, but in his true opinion, that in itself was a bothersome kindness. His personal opinion was that, as long as he was not precisely the summit of the world, he would lose far more than he would gain by being thought of as strong. Being thought of as weak was much, much easier. It was from this reason that the discomfort from this treatment had become the logical conclusion. Are you bored? Suddenly, his closed eyes slowly opened, the voice that had come from atop the roof as a culprit. The owner of the voice he was hearing was located there. The interior of the coach was empty, himself excluded. The lack of people was rather splendid, as it would be suffocating for him if others were present, but his companion was intolerable, someone unbefitting of being a civilized person. That notwithstanding, they were not someone who ought to do the talking themselves. He would rather have someone else take charge of both her education and her discipline. He did not have much intention of engaging with her for long, either. Though she seemed to be empathetic in regards to his intentions to exact revenge, it would be better for him if he made up a story and chose someone at random as his enemy. Are you listening? Man, I heard you. I was just thinking about something. What about you? Do you remember your instructions properly? Even I can remember that much. Unthinkable was what he wanted to say, but there was room for doubt as to whether it was something he could believe. In the first place, he had never heard of a general that delegated full control of their plans to a subordinate, who himself was no more than a private first class, only because they were not very good at thinking. He had been told to stop speaking politely, and he had responded exactly in tandem with her wishes, but what was on her mind was wholly unknown. Perhaps she had taken to him. If he thought of her as a female version of Jamal, there did not seem to be much of a difference, although it seemed more difficult to find a place to abandon her in than it had been to do so for Jamal, which was bothersome. The island, I see it. Are you prepared? Man, as long as I don't lose the Prime Minister's letter, all that's left is to get the Governor Sama we heard about to follow the orders. There's no need to get in a fight with anyone. It's an easy job, you know. Atop the roof, Arakia listened as she looked at the coach's destination. On the other side of the drawbridge it was crossing over. As he answered, he ascertained the feeling of the letter within his pocket. Indeed, their role was something akin to messengers. As long as they got him to follow the directives, it would be fine. However, if ordinary messengers really would have been sufficient, there was no reason to bother with sending Arakia. That was the sole thing that bothered him. Man, it should be an easy job, kinda. Arakia, the objective is the annihilation of the island. Is it possible? Man, provided the governor agrees to activate the curse rule obediently. Governor Gustav Morello, the manager of the Gladiator Island, the place where their goal lay, had imposed an absolute regulation called the Curse Rule, for the sake of ruling over the gladiators assembled on the island. The Curse Rule was invoked when someone who had been engraved with the curse mark from Gustav violated the rules. That life would then be taken without any room for argument. It truly was a convenient thing. A curse tool created by one of the 9 divine generals, the master of curse tools, was serving as the trigger for the curse rule, and the conditions to invoke it were plain and simple, man. At a fixed distance, those who go too far from the curse tool will die. Arakia, any concerns about the people of the island? Man, the safe zone seems to be roughly the whole area of the island. At any rate, even if they try to slip away covertly, they'll die if their curse mark hasn't been removed. It can prevent their escape, even if they get frightened into crossing the drawbridge. That ability to restrain them is enough to keep them inside. In truth, if they were to let one gladiator die as an example of the curse rule's effect, then probably nobody would try and do the same to double-check it. No fools that reckless existed. It was a curse activated without taking the trouble to look the recipient in the eye or pressure them in any way. On top of the island's special characteristic, he honestly admired how that restraining device was thoroughly drilled into them. However, were they to realize that the curse rule could not be utilized freely, it would rouse an uprising right away. Man, well, I intend on annihilating them when that time comes, so it'll be fine to just throw the curse tool into the lake. The water surrounding the Gladiator Island was quite deep. Were it not for the large drawbridge, its coast would be unreachable, much like an island amidst isolating waters, but the distance to the bottom of the lake was even deeper. If the curse tool were to be thrown into the lake, by the time it reached the bottom, they would be in the range of activation of the curse rule. In the worst-case scenario, that of the governor not cooperating, throwing the retrieved curse tool into the lake would also enter the realm of possibility. Man, it's essential to prepare for the absolute worst, the hiding place of the curse tool included. For one to untactfully hold pride in their work, it would trouble him should that be a cause for difficulty. It would be best for him to cooperate in slaughtering all the gladiators, obediently, being reasonable without incident. He wanted to return home as soon as possible after finishing their task like that, and thus fulfilling the objective of their journey. Man, Katia. Because they had been separated for so long, their short reunion had strengthened his attachment. It was a cruel action, one akin to spilling a single drop of water into his parched, water-craving throat. He wished to ingest water until his stomach burst. That could perhaps be called a natural emotion for a human being, he thought. Even if it made it just 1 second faster, he would finish his task and return to the imperial capital. If it were for that purpose, man, and completely fine with any sacrifices. Indeed, that was when one of the switches within himself flipped towards violence. Arakia, Tard, something strange. Called out by his name, the man Tard lifted his head with a what? Her tone lacked seriousness, but that was the kind of manner she conducted herself with more often than not. Nonetheless, having ascended to the rank of divine general, her true abilities were nothing to be made light of, and it was also true that a normal person would not be able to guess them. That which she had pointed out was their objective, the Gladiator Island, which they were steadily approaching. They were already nearing halfway through the drawbridge, at a place between the two shores where the coach would cross over to the island half of the bridge. Having been called out precisely just before they entered their opponent's lair, a bad premonition overcame him. And then, Tard, stop. Ha! Tard, right now, stop, turn back. The instant he looked closely at the path outside the window, Tard yelled that out, bewildering the soldier on the driver's seat. Clicking his tongue at the slowness of that reaction, Tard immediately climbed onto the driver's seat, snatched the reins away from the soldier, stopped the carriage, and whipped the galewind horse to make it turn around post-haste. After that, he ignored the befuddled coachman and looked back toward the roof. Tard, Arakia, keep an eye on the island, be alert. If there's movement, fire at will. Arakia, understood. Coachman, come on now, our responsibility as emissaries from the Prime Minister is. Tard, coachman. Arakia obeyed without complaint. The coachman voiced his sense of duty. Disregarding the former and glaring at the nearby latter who had a poor understanding of things, Tard quietly narrowed his eyes. At that gaze of Tard's, the coachman, his spirit withering away, choked on his words and shut his mouth. That was the right choice. Were he to try to persist on the issue, he would have been pushed off into the lake. It would be better if they were saved the trouble of not losing their coachman for their return, and that had happened had been Arakia's achievement, who had noticed something abnormal before they finished crossing the drawbridge. Seemingly, the situation had already changed. Arakia, Tard. It seems Prime Minister Bestetz's concerns were valid. With that as his response to her short call, Tard turned the galewind horse to the opposite direction, retracing the path they had come from. They could not afford for the drawbridge to be withdrawn on them. Those in control of the drawbridge on the farther shore were not restricted to people not cooperating with their opponents. At any rate, Tard, for them to be waiting for us fully prepared, they're being led by a pretty dangerous person. Arakia, we can't win, even though I'm there. Tard, yeah, that's right. Quietly, while hearing Arakia's voice raise in tension, Tard gave a nod. With a shudder as he felt dread run down his back, Tard, it's not an opponent we have any chance of beating, at least for today. So he spoke. I thought that they'd turn back, but that decision to cut their losses seemed way too quick. While viewing the coach turn around exactly halfway into the drawbridge, retreating without any hesitation, he vented a sigh. He had been amazed and impressed by the speed of their judgment, but even so, it had been within range of his expectations. Had he truly intended to perform a surprise attack, he would first quietly lure the opponent onto the island. However, that situation would have never been settled with both sides remaining unscathed. As someone aware of the massacre that would ensue in the case they lured the carriage in, he had been unable to take such a risky gamble. That was because he had already thrown himself head first into the riskiest gamble available. Schwarzsama, the emissaries are Subaru. Yeah, they ran away. As expected, they thought it strange that we just line up to welcome them, though that was what I wanted them to think, so it was a bluff. Is that so? I am relieved that we did not end up making the second an opponent. A girl in a kimono stood next to Subaru, who was shielding his eyes with his hands to his forehead as he gazed towards the drawbridge. Gently patting her own chest, Tanza digested the relief over the plan's success. The two horns atop her head were intact and well, and there were no wounds visible on her beautiful and youthful skin whatsoever. With absolutely no problems at all, she was healthy and well. An admirably perfect Tanza. Tanza, excuse me, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, Tanza, no, I was just wondering why you were patting my head. Subaru, sorry, it was by reflex. At Tanza's question born of embarrassment, realizing that he had been subconsciously stroking her head, Subaru apologized. But regardless of his apology, he did not stop patting her head. Then, as Subaru continued to caress her head, Tanza pursed her lips and did not resist. For her sullen face to appear childlike once again, Subaru thought he would continue patting her head no matter what, as long as he was not shaken off, however. How long are you gonna do that for? Is this really the time for brats to be flirting with each other? Subaru, huh? Just as a vigorous voice came from behind him, Subaru's hand stopped patting. Parting his hand from Tanza in haste then, Subaru bent his lips in displeasure and turned around. With Subaru's line of sight falling upon him, the lizardman Hien, saying, What is it? As he stiffened his face, looked at the two beside him in turns as if asking for help, Hien. Why do you have to look at me with those kinder eyes? Even though I just said something obvious. Am I wrong? It seems that it's more about the way you said it and your timing in saying it was terrible, though it isn't something that I'd say even if the timing was appropriate. He's a better person than you. Have some consideration, lizard bastard. Hein. Hugh-ha. Betrayed by the two people on his flanks by Hydra and Whites, Hein's eyes darted about in bewilderment. Due to Hein's reaction, Hydra produced a wry smile and Whites gave a snort of his nose. At the figures of those three lining up, Subaru remembered his deep emotions. In response to Subaru gazing at them like that, Hydra frowned and Hydra, Schwartz, that somewhat meaningful look in your eyes is unsettling. Subaru, it's nothing. It's just, I was thinking about how far I've come. Hydra. As Subaru rubbed his finger under his nose, Hydra cocked his head in puzzlement. Regardless of Hydra's reaction, right next to him, Whites crossed his burly arms with a mutter of, I get it. While distorting frightening tattoos on his body, Whites glared at the other side of the drawbridge, and Whites, we chased away the messengers from the imperial capital. With this, we don't have a path of retreat. Ain't that so? Subaru, you're a little bit off the mark, but that's also true. It's a little bit off the mark. His appearance of looking like he understood the most out of everyone crumbled, and Whites' eyes widened in surprise. Producing a sarcastic smile to that reaction, Subaru reflected on how the deep emotions he harbored differed from the impression those three had given off with pride. Those three, rather, no one knew anything at all, but that was completely fine. And Subaru, he would remember every single thing. And then, apparently, their verdict has been passed. Turning around due to that weighty and imposing voice, he saw a personage who had been awaiting the emissaries in the vicinity of the drawbridge. The horse-drawn carriage that the emissaries were riding on had turned back, and having made sure it finished its crossing over to the other shore, he stared seriously at Subaru, with a terrifying expression like that of a demon. As the giant of a man wielding an intimidating aura slowly approached them, and while having the light impression that Hien and the others behind him were getting overwhelmed, Subaru shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Subaru, with this, do you believe me? No objections. The imperial command bestowed upon me, as the official by His Excellency the Emperor, the time has come for it to be fulfilled. That is to say, Subaru, that is to say. All the gladiators of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, they are to be placed under your command. Your Highness, Schwartz. While declaring so, interlocking the hands and fists of his forearms in front of his chest, demonstrating his dignified stance, was the chief of the Gladiator Island, Gustav Morello. The guards under Gustav exchanged glances at his statement, and all took an identical stance in unison. Whites, this ain't pleasing. Discontent with the attitudes displayed by Gustav and his group, Whites muttered. Subaru looked back, and Whites jerked his chin as he closed one eye. Whites, I object to you deciding by yourself that all the gladiators are to obey, even if you're the governor and island chief. Gustav. Whites Rojan, keep your opinions within your heart. However, there are things that take precedence over one's personal intentions. I would be troubled if you forgot that, in my capacity, I have means to have you do as I say. Whites, you wanna fucking go. Whites gave a snort of his nose, and Gustav also harbored silent intentions within his eyes. With things as they were, it seemed that the two would come to fight each other, and before Subaru could intervene, Idra, Governor, please don't act hastily, Whites, you lowlife. You never use enough words. Seems to me you were asking for a misunderstanding because of that. Whites, I don't mind fighting cause of that in the slightest. Hein, others are gonna mind, you know. Ah, damn it. Governor, we ain't gonna do something as shameful as to obey your orders out of fear. As Idra held White's back, Hein stepped forward in his place and declared so devoid of any shame. Hein would not look Gustav in the eye with the situation to be unfavorable to him, but not letting his lack of nerve show, boldly pointing at Subaru with his hand, he spoke, Hein. Even without that strange threat of yours, we're goin' with Schwartz. Hey, ain't that right, you assholes? You ain't afraid, are you? Don't make me laugh, lizard bastard. Who's afraid? Who? Eight-eyed. Let's go, your highness, our imperial prince. Let's wrest it away from your nasty old man. It's the start of our empire. Hein's oh-so-loud call was responded to by a crowd of voices. Rising one after another from all around them now, from all throughout the island, were the voices of the gladiators who had all come together to welcome the emissaries. Mixed along with the voices of the many men with their blood boiling were the voices of Hein's comrades, Orson and his group, and the voice of Old Man Null, who most unusually was present outside the healing room. Quite literally, the Gladiator Island Ginnenhive had become one. Subaru, thank you. While hearing the cheers from his excited surroundings, Subaru clutched his chest and muttered. To the comrades in the surroundings, then to himself, and above all else, to the one who had granted him this chance, he was grateful. Then Subaru slapped both of his cheeks with his hands, raised his face, its expression cheerful, and Subaru. Well, we're going now, but what are you going to do, Cess? Ha ha, guess you're right about that. As Subaru, having tilted his head, asked a question, a silhouette twirled around as it descended. Having watched over the events as they unfolded from a vantage point up high, Cecilus made a light sound as he landed. He did not have one side of his body scorched, and his manner was unchanged from the time it had been scorched. Gazing over Subaru as well as the large crowd of people surrounding him, Cecilus, as one'd expect of you, you managed a totally unexpected result. No matter how I slice it, I didn't expect you to get this far. Truly, I must say bravo. However, I got just one question. Subaru, what is it? Cecilus, kindly, carefully, and thoroughly going around back and forth to several places, your ability to win everybody over's truly superb and praiseworthy. But indeed, that's just it, you know. You going to persuade me? His two hands concealed by his sleeves, Cecilus asked that of him with a face that showed curiosity from the bottom of his heart. Unable to comprehend it, the smile Cecilus always had plastered on his face had disappeared. Seeing that expression, Subaru slightly widened his eyes, then gave a satisfied nod. That was correct. Subaru had not attempted to persuade Cecilus. Despite having persuaded Gustav, Hein and Whites and Idra, Orson and the others and Old Man Null, as well as Rex and Milzak, as well as Cashew and Moiso, as well as Deroy and Creekkin, as well as Cadro and Fenmel, and even that stubborn lone wolf Josruff, he had ignored Cecilus. The reason was Subaru. Cecil, I wanted to see you make that face. Every single time up until now, the one Subaru had failed in connecting with at the crucial moments had been Cecilus. He was not enough of a fool to cross a dangerous bridge for revenge, but the result of all his thinking that, for better or worse, this was the best way to have an effect on Cecilus. And thus, when it came to pass in reality, Cecilus's eyes went wide upon hearing that, and only then did Subaru give him the announcement. Subaru, I'm gonna work you hard if you come with us now, so are you coming? Cecilus, ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. Shrugging his shoulders, Subaru winked. Just after Cecilus heard that high-handed invitation, he opened his mouth wide, then delivered a round of explosive laughter while bending his back. Flailing his legs around on the spot, Cecilus was having a hearty laugh. Having had a thorough burst of laughter, he wiped away the tears emerging from the corners of his eyes, and Cecilus, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. You've got to be kidding me from this very me. From this very Cecilus segment, the Blue Lightning. From the leading actor of this world. From me whom you ignored, you ask that. To please come together with you. That's completely preposterous, Basu. Subaru. So what will you do? Cecilis, I'll go with you, of course. I'd like to say something like, though it's annoying to be taken along, but it's incredible how you've talked me down to think it's not annoying in the slightest. Ah, incredible. It's a pleasure. While clapping his hands with force, Cecilis got fully on board, his actions aligned with Subaru's expectations. While relieved by the merit of that decisiveness, Subaru placed his hand on his chin. In truth, this was something he had been thinking from the very start, but Subaru, that way of calling me Basu, it just doesn't sit right with me in the slightest, you know. Cecilis, whoa-ho, adverse winds. To rupture things like that just after I answered I'd come along with you, you're awfully poor at communicating. But then, do you have an alternative I should use to call you? Subaru. Guess you're right, huh? As Cecilis pitched forward, Subaru thought for a bit. He suddenly thought about how Cecilis's mouth would have grown accustomed to saying Basu. Hitting upon an idea that was, unexpectedly, not so shabby, Subaru smiled with a wicked face and Subaru, boss. Too, Cecilis. Subaru. From now on, call me boss. He did not intend to be pretentious, but surprisingly, going along with Cecilis's penchant for being a drama geek didn't feel so bad. As Subaru responded in that manner, Cecilis sighed with a ho-ho. Cecilis. Boss, 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 boss. It's got quite a nice ring to it. Though I've got no clue whatsoever about its meaning, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. Subaru. It means leader. Just right, isn't it? Cecilis. Yes, indeed, boss. Then shall we begin? Cheerfully smiling, the words of the high-spirited Cecilis were met with Subaru nodding and letting out a yeah. Starting with Cecilis, Subaru then looked over at Hien, Whites, and Idra, the comrades of his unit, as well as the other gladiators, after that making eye contact with Gustav and the guards who accompanied him. As the result of his utmost grand experience with the comrades who had become one, Subaru. Let's go, everyone. Let's go give my shitty old man in the imperial capital a wallop to the cheek. Everyone. Yeah. At Subaru's rousing shout, the people of the Gladiator Island returned that grand reply. While basking in that intense spirit, so intense it seemed to make the entirety of the island floating on the lake quake, Subaru suddenly noticed Tanza's gaze trained on him. Subaru. Don't worry, Tanza. The one and only person who actually knew that Subaru was not the illegitimate child of the Emperor. Giving her a reassuring nod, Subaru resolved himself to head from these western lands towards the imperial capital without resting. As the son of Natsuki Kenishi, with the trust of his comrades, he would push forward. Therefore, from now on, because he had been summoned to another world, Subaru. This time, it's our win. As the strongest existence, Natsuki Subaru would trample upon the Valatian Empire. Thank you to everyone who has read this far, both this chapter itself and the whole phase. It has been a pleasure to work on this chapter. I look forward to continue working on chapters as they release. TL note. 1. Juban, Chinese letter, is a piece of clothing worn under a kimono. More info. 2. Subaru uses the word boss. Japanese letter. In English, since it sounds similar to the name Cecilis had come up with for him, Basu. Japanese letter. This is the same way Cecilis refers to Subaru in the Arboru If story. Arc 7, Chapter 76. Chance Meetings at the Imperial Capital. Machine translated by Archbishop Punibaba Safa Comet, proofread by Archbishop I3 Laid Dragon, Japanese to English, checking by Ice Mask Book Art Sources, Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. It was while Rem was strolling through the mansion where she was held under house arrest that she noticed a certain woman. In the heights of the battle at the fortress city of Garrel, in order to treat a wounded Flop O'Connell, Rem had been abducted from the city, along with him taken to the imperial capital and placed under house arrest in what was probably one of the most magnificent mansions in the city. However, while it was called house arrest, Rem still possessed relatively ample freedom. She was not confined to cramped rooms or prisons, nor was she subjected to excessive violence or verbal abuse. While it could have hardly been called tranquil, it was possible for one to say that the treatment she got was mild. Food was prepared for every mealtime, and a time for bathing was also available. In some ways, it was definitely a better place to live than in the village of the people of Shadrach. However, even though she was not imprisoned, she still could not go outside the mansion, as the soldiers responsible for security, the private army of Bastet's Fondalfin, kept watch, reminding her of her limitations. In any case, leaving aside the topic of whether she was more free than not, the situation at hand was not one she wished for. Naturally, she had made Kuna and Holly experience some inadequacy, and it would not be surprising if she were now the object of Priscilla's indignation, having left as she pleased. Above all, how would the people that had left for the East react upon their return? Louis, medium, and the boy named Natsuki Subaru. Ah! And it was while Rem was lost in her own thoughts that brought her heartache that she heard a painfully feeble voice. Upon turning her face toward the direction of the voice, she saw an unfamiliar figure in the garden in the center of the mansion, one likely used more as a courtyard for the purpose of mounting and dismounting flying dragons than for preserving a lush green landscape. Although she had not met all of the soldiers and servants working in the mansion, she could tell at a glance that the person was neither of these. For the reason was because that very person did not walk on their own feet and sat in a chair with wheels attached. Ka! Ah! She was a fair-skinned woman with unruly dark brown hair, which was parted in two on either side of her head. Her long-lashed blue eyes flickered, and then she put strength into her slender shoulders and leaned forward. What those trembling arms were putting strength into was the wheeled chair she was sitting in specifically, the wheels of her wheelchair. They possessed large rims, which the person sitting in the chair could turn by hand to move forwards or backwards. However, it seemed one of the wheels had got caught in a ditch in the corner of the path, and unable to get out, she had been stuck there. Biting on her thin lips with force, the woman strenuously tried time after time to turn the wheel. Still, her slender arms did not provide the necessary strength, and the wheel just wiggled back and forth fruitlessly. If she were to raise her voice and call for help, someone would have rushed to her, and yet she did not. She did not want to rely on anyone. Rem felt a sense of kinship with such obstinacy. Of course, she did not know due to what emotional state she was like that, but Rem, I'll help you. Ah. Unable to leave her be, Rem walked over to the woman stuck in the ditch and called out to her from behind. Immediately rolling her eyes, the woman looked over her shoulder and gasped at Rem's presence. But soon her look became one of embarrassment, chewing on her lips as she went silent. Rem, once again feeling a sense of kinship to her reaction, placed her hand on the back of the wheelchair. The back of the wheelchair had handles on either side, so that a person standing behind could push it. And so, putting her hands there and pushing it, Rem, 1, 2, and 3. Rem put her strength into it, the wheel bounced with a bang, and the wheelchair escaped from the ditch in which it was stuck. Using her hands, the woman stopped the wheelchair, which had moved slightly forward with too much momentum, then abruptly spun the wheels on the spot and looked back toward Rem, and then, "Who asked you to do that?" And what came was a very particular greeting. Reflexively, Rem's eyes went wide and blinked in surprise as she was taken aback by the woman's words. Meanwhile, the woman averted her eyes from Rem, chewing on her lips. "I would have been fine without help for something that trivial. I mean, what do you think you're doing when you need a cane yourself? Why, you should rather worry about yourself." Rem, thank you for your concern. "I'm not worried or anything. Are your ears perhaps not working properly? If not, then I guess the problem's in your head. Yes, it's rather in your head." Rem belatedly realized that those stammered words were apparently meant to be a cutting remark. Her tone was harsh, but since the subtle sense that she was not accustomed to such speech hung in the air, she lacked the talent to deal damage with such sarcasm. Frankly speaking, from Rem's point of view, after encountering Priscilla, the difference in the potency of this woman and Priscilla was about the same as that between a puppy and Meiselder. "And now, get lost. I don't have the free time to be concerned about you." "Rem, if you don't have any free time, does that mean you have some role to fulfill?" "A role? Why, yes, that's right. I have a proper role, unlike you." After having been asked a question in return by Rem, the woman answered, her cheeks stiffening. As she answered, she scrunched up her thin eyebrows and looked Rem over top to bottom as if scrutinizing her. Then she brought her right thumb to her mouth, chomped at it ever so slightly, and a face I haven't seen and a presence I hadn't noticed. Who are you? Rem. My name is Rem. Because of some circumstances, I was abducted to this mansion. Abducted? Rem, yes. May I ask for your name? In order to approach the woman biting her nails and muttering, Rem asked for her name. She thought that perhaps the likelihood of receiving an unfriendly rejection was higher. Katia. However, surprisingly without reserves, Katia had introduced herself as such. Rem did not know if it was due to some ulterior motive or if she had named herself reflexively while she was lost in thought, but Katia seemingly deliberated as she continued to bite her nails. Katia, by abducted, do you mean that you're a hostage too? Rem, hostage. That may very well be the case. It does not seem appropriate to request that I play such a role. Unmistakably, Subaru was probably the only one that would worry non-stop over Rem's disappearance. Of course, she felt the Shadrakians and the O'Connell siblings would be anxious as well, and Priscilla might at least move an eyebrow, but that would not affect the overall situation. Rem's existence would only affect the overall situation when Subaru affected the overall situation. However, I wouldn't expect that person to go that far. To Rem, it did not seem likely that he could do it, nor did she think that he should. In a short time, she had been shown, time and time again for a short period, a figure resisting, and resisting earnestly with their lack of ability as he was tormented by absurdity. His figure as he kept on shouldering the burden of having to do everything by himself. Rem could not stand it at all. It was not because she disliked or hated him. It was still difficult to verbalize why that was, though. Rem, Katia, hey, don't just go silent on me. Rem, sorry. I was just lost in thought. Katia, what are you to Bustets? Called out to by Katia, whose eyes had sharpened, Rem apologized for her silence, then posed a question. Since she was in this mansion, there was no doubt that Katia also had some connection to Bustets. However, it was difficult to imagine their relationship. If she were someone with fighting strength like what Madeline possessed, or if she were to look like an imperial soldier, the relationship would be obvious. But Katia's appearance made it difficult to establish any sort of connection. If there was anything that came to mind, Rem, Bustets's daughter or grandchild, perhaps. Katia, a relative of Prime Minister Sama. Oh, stop it, you. In the first place, Bastet Sama isn't married and supposedly doesn't have a family. I'm not that big of a deal. Rem, is that so? That's surprising. Surprising, Katia said as she tilted her head, but Rem shook her head as to gloss over her words' true meaning. Once before, at the time Bustets and Rem had met face to face, he had explained the reason for his own rebellion against the emperor that was, his distrust of an emperor that would not produce an heir. From Bustets's standpoint, as someone working for the nation, the emperor's actions would seem like a dishonorable dereliction of duty. Rem had been satisfied with that logic, even if it was difficult for her to sympathize, having been dragged into it. However, the fact that Bustets had started a rebellion for such a reason was unconvincing when he himself, just like the emperor, did not have a family. Of course, she believed Bustets had his own reasons. Rem, but if you're not either of those, why are you in the mansion? Katia, you're an unperceptive woman. I asked if you were also hostage. Rem, does that mean that you're a hostage as well, Katia-san? With Rem returning with a question, Katia begrudgingly nodded, the bitter look on her face unchanging. Katia, too, was being held captive in the mansion as someone's hostage. Slightly surprised at that fact, Rem spun around and surveyed the mansion. A spacious mansion amidst the imperial capital, a mansion enveloped in a majestic atmosphere. However, there were probably many other secrets lying within, of which Rem and Katia, as well as the injured Flop, were a part of. Having confronted Bustets directly, Rem recognized the old man as someone of great intellectual stature, a formidable wall standing in the way of Abel's attempt to regain the imperial throne. However, Rem's imagination and speculation would probably never be able to wholly gauge just how dreadful Bustets could be, should he be willing to scheme and target his enemy's weaknesses. Rem, your family must surely be very worried about you having been taken hostage. Katia. I wouldn't be so sure about that. To him, I might be nothing more than a replaceable tool. If I get in the way, he'll drop me like a hot potato. Averting her gaze, so spat out Katia. Even though her speech had not faltered, Rem could tell that those seemingly hateful words were not her true feelings. She had a clue as to what lay behind Katia's attitude. Rem. After all, that was the same shade of obstinacy belonging to none other than Rem. She did not know what kind of person Katia would curse and keep at a distance. However, this complaint was more for the sake of convincing herself rather than it was for Rem to hear. It was a lie told because she did not want herself to have too much faith in or too high expectations for that person. It was a lie precisely because she did not want to admit that the other person thought her irreplaceable, nor that the other person was irreplaceable to her. It was a lie specifically to deceive herself, not anyone else. Rem, Katia-san, would you like to talk some more? Katia, W, what doing something so selfish to Prime Minister Sama? Rem, I don't think he'll be angry. If he does get angry, then tell him I forced you to do it. Katia, but it isn't actually like wait. With trembling lips, Katia attempted to reject Rem, quickly moving around behind Katia. Rem tucked her cane under her arm and gently gripped the handle of her wheelchair. While pushing the wheelchair, Rem could support her own body in addition to the other person's. With this, she would not fall even without the cane, and surprisingly it was not a terrible position. Katia, just doing as you please, as if I would. Rem, in which direction is your room, Katia-san? My room is on the west side. Katia, oh, on the opposite side, the east side. Rem, understood. Well then, let's head that way. Hearing Katia's feeble reply, Rem pushed the wheelchair and started walking. Only at the start was there a slight resistance, but Katia soon detached her fingers from the wheel and went along for the ride. She was aware that she was being a bit forceful in moving the conversation forward, but Rem was anything but hesitant in pushing it. In honest truth, she did not possess any ulterior motives, such as befriending Katia to make visible a way out of this deadlock, or her holding knowledge of an important secret to the mansion. Probably, Katia's presence would not be useful in moving the situation along. Faintly so, she understood that the reason why Bastetz, who held Rem and Katia's beings hostage, had no family himself, was so that he would have no weaknesses. And yet there were several reasons why Rem was trying to come to terms with Katia in this way. But Rem, there are so many things I have to know. After having become a captive, she had the belief and resolve that she could not be the kind of weak person who would only spread the seeds of anxiety and worry in the people who knew her. Therefore, Rem would make every effort. Even if she did not know how to, she would do things her own way. Priscilla, no one can escape from who they are. Strive to remember my words, be diligent. There were more pressing things to do than to repudiate her own helplessness. Indeed, for the sake of putting into practice the words of that person, to not remain at a standstill. Flop slowly opened his eyelids, having felt the presence of someone else in the room. Flop. Shaking off the restless hand of drowsiness that entangled him, Flop's consciousness returned to reality. In the view of his now open eyes, a clean white ceiling was visible, and he quickly came to the understanding that he was in the room of the mansion where he was being held captive. He was way past the point of panicking because of this realization. It also did not catch him off guard anymore, and as a result, he did not make himself experience pain by suddenly moving his body because of his surprise. But still, it was still too early to say that he was acclimated to the situation, considering there was still some feeling of uneasiness left. Flop. As a merchant, I can't help but be impatient, being bedridden for days like this, all right. He was a peddler whose efforts on a given day determined how much money he had at its end. He could hardly call it his strong suit, but having an elaborate business plan was the shortcut to success. And even if he did not succeed, he still needed to earn even just a little bit. Thus, being tied to a bed in this manner agitated and distressed him despite the quite leisurely position he found himself in. Wondering how Medium would react if she knew he was being held captive only made it worse. In any case, Flop, I can hardly ask Wifeson to bring me to perfect condition at this very moment. What an irritating situation. One, in order to treat Flop's injuries, Rem was also being held captive in the mansion. For Subaru's sake, as well as the others who worried for her, Rem had to be brought home safely at any cost, but her situation was far from being secure. Rem's current position, that of being Flop's healer, would become quite uncertain once Flop made a complete recovery. He had hoped that Rem would not immediately be disposed of, as someone who no longer had any use. Flop, I guess you could say that depends exactly on your mood, Miss Madeline. Having collected and organized his thoughts, Flop proceeded to cast this particular subject of conversation towards the room's entrance. Flop had been awakened by the presence of a certain someone. The other person's voice could not be heard, but it was obvious that someone was in the room, and there were only two people who usually visited him. Only two, whether it be Rem who came to treat him, or Madeline who appeared more frequently. Leaving aside Rem, who had been given unexpected freedom within the mansion, around Madeline, Flop had to be somewhat careful. Despite her childish appearance, she had tremendous physical strength and could easily rip and tear through Flop with her claws. In addition, she was a proud member of the Dragonkin, someone who Flop, despite having been through many different paths in life, had no idea how to deal with. Besides, Flop did not want to mislead Madeline, nor deceive her with lies, even though she would possibly scold him for being blind to the situation. Even Flop had not gone through life without telling a lie. He was proud of the fact that he had relied on the power of words more than anyone else in the Empire, precisely because of his apparent lack of strength. Being that, the reason as to why he wished to avoid doing anything that would make Madeline believe he was trying to win her over was that she genuinely cared about Flop's precious, close friend. He imagined a particular, close friend of his would be appalled at his seemingly stupid way of life. Flop, that's the way I live my life. Nothing I can do about it. Flop was spending his time at the mansion with the determination to take the offensive. Therefore, engaging Madeline in a battle devoid of lies, in which he would make full use of his conversational arts and power of his speech, so that her interest would not be exhausted, was something he expected to happen on this day. But it was not to be. Since, Flop, Miss Madeline, I thought you might be here to ask me to continue our conversation from yesterday. What was the surprising thing Balleroy said the first time Caroline flew in the sky? I cut off the conversation at that point where, while that sounds like an interesting topic, it shan't be the one discussed now. Flop. Flop, who was lying on his bed, talking to the person who was supposedly there, fell in silence upon being answered by a voice different from the one he had expected. Flop had assumed it was Madeline at the entrance, but the answer was returned through the voice of a voice he had heard before. It was only his small pride, but Flop would never forget a voice having heard it once. Even if it came from a corner of a busy market, Flop could recognize it, which was why he had not mistaken the voice. However, after hearing the voice in question, Flop's feelings became complex to the extreme. After all, his relationship with said party had changed quite drastically, at least as far as Flop was concerned. Flop, village chief Khan. No, perhaps I should say His Excellency the Emperor Khan. You rephrase yourself, and yet you came to that. Either way, it seems there is no substitute for the profane name you have dubbed me with. Calling out quietly, Flop strained his trembling arms and sat up on the bed. He still felt a faint numbness in his upper body and a tightness in his skin, but it was not unbearable. Then, raising his gaze, he finally caught sight of a figure standing at the entrance to the room. Standing, there was a young man with black hair, fair skin, and sharp eyes. His attire was dominated by vermilion, and his slender figure matched what he had seen many times before. His face, his eyes, his nose, everything was familiar. Abel No, Vincent Valatia. That was the name of the current emperor of the sacred Valatian Empire, the rebellious wolf who had been driven from his throne, presently seeking to reclaim it. Having been called disrespectful by the very man behind it all himself, Flop smiled and bowed his head. Flop, excuse me, perhaps I should rephrase. No, perhaps I should also change my speech in general. How embarrassing. Would you mind if I start over from the beginning? Vincent, no need. Starting over shan't make up for the deeds you have committed. More importantly, are you a citizen resolved to pledge allegiance and devotion to the Emperor of Valatia? Flop, I wonder. His Excellency is the Emperor of the country in which I live. Since the reign of His Excellency, Vincent Valatia, disputes, including skirmishes between tribes, have decreased dramatically. I'd say I'm grateful for a country that has become a better place to live. Vincent, that is a very suggestive way of putting it. You dare play with idle words in front of the Emperor. The Emperor shrugged his slender shoulders and slowly stepped forward. Flop's eyes widened as the figure became more clearly visible up close. For all intents and purposes, the figure was that of the very able he was already acquainted with, but he knew that the man in front of him was not that able. Flop, I'm very embarrassed by my lack of knowledge, but you really have made a good likeness of him, haven't you? It'd need to be that good to befit the role of a body double, I guess. Vincent, if you continue to speak so frivolously, I shall have no choice but to muzzle you. It is not more than the wish of the flying dragon general, Madeline Eschart, that has provided you shelter here. But where shall the scales tip towards, the general's wishes or mine whims? Flop, I'll accept your advice to take care in my words. However, I cannot promise that I'll be able to put it into practice. My feelings are very mixed, after all. I'd very much like to remark further on that face of yours. Vincent, being pointed at with a snap, the other party remained silent after that loud insistence from Flop. Flop was at a loss on how to address the other party, the one who was not able, who, for the sake of convenience, he had decided to call Vincent. Flop knew that Vincent was a false emperor, a man who had plotted to usurp the throne. However, Flop did not possess any reason to denounce him per se. If Flop and Abel were bound by a firm friendship, having built a relationship in which they would be willing to speak out on each other's behalf at every such event, then it would only be natural, but that was not the case. Rather, Flop and Abel's relationship was more complicated as well. Flop, unfortunately, the person I really want to give my remarks to is someone else, someone who's got the same face as you. But still, it truly looks very much alike. I helped husband Kun do village chief Kun's makeup. It looks just like his bare face. Vincent, the matter of the fortress city has reached my ears, so you were a part of that scheme too. I can only imagine that you have all tried to besmirch the emperor's rule in some ungodly fashion. It was an act of barbarism, and one beyond measure. Flop, is that so? It was a fun venture. And most importantly, there were no casualties. Vincent, that is just a justification based solely upon the results. Flop's cheeks relaxed, and he thought about the plan for the fortified city that he, Subaru, and Abel had collaborated on. It was a plan that Flop had found astonishing, but it was the funniest of all the plots in which Flop had ever been involved. Everyone involved in that operation had certainly wished for its success. Flop, Miss Tarita and Miss Kuna did, and I did as well. That's why I can't unravel it. Vincent, Flop, Village Chief Kun, or His Excellency the Emperor Kun, I wonder why he, who I still don't know how to call, was ousted from the imperial throne and put in that position. Flop looked at Vincent, cutting him off, more to the point. He looked towards the usurper of the throne, whose expression did not even waver, his face a mirror image of the emperor's. Flop, just why did you and your people have to make our rock-solid empire quake? Why did you have to raise this disturbance? Vincent, you are quite the talkative man, are you not? Flop, it's a tool of the trade. I'm a merchant. Also, my dear sister often compliments me on my good looks. That's another tool of the trade. Vincent, I see. In that case, Flop had a toothy grin on his face. Vincent nodded at his words, composed, before suddenly grabbing Flop's face with his outstretched hand and pulling him closer. Forced to lean forward, his wounds sore, Flop moaned out a mug. However, Vincent paid no heed to his cries of pain, but stared at Flop closely. Vincent, I can take your face and mouth right here and now to atone for your disrespect. His voice slid coldly into Flop's eardrums with an intimidating quality that went down from his head to his body and froze his heart. For a person who would not shut his mouth like Flop, disrespect towards the Emperor was considered to be unforgivable. Yet Vincent's reply was level-headed with a hint of resentment. Even as he contemplated what it meant, Flop, if you mean that I should watch my mouth, it might make more sense to take away my voice. Once again, Flop looked back at Vincent with an ugly look on his face, which was still being gripped, giving an answer that was likely to provoke him and make him even angrier. For a moment, Vincent's dark eyes narrowed at Flop's answer, but the emotion that passed within was swept away without being expressed overtly. Vincent batted one of his eyes shut, letting go of Flop's face. His look was one which Abel, whom Vincent mimicked, used to do often when observing other people. Vincent, I made it clear that it was to be understood which of these is more important, mine whims or Madeline Eschart's wishes. However, then there would be no avoiding her defection nor rebellion. Is the attitude you have one of reading this far? Flop. Ha! Oh, I see. Miss Madeline would get angry for sure if I die. That's not good for you either. I hadn't thought that far ahead, but surely, Vincent. Flop. If I, as a prisoner, had risked my life to try and get one over on His Excellency the Emperor Khan, I could have at least encouraged Miss Madeline's defection. Unfortunately, though, I can't do that now. At Vincent's suggestion, Flop reassessed the value of his life. With Madeline's interests now focused on himself, if Flop's life were to be taken away unnecessarily, it would be difficult to tame the bestial danger she would pose. If Madeline were to defect from Vincent, the rebellious Abel's side would have an advantage. It was understandable that Vincent would suspect that he was provoking him due to that. Vincent, I hear that you will not yield to any threats and that you will not hesitate to risk your life. It is just as Bustet said, you seem to be some kind of ill-begotten misfortune. Flop, it seems that I've been put in such a position unknowingly. Now, what do you think, fake Emperor Khan? I'm very difficult to deal with. Vincent, I hear there was a Hilo girl who was brought here with you. If you care about that girl's well-being, you shall refrain from unnecessary words and behavior and remain quiet. Flop, I've been completely shut down. With Rem being used as a shield, Flop suddenly had no more moves to make. But there was probably no helping it. He had to get Rem back home safely, no matter what it took. Besides, Flop, I myself can't decide what I should do. Ultimately, one could say Flop's position had become the same as Madeline's. Should he, like Madeline, join the rebellion she was part of, and then plot viciously to eliminate Abel, whom they had ousted, and slowly make him pay for his crimes? A merchant whose only merit was that his little sister complimented him on his goodness. Vincent, even without Madeline Eschart, Bustet shall not do you any harm. Bear in mind what your position is, and make sure you spend your time here without stirring up any discord. Vincent declared that with his eyes fixed upon the silent Flop. From what he said, Flop understood that he was trying to end this face-to-face meeting. That Vincent had determined there was nothing to be gained out of Flop, or that he had served the purpose of this discussion, and having thought as much, Flop, fake Emperor Khan, why did you come to this room? Vincent, Flop, it's hard for me to imagine, having never rebelled, but still trying my best to realize the power of my imagination here. I reckon the position of His Excellency, the Emperor, must be rather busy. Even though things are already tough, when there are people like His Excellency, the Emperor Khan, who keep acting wildly without giving up, it's no wonder your business knows no bounds. Flop was not saying that his usual peddling was easy, but when there were loads of products that fit exactly with the buyer's needs, one's business was incomparable to the usual. The position of the fake emperor would never be held secure while the real emperor was still alive and well. Under such circumstances, why had Vincent bothered to specifically visit Flop? Well, Flop, perhaps you were wondering how His Excellency the Emperor Khan was doing and wanted to hear it from me. Vincent, hypothetically, if I were a usurper, as your nonsensical nickname implies, it would be in poor taste, would it not? I would be attempting to find out what happened to the person I had ousted from the ones in that person's vicinity. Flop, the importance of gathering information is not so different in commerce or in battle, I guess. If we assume that, I don't think it's in bad taste to try to find out what's going on with your opponent. Vincent, even if that were the case, you are misguided. I have seen with my own eyes how that person is doing without needing to hear it from your mouth. We even exchanged a few words. Flop, is that so? A painful evasion after having hit the mark. Flop took Vincent's answer as not having been such a frivolous statement. What the circumstances were that he saw Abel in person and exchanged words with him. Flop had no room but to imagine, but he could not believe it to be an outright lie. Although he was also concerned about Medium, Tarita, and Subaru, who were supposed to be by Abel's side, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to get an answer by digging deeper into the matter. At the very least, he could not have done anything to Abel when meeting him face to face. If he could have, it would not have been odd for him to have declared victory immediately. He found it hard to believe that he was tasteless enough to bother to come to do that. However, it would have been equally tasteless for him to continue this discussion while withholding that fact, and it did not seem to be either. In other words, Vincent was not here to converse with Flop. If so, there was only one possibility that came to mind. Flop, if you didn't want to ask me something, is it because you had something you wanted to tell me, maybe? Vincent. Troublesome, I believe that was Bostet's evaluation of your position, however. Even if you look at it from my point of view, your way of being is one that falls into the troublesome category. Flop. Am I to take that as a compliment? It's more positive for my mentality to think so, so I'll just take it as such. Flop reckoned his words were what made Vincent stop in his tracks as he was about to take his leave. Flop. Frankly, Flop did not know whether stopping Vincent in his tracks here was good or bad for him. If Vincent's plan were fulfilled and the usurpation of the imperial throne were brought to completion, Abel would surely be forced out from his position in the empire, but also in this world. Was that what he really wished? Was that what he wished for the person who was involved in the death of his precious, close friend, Balleroy Temiglyph? Was that what he wished for the person who had taken everything away from him, for him to lose his life? Flop. Until now, I never knew what I wanted, trying to think if there ever was a time. Flop quickly reconsidered his thoughts. He did not need to recall anything. Before he had met Balleroy and the others, he had spent all his time trying to protect Medium and had no desire for anything else. He was the same as he had been then. Then, the answer and the way he arrived at it was the same as then, too. You guys can choose what you want to do. He remembered that blunt voice pushing Flop's back like that. So, rather than being swept away without knowing anything, Flop wanted to choose to set out walking knowing something. Flop, can I ask you something, fake Emperor Kun? What is it that you have come to tell? Flop asked him point blank, interrupting the fake emperor busy in his usurpation of the imperial throne. In response to his question, Vincent's lips curved with a slightly different impression than the man Flop knew, and spoke. That it was, Vincent, the great disaster, regarding the reason for the destruction it brings. Translation notes. 1. Because of the many different ways Flop addresses a certain character in this scene, we have decided to review the way we translate his ways to refer to Subaru, Rem, Louis, and Abel. These changes have already been applied to previous chapters' translations as well. The changes are as follows. Subaru, Mr. changed to Husband-kun, Sir changed to Husband-san, latter only on chapter 23. Rem, Mrs. changed to Wife-san Louis, Niswai changed to Niece-jan Abel, Mr. Chief changed to Village Chief-kun.